All right. I think our YouTube and Twitch streams are up, friends. Give me 1 minute, and I'll double check. Get TikTok running. Okay. TikTok is running. Yeah, guys. I'm sorry. I am late. I needed to get some food for this stream. I got some ramen noodles because I'm a full-grown adult. But sorry, I flew from the California meetup all night last night rather than sleeping, so I slept. I did like a nap prior to the stream. So sorry, I'm a little bit late. 2 minutes late to be exact. But what are you gonna do? California meetup was a blast. Everyone who was able to make it to the California meetup, it was awesome. And a huge W to Crystal for putting the California meetup together. I thought it was a really good idea. I was super happy to get out there and meet some people. There's going to be other conferences this year. Rocket City Reason is going to be in Huntsville. I'll be at Rocket City Reason, as will a bunch of others. So definitely, friends, I try to, when we get conferences set up, I try to make sure that people know about them for people who want to do a little bit of like in-person community building, so that we can get some of that going. I know there's definitely a lot of people that kind of miss having like getting to meet people in like real life. Give me 1 second to start the virtual camera before I forget. There we go. Virtual camera's started. To be ready to rock and roll. All right, and the guest boxes are open. Anyways, point being, we're gonna have more opportunities this year, friends, to we're gonna have more opportunities this year to meet people in person. How you doing, Ems?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hold on, I gotta change. Got the wrong audio output selected. All right, try now.
When is the?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I still have an echo.
It was because I forgot to turn my earbud on, and it came out of my speaker. It should be good though.
And now, I still hear myself.
Oh, you can still hear yourself? Oh, hold on a second. Let me make sure everything's set up properly. Okay, what about now? I think now it should be all right.
Testing. Okay.
Sorry,
so I was gonna ask, when is the Iran meetup? Like, when are we gonna go to Iran?
You know what? It's on the schedule for the indefinite future, and I haven't. You know what? We're still tossing around ideas for dates. In fact, I'm praying about it right now.
You're too old for the draft, aren't you?
Yes. Actually, I think the draft is surprisingly young. I think you have to be under 26, something like that, if I remember correctly. But what a lot of people might not know, like the young folk, is when I was younger, you actually had to register. Like, so when I was younger, when you turned 18, it wasn't that we expected anyone to get drafted, but when you turned 18, you had to register if you're male for if there was a draft. So literally the week I turned 18, I went down to the government office and registered for the draft. And now they're automating it now so that people don't have to do it. But I suspect that law, I think, was in place the whole time. I don't think they took it away. I just think they stopped caring about it for a while. And now they're like, we should probably automate this process. So, but it's kind of a weird thing that we would enter anybody into a draft. Why are we so hungry for wars that we're gonna like need to recruit people against their will?
I mean, it's better than conscription.
I know, it's true.
I have to do 1 to 3 years of conscription.
Oof. Wait, actually, so does Israel and Mexico, and there's quite a few countries where when you get to an age, you have to do it, right?
And South Korea too, and
Oh yeah.
North Korea.
Yep.
Israel conscripts men and women,
Yep.
and multiple different places. Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's insane. The biggest waste of time ever.
Yeah, and again, my point of view, I think everyone's already familiar with, which is namely, why are we starting these wars? I don't understand. It never makes sense to do these wars. Oh, MZ hanging out with me, buddy.
For a bit, yes.
Awesome. Well, friends, let's get to it. We got two guests in the guest box already, and Prisoner Fan is already here with a super. Hold on, my cat's trying to eat all my cables again. I got this bitter apple spray that's supposed to keep them off my cables. It does not work. Yeah, Volta is impervious. Doesn't care. I think in fact, it probably sweetened the cables for him. Prisoner, thank you for the super. It says, pondering, if someone is born without an arm, then it gets prosthetic arm in life. What do they end up when they get to heaven? Rock hard product. Very good question, and I suspect they're going to get a renewed body. 1 Corinthians 15 talks about the earthly body and the heavenly body, like this renewed body. So according to the Bible, like if you have any imperfections or problems with your body, when you pass away, like you're just going to be resurrected and given a new body. That seems to be the case, but it's not that easy. There's actually a wrinkle in the plot, and the wrinkle in the plot is basically that when Jesus resurrected, when he resurrected from the dead, but he didn't rise up to heaven yet. His body still had holes in it. He was still like bleeding. I don't know how he was bleeding that much. But he still was. So the problem is, like, okay, well, if Jesus didn't receive a new body right away, when did he receive his new body? And if we don't know when he's going to receive his new body, I don't know why anyone is under the impression that, like, it's going to be different for us. Like, we're going to have a better output. We're going to have a better situation than Jesus. All right. That being said, sorry. I'm slowing things down. Let me grab our super chats, friends, and then we're gonna get. We had one guest on TikTok. They left apparently, but Toeface came back. Mephistopheles. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, welcome back. Rock hard for Doug. Been reading about John the Baptist and the scholar view that Jesus was likely one of his followers, and hence the Gospels had to make John confess Jesus as superior. Your take? Well, I agree. This is actually a take that's pretty popular, pretty well known, even in Christian movements. It's not like something that atheists made up. In fact, James Tabor talks about this particular topic. James Tabor kind of has the understanding that Jesus and John are kind of like the two messiahs that were mentioned essentially in the Dead Sea Scroll community, which is their conception of Jesus and John. But yeah. I mean, it's a good theory. I believe it. I believe John. In fact, the extra biblical literature seems to say more about John than Jesus, even from the time period. Even in Josephus, like the awareness of John the Baptist seems actually pretty clear in the text, and it doesn't look like it's something that was added later. But Nick, give me 1 second. I'll grab you. Dre from Costa Rica says our current president and president-elect are Trump bootlickers. Well, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Total mess down here, but most normies are oblivious to it. You know what? We get the same stuff here. Like, there's a lot of normies, as we might say, normal people that just don't know what's happening, like politically. They don't really know what's going on with, like, stuff that could affect their lives. I think a lot of reasons because they're just like trying to figure their shit out anyways. Listen, they got bills to pay, they got mouths to feed, they got things to do. How much time? Like, I remember, you guys know my story a little bit. I didn't grow up with any money. We had to kind of, we had to scrap. Nevertheless, you're not thinking about like what the government's up to when you're just trying to like get by every day. That's already way too much happening. You're already working like 3 part-time jobs. And like going to school or raising kids, they're trying to stay up to date on the news and government while you're doing all that. It's nearly impossible. Like, I mean, part of the reason that makes voting so dangerous for a lot of people is because they it's not even their fault, but they lack the time and the ability to like truly get involved and get informed because like regular life gets in the way. But anyways, let's get Nick and then we'll get Toe Face in here and we'll get some discussion going.
Hello?
Welcome in, Nick. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Nick, are you at least 18?
I'm 23.
Sure. And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Fantastic.
And,
What do you think is the best evidence or argument for God, preferably the Christian God, since you're a Christian?
So, all right. So, growing up, I was never really close with God, or I never had a connection or chased it, and my family wasn't either. So, I kind of like I knew about it, and I knew what the Bible was, but I never read. I never like studied it. I never took it seriously. I used to pray like sometimes. I didn't really know how to. I'm still like learning as I go. I'm still new to it. But growing up on a personal level, I struggled a lot with anxiety and I used to get really, really bad panic attacks for years. And this happened. It was probably like a 3 month span where like every other night I was getting panic attacks for like hours. And it got to the point where it was just bad. Like I started to become depressed and I was really in my head. And this is about the time span where I started like learning about like religion and God and relationship with God and prayers and stuff. So
Nick, not to be rude, but I can fast forward the story. I kind of already know the story. So, God cured your panic attacks?
um well, if you want to fast forward it, you can. And I know it's going to sound like it's BS because I used to watch YouTube videos of people saying it, and in my head, even after hearing them, I would still be like, nah, it's still probably fake. Like I used to think the same way. But going from having that almost my whole life and growing up to one night praying about it and the feeling that went through my body and never having it again or having anxiety that bad from that day on. And it's been almost a year since then.
Yeah.
There's no like medical explanation to how
Sure there
that can
is.
go like that.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of medical explanations. The two that you probably want to look up are psychosomatic healing, and I would pair that with the placebo effect. The brain is an incredibly powerful tool. This is why hypnotism works. That's why people who struggle with smoking all their lives can just go to a hypnotist. The power of suggestion for some people is incredibly powerful. And if you buy into the idea that Jesus would fix all your problems or Allah or some other deity, for a certain percentage of people, it's going to work. For some people, it
I
won't.
don't know what the user is, but I went to a doctor when they diagnosed me, but I didn't go to a doctor like since then after that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
I'm sure. So
I don't know, man. A
the
lot of
reasons
things in
why
my life.
personal testimony. Sorry to interrupt, Nick. The reason why personal testimony is like never actually all that helpful is because a couple reasons. One, nobody can actually verify your experience. That's between you and the people in your life. Number two is they happen in every religion. I mean, I tell this story a lot because I think it's powerful. I had a friend when I was in seminary. He was going to another seminary. He didn't go to my seminary. Who had struggled with alcoholism even as he was training to become a pastor. Through
Right.
various means, he made a number of friends in the Muslim community and started going to mosque, and they started working with him on his alcoholism, and he converted to Islam because they helped him kick his alcoholism. Like these things happen in every religion. Like this is not. I don't think this is good evidence that the religion itself is true. I think it's good evidence that the brain is a pretty powerful tool if you can convince it of something.
Now, I do have something to say for everybody in the comments because a lot of people are saying this, and my sister's an atheist, and we kind of debate back and forth about stuff and just talk about it. I understand there's a lot of things, especially in my life too, that I've prayed to God for, and nothing has changed. And I don't see it at maybe back then. I used to see it as, well, that means it's fake. It can't be real. Like I'm saying this, and this is the all loving God that's supposed to to heal me or come to me when I call on him and nothing's changing. I feel like it's more deprived around faith. The more faith you actually have, not just saying you have faith and then getting mad or feeling that nothing's going to change, having faith knowing that it will change is what caused the prayers I've actually said and been answered.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, firmly believing, already having that faith is what did it. God didn't do anything. Convincing yourself that you have a solution is what it takes to do it. Because there are 3 million children this year that are going to die of starvation. Their parents are crying in desperation, many of them Christians. God's not reaching down to them. He's not helping them.
Now,
they're
I do
they're
have
done.
a question.
They're going to starve.
I do have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they'll probably get looked at as controversial. Not really, though. It's nothing like bad. So this is how I interpret it, right? If we were given free will at birth through Christ's, sacrifice,
Wait,
and now
what do you mean?
Like
were
we
we
were-
given free will at birth or when Jesus died? Which one?
we were given free will once Jesus died.
Okay.
And he died for our sins. So we were given free will to choose God or to sin.
Well, I don't think so.
We're
You
going to
can't
sin regardless, but he's
you can't
paid
choose
for our
something you
sin through his
don't believe
sacrifice.
in. Well, no, he didn't do that because if you don't believe in him, then your sin still isn't forgiven. So he obviously didn't pay for my sin. But again, we don't have free will to believe in Jesus. You have free will maybe to make like some choices in your life, perhaps if you're not a determinist. But you can't force yourself to believe in Jesus. Like I just don't believe in Jesus. He didn't do anything. He wasn't the Messiah. He was just a liar and a fraud. And so I don't have the choice to believe in Jesus.
Of free will, though.
Well,
exactly. It's free will.
It's not
you have
free
the choice
will.
to either choose it or don't.
No, I didn't choose this. This is just what the evidence is, right? So you don't actually get to choose what you believe. You can choose like what actions you take based on what you believe, but you can't choose to believe anything. Like, can you choose to believe right now that you're on fire?
Wait, hang on. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Can you repeat it? I'm not trying to be rude at all either. I'm just asking.
No, I don't think you're being rude at all. Can you choose in this very moment to believe that you're on fire?
No.
Right, because you can't choose to believe anything you want to. You're either convinced of something or you're not. So I mean, that's it.
Wait, can I reword what I said?
Sure.
So what I meant was you have the free will to either have the thought to choose to believe in Christ, whether it's any religion. You have free will to go and choose what you do with your life.
I'll try this again. You can't choose to believe something. Like I can choose to go to church. I could choose to read the Bible. I can even choose to pray. But I can't choose to believe something. Believing something is a state of being convinced. And if you're not convinced of something, you can't force yourself to be convinced of it. For the same reason you can't force yourself to believe you're on fire right now, I can't force myself to believe that Jesus is the Messiah and that he died for my sins because there's no good reason to believe it.
But say you had an experience, or like what would it take? Not for me, but what would it take for you to believe in? Like, if you were like, all right, this is what means God's real to me. Like, what would it take for you to believe in that? Like, what would it have to be? Would it be science? Would it be evidence? What would it be?
God or Jesus?
Jesus Christ being our Lord and Savior. What would it take for you to believe that?
Oh, he'd have to show up and told me that the entire Bible is a lie because the Bible is self-contradictory and he didn't do a single thing that the Messiah was supposed to do. So if he's the Messiah, that means either the Old Testament's wrong and the New Testament's right, or the or the whole book is wrong. But he certainly can't be the Messiah with both of those testaments being true because they contradict.
Now, if you had to lean on, well, from what I understand of the Old Testament and the New Testament, the Old Testament was before Christ came down, and then the prophecies from the Old Testament were fulfilled and spoken about through the New Testament.
There's not a single prophecy he fulfilled.
So, which religion or which God do you lean more towards? Like, what's your interpretation of it?
Well, if I was going to believe in one God, I'd actually probably believe in like 100 gods. I don't see a good reason for monotheism. If there's a logical reason to believe in one God, there's a logical reason to believe in many gods. I don't believe that the world was ever created. I think that the universe is eternal. I would probably fall in line with Plato's view of the gods. in that they're probably like semi pre-existent eternal entities that just live alongside of the universe. Or an alternative method is you can say something along the lines of like they're like a super evolved entity, like the universe has been here for so many trillions of years that eventually some life forms became super evolved. But in terms of like the biblical God creating everything out of nothing, that's to me that's just a non-starter. It doesn't make any sense. You can't do anything outside of time. You need time at least in place for any actions or thoughts to even be had. It's a sequence of events. With no time, there's no sequencing of events.
Okay. Now, to you, if that's your opinion or what you feel, I'm not going to disrespect that or, tell you you're wrong for it. What I believe in is, again, free will to be able to choose God. Not saying that I'm 100% right, but saying that, everybody's given free will to either choose to learn and have a relationship with Christ or to fall the other way and say, no,
Well,
it's not for
let me ask you a better question, because I'm genuinely unconvinced by this dead guy that needs worship. What do I need to do to become convinced of this thing?
What would you need to do? It would take whatever your mind would take for you to be convinced. Like, I wasn't convinced fully until that happened to me, and that's what changed my mind around towards it. Like, it took that for me. Maybe there's something for you that's missing in your life that might happen that might change your mind towards it.
Well, that would be on God.
I can't
like,
tell you what you would need.
Does God know what would convince me? Like, does he know, like, if I showed up in a particular way, I know it would convince Justin?
I believe God sends people into your life for a reason, and he sends, whether it's good or bad, everything to help build you or to help
I know
turn you towards him.
I know you believe that, but you understand, right? If the only way I can get saved is for God to like show up and do magic or something, and then he
Now,
doesn't do it, that just seems like it's on him.
according to the Bible, or based on how it went, before Jesus was crucified, he did have miracles that he commenced
Like what?
and the people still didn't believe him. He healed the blind. He resurrected Lazarus.
But
He
why would I
did.
believe any of that?
I
Like
mean, you read history books, right?
I
You weren't
do.
there for that. Why do you believe in that?
I don't. So again, you're right. I have read history books, and like the Greco-Roman histories are full of these goofy healing miracle stories. Like they happen under the power of Serapis. They happen under the power of Apollo. They happen actually a lot of them under the power of Serapis and Asclepius. So like Asclepius especially. So like yeah, I'm aware of miracle stories. I just don't know why I would believe the biblical ones and not the other ones.
And as far as you brought up that he was dead. So after Jesus was crucified and killed, Pilate knew that like the
Knew what?
apostles were still around, and that Jesus said that he would be resurrected after 3 days. Like he
Yeah,
said,
but
he was going to resurrect after 3 days. So what he did
yeah, but these
was
are
after
claims that are made in the book, which I already don't believe. Right. So what you've done is you've accepted that the book is true. I haven't. Right. See, I've found so many things in the book that's not true that when it says a guy rose from the dead, I'm not inclined to believe it. Like if you read a book that was full of things that were demonstrably untrue, you're not inclined to also believe the weird stuff too, like somebody rising from the dead, right?
I understand your concept and what you're grasping at, but the people in the book that wrote the book didn't believe it either until they saw it.
Well,
And
we
they
don't know who
what
wrote
they
it.
saw.
We don't know who wrote it. The Gospels are anonymous.
So why would they write a book telling you to believe something they didn't believe?
Again,
But
we don't
they're
even know
still
who wrote
saying
it.
it's true.
We don't know who wrote it.
So
For the
then
same
what's your
reason, for the same
interpretation, do you
reason
think?
why people follow the Quran, same reason why people follow other religious books. You buy into the religion, and then eventually you buy into the book.
So you
Like,
think it's all nonsense?
well, not all of it. There's some actual real history in the Bible. It's just not Jesus. That Jesus guy, not real history. But yeah, did the Israelites exist? Sure. Did King David exist? Yep. Solomon? Yep. The temple? Yep. Did they go to war with like Moab and other nations like Assyria and Babylon? Yeah, that all happened. Did the magic stuff happen? Nah.
Okay. Well, I'm not really good at debating, but I appreciate your time and letting me come into here. It definitely helped me a lot, and I hope something changes in your life that makes you go towards that path. But otherwise, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and to everybody in the comments, I hope you guys have a great day too.
All right. Cheers, buddy. Have a good one.
All right. Cheers, bro.
I'm glad he found some relief from his panic attacks, but I'm not sure we need to get relief from panic attacks from a genocidal maniac that like hates women and people who have same-sex relationships. That's not something that's gonna alleviate any of my panic attacks. Randy Wilson, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's huge. Super appreciate it. But listen, for anyone who didn't get one, he sent out 20 more. We got 40 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's humongous, my friend. I really appreciate that. Huge. Absolutely huge. And Glitter says, I have a friend. Oh, I have a friend. You wouldn't know him. He goes to another seminary. You fucking got me. You fucking got... Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You fucking got me there. That was a good one. That's how I would interpret that story too, to be fair. Except, I was there. That's why personal testimony is not helpful. See? Dylan, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, Happy Hump Day. The prophet of Doug hath returneth. And we have all witnessed it. That's more proof than Jesus. Rock hard for Doug. Yes, indeed, Dylan. The prophet of Doug has returned, and we're going to have some fun tonight. I think Toeface came to chat. We've got a bunch of people in the queue. I think Paul was next in line after Toeface. And we'll keep it running. Space Lord, good to see it. It says, if Jesus paid our debts, owed to God, and Jesus is God, I think we need a celestial forensic accountant, Enron type stuff going on here. Yes. And for those of us who are old enough to know what happened with the Enron scandal, this is pretty good, actually. A lot of bribes and kickbacks happening with this particular God. It's weird that you have to cause your own debts and then repay your own debts, but then do it in a way that seems to harm other people. Like, if the debt's just been paid, then fucking move on. Like, for example, like, if let's say I took out a huge bank loan or some shit, and I couldn't pay it, and then somebody came along and paid it, well, it's just paid for. I don't have to be like, oh, thank you, I need to recognize this thing as being paid for. No, it's either paid for or it's not. So Jesus actually didn't pay for your sins. Jesus paid for the sins of people that wanted to, like, not get burned alive in hell, or burn dead in hell. I think is the right way to say it, to be fair. Okay, let's bring in Toeface, and we'll probably talk about Matthew 16 for the third time. How you doing, Toeface?
Hi. Let's say I'm doing well. A little bit
second.
depressed, but yeah,
My
it's
audio's
something
not
that will
grabbing.
pass.
Give me a second.
Can you hear me?
Can
you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's not me.
Right
It's
now.
not me. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hold on. I don't know why it's not. My audio's not picking you up. Give me 1 second.
It's not me. It's not me. Here it says it works.
All right. Say something for me again.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll
2.
just change the audio output device for a second. All right. What about now?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1
Good
2.
enough.
It
All right,
works?
So, yeah, it worked for me.
Okay, that's good. I was saying I'm a little bit depressed, but what can you do? What can you do?
Don't be depressed. I already hear that. That last guy said Jesus will fix it.
No, that's not the reason.
Probably because he's speaking about the same thing for a few weeks. So
Yeah.
Try changing topics.
No, that's not the reason I'm depressed. I could go down to it, but first I wanna say something to cheer us up. Remember last time I spoke, I told you when we spoke about the word of Magog that being the same. That the first time you spoke, that there was a disagreement on it, but then you said no, there wasn't. That you actually kind of agreed with me. I went and watched the clip, and I realized there was a big misunderstanding. You were talking about the word being like two different words, and I was talking about two different words. So you were explaining the words, and I was talking about the words.
Right.
At the moment when we were talking, I didn't notice that. So I don't know how I didn't pick that up.
Don't worry about it.
But you
not a
also
problem.
didn't notice that, and you didn't actually agreed with me when you said you did. I don't know why you felt that way, that you agreed with me, but there was no agreement about the one word being one, because we were talking about, you were answering something completely different from the thing that I was talking about. There was a misunderstanding, I would say.
Yeah, I think it was a misunderstanding. So, what's in your mind tonight?
Okay, I want to speak about the Matthew 16. I checked the grammar thing I told you about. I searched it. I can say I did a really good search about it. I even found the sources about the Greek text that most likely Greek people are using. And even though the case you are pointing out, it's only one that kind of gives you the window. And I say kind of because every other translation doesn't even give you the window to even believe it is what you say.
Can you
It doesn't
explain that
even
again?
let you even think about it.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Okay, let me. In order for me to not mess this up, because I have to explain it in a language. Yes, I speak well. Yes, you can understand me. Yes, I get it. But I don't want to like in my try to explain it actually make you not understand it. Remember when I told you last time I spoke to you, like when it says into his kingdom, you were saying that's not what it says, but what you were actually referencing to, it was like in his kingdom. But when I was saying into his kingdom, I was translating the verse in Greek that I had in mind, that if you actually translate it the way it is, the verse I was using, because there are multiple versions, modern Greek, old Greek, like it's not like only one. We have multiple versions. I was translating you the modern Greek version I had in mind the moment I was telling you that. So to me, I thought I was telling it correct, but to you, because the verse is translated a little bit different, you were like, no, that's not what it means. Then I went into deep analysis about the N. You were talking about the lexicon, and the accurate way to say it is actually in. The word in actually reflects it, like that comes the closest you can get about this word, the N, because even in modern Greek we still use it. It's not something that only in old Greeks we do. For example, you know the word insight.
Yep.
In Greek means enorasi. En means in, and then you got orasi, which means sight, and altogether it's one word. You won't find any example in modern Greek or in Old Greek where you would translate it in a way that you would use with in the way you said it. I mean, you can have an inference that when you translate it, you can actually use the word, but it doesn't mean the thing you mean it does. It's not like something like the kingdom that comes with it. It's something like he comes with it. The way it is written, you cannot understand the meaning you are telling me to understand when I'm reading it as a Greek, because the T after the N is what makes you think that's not the case. I mean, I can let you respond to what I said if you want to say something, or maybe I can give you the examples I have here, the 5 examples of 5 Greek verses and the way they are translated in English.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is what your point is.
The point is, if it was actually coming with his kingdom, the way you told me last time,
no,
I don't find a single translation in Greek that actually point this out.
I said
not a single one. And I speak about my language that comes closer to ancient Greek than English does, because you are a secondary. We are the first one. So you're telling me we all got it wrong, and you are using us as the ones who got it wrong to tell us how it's right when you are quoting us? Do you get what I mean?
No. So the problem you have is these Bible translations aren't always done by like a single English speaker or like a single person. They're literally done by committees of people with PhDs, some of them native Hebrew and native Greek speakers. So it's not like we've got these English speakers trying to tell you how to interpret your own language. That's not really the case. My point is pretty clear that based on the lexical usage of this word from the Bible in the time period, N just simply means in or among or around or within. So when it says Jesus is coming in his kingdom, it just means he's coming with his kingdom, which again, one of the reasons why all of the Bible translations say in rather than into is because it matches not only the language, but it matches everything Jesus ever said. This is exactly how he phrases it when he says it in Matthew 24, when he says it in Matthew 25, when he says it in Matthew 26. He's talking about coming with his kingdom, not leaving the earth and going into his kingdom.
You know, we have a translation that says, it's from Neophytus Vanvas translation. It's a legit one. That says, τον ιό του ανθρώπου να έρχεται εις την βασιλεία του. Is, not n, is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, if I had to take what you say the way you mean it, then this one actually completely destroys your argument, because here it doesn't use n as a translation, it uses is.
Well,
And it's in Greek text.
I don't know of a text that says is. Let me find it.
Yeah, go. It's I can tell you, it's Neophytos Vanvas translation.
Well, as it turns out, I've got a critical edition of the Greek New Testament. We can see if there's an edition that says is instead of n.
Yeah, go to. I'm just quoting you the source I got it from, right?
I don't
When
know
it
your
says-
source, but
It's something we are using. It's not something that I got it out of my head.
well, I don't know what your source is, but I'm looking at Matthew 16,
I'm
28
naming it for you. I mean,
in
if you use the
the-
name,
in the critical edition. I didn't hear a name of the text.
I said the name of the translation. Are you not quoting like a new translation, King James version, or whatever you're telling? How are you
No.
actually quoting?
Also, this is a critical edition of the Greek New Testament. The apparatus at the bottom shows you all the deviations. There's not a single ace n deviation for verse 28 in Matthew 16. So whatever you're reading is somebody's interpretation of it. It's not what the manuscripts say. I'm just telling you what's in the manuscripts.
Here it says Neophytos Vanvas translation.
What's your source?
If you go and look, if I go and look the Greek Bible and I want to read the Greek Bible, it gives you multiple versions that you can choose and pick from to understand what it
Well,
says.
I'm not interested in the version.
Just
I'm
like
interested.
you can go like in the Bible.com or wherever you go, and then they have the new translation. You got King James version. You got multiple things that you use. This is ancient Greek text still.
Right. I'm not interested in a translation. I'm interested in like the actual manuscripts. The manuscripts don't say ace. So if you've got a Greek text that says ace, somebody's adding that for you. Somebody wants you to read that.
Anyway, that doesn't create problems for me anyway. I wanted to point this out. Anyway, the n, though, it has multiple possible usages. That doesn't mean just because it has multiple possible usages, it actually means exactly that. The way we read it in Greek doesn't give a different understanding. It is possible that you can have a different understanding, but that has to do with the word used with. It doesn't go like you use it everywhere. Like everywhere you see n, it means with.
I didn't say everywhere. I specifically told you the reason why it's translated as in or with in all of the translations is because of the context and because of the word that precedes it, coming. Going into is different than coming in. Coming and going are different. One is going from here to there, and one is coming from there to here. Coming and going are different words. So if you're coming in the kingdom, you're coming with the kingdom, in the kingdom. If you're going to the kingdom, then you would say you're going into the kingdom. That's the difference.
Yeah, but if you translated this back to Greek, it doesn't work that way. It makes no sense to me to say it the way you said it. I cannot say going. You say, to you, it makes sense to say going, but if you translate it in Greek, it doesn't make sense because it's like saying actually πήγαινε. It's a different word. For you, it makes sense to get that understanding because you're using the same word for two different things in a sense, but it makes more sense to you to say going than it says to say coming, but for us, it's the opposite. It makes more sense to say coming than it says to say going because that's how we speak. Also, I would say this. If that was the case, why would we not use the word meta, which actually gives you what you want?
Meta is perfectly appropriate, yeah, for with.
Yes, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. If the meaning the Greeks want to say, I mean, the apostle who wrote that text wanted to actually say this, he would use something that was more common at the time that we still like. I mean, we speak more that is in common, not like okay, you can. I will make it harder for people to understand, so I will use n. So if
What
it truly
about,
was the meaning to say that he is coming with his kingdom,
what
why
about
not use meta, which
pareumai?
is more common?
What?
Hmm?
Just because it's more common doesn't mean it's being misused. Like, we have functions like in biblical Greek to refer to go places. Like, we've got like 5 different ways of saying go, and we've got multiple ways of saying come. There's a reason why the text says come in rather than go into. Like, listen, what you're doing right now. Listen, I love that you're a native Greek speaker. It's fantastic. It's a great way to actually get the dialogue about the nuances of the Greek translation. The problem that you have is you're fighting uphill against all of the Bible scholars, all of them, and the lexicon itself. So, like, I'm not telling you that this is my interpretation. I didn't invent this. I'm just telling you what the Bible scholars and the people
You
who
know
study
what?
classical Greek are telling me.
No matter what your scholars or anyone tells
I'm
me,
sure they're all
it's like,
wrong. Yeah.
yeah, no, it doesn't matter if they are wrong or not. It's not. There is. You won't find a single Greek who will agree with you. That when you speak about that specific verse, that he would tell you, he would understand that he comes with his kingdom. There is no way. It alienates from me when I read it the way you tell me. It alienates from me. It's like
Because
that doesn't
you're
work
trying
for me.
to interpret it in the way that you specifically speak. When you do Bible translations, what you're trying to do is figure out what did the author mean by that. And it changes over time. For example, the word Parthenos meant something different for Matthew than it did to Homer in Plato. If you read Homer's and Plato's work, you'll find Parthenos gets used of even women post-birth. Women who have already given birth to children are referred to as virgins or Parthenos. But at Matthew's time period, he understood the word to only refer to somebody who's never had sexual intercourse, or at least never had children. So the semantic range of these words, I get that they're going to be different than maybe what you grew up with. But the point of translations is not to say how do people think about it now, it's what do these people think it meant back then. And also, if you're using Matthew as an author, or whoever Matthew was, then you have to translate it consistently with what Matthew says. And Matthew tells you what he means. On multiple occasions, he tells you what he's talking about.
Let me put it like this. If it was any other word, like anything else, that it's not like commonly used in modern Greek, because this n, even though it was used in ancient Greek text more commonly than it is used in modern Greek, the meaning is still the same. For example, if I say, endrasi, endrasi means in action.
Mhm.
Okay, so when you say in action, could you say in action actually inferencing that is coming like with action?
Yeah, but in action is different than into action. You're trying to say that Jesus is saying he's going into something, and he's not. He's not leaving. He's not going into something. He's coming in or with something. It's just a plain reading of the text in both languages. If he wanted to say he's going somewhere, he could have just said it, and he didn't say
when
it.
you listen. Okay, so in your language, it doesn't make sense to say going, correct? Going into something.
Well,
But
it does
when
in
you
biblical Greek. Did you not look at all the ways they say go in biblical Greek? That shows up in the New Testament all the time.
If I wanted to say it the same way you said it and translate it back to Greek, by saying the meaning you are interpreting, that it says coming with his kingdom, or when I'm trying to say going into his kingdom, the going to, we're not able to use it in that sense, in that text. Because
you don't have participles?
It's alienated.
Of course you do have participles.
For us, it's better to say he's coming into his kingdom than it's going into his kingdom. Because going, when you translate it into Greek, it sounds bad. It doesn't work for us.
Well, don't tell the biblical authors, because they disagree with you. They did it like 40 or 50 times. Do you want me to show you? Matthew himself has a specific word that he likes to use for go, and it's not the same word you're referring to. I'll just show it to you. It's fine.
Yeah, just show it to me, and I will tell you if there is a difference and why.
Matthew uses pareo, or ou, and he uses it on a number of occasions. And the reason why this is important is because Matthew had a perfectly viable word if he wanted to say to go or to depart or to leave, because he uses this word a lot. This is a very common word in the Matthean documents. It's like 20 times. He could have just used that word.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's alienated. That's why it's not using the word. You're saying the same thing.
No, we're not saying the same thing. This word isn't
No, you
used
don't
in Matthew
understand. You don't
16.
understand.
In Matthew 16,
in
in
your
Matthew,
dialect, sometimes listen.
maybe English is the problem. In English, going and coming are different. In Greek, going
Yes.
and coming are different.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't make sense for us to say it when if we wanted to say it going, it doesn't make sense for us to say going.
It does, because that's what the word means.
Yeah, it means, but we don't say it. It's a dialect thing.
You might
you
not.
know,
Again, you might not say it today. I'm not asking you what you use today. What I'm telling you is this is how it's used in Matthew's writings. Matthew uses these words to refer to the things I'm talking about. I don't care what you're using today. I'm telling you what Matthew's doing.
by the same meaning, even though you don't care how you use that today, the word n. Let's leave the rest. Today maybe we changed, but the word n is
this is
used
a silly
the same way.
this is a silly conversation, and you're not going to get anywhere with me until you can show me a good classical Greek text that differs like from the usage, or a lexicon that differs. You're just barking up the wrong tree, my man.
What you are actually asking me is to actually find you something that removes the word with, which is not possible because the meaning is there.
What I'm asking you to show me a lexical resource that agrees with you.
But what I'm saying is the word with is not actually inferenced here.
Right, but what I'm asking you is to show me a lexical resource that agrees with your interpretation. For the same reason, if we were arguing about the meaning of an English word, I would show you in an English lexical resource what the word is meaning and how we use it, or how they used it back then.
You're telling me all the Greek scholars, all the Greek people who translated this verse, we all got it wrong. So you
No, I'm actually saying that the scholars got it right.
You solved it and we did not.
Just to be clear, you're disagreeing with the scholars, not me.
No, I'm asking you because you're using their sources.
Find me a scholarly resource that agrees with you then.
Did you hear my question though? I said
I didn't hear a question. It sounds like you're not listening to my question. Can you find me a scholarly resource that agrees with your position?
An English one? No, there is no way to find you an English one because most likely you got it wrong if that was the case.
Well, find me a lexicon that agrees with you.
An English one.
I don't care.
Do you hear my question? What it was? Yeah. Do you hear the question? What my question was? I asked you this. Are you suggesting that your scholar is saying that we got it wrong?
Yes, I'm saying that the scholars disagree with you.
Not
you
with
specifically.
Me. Fuck me.
No, with you specifically.
No. I wouldn't say me because it's not something you would go to any church, to any scholar in any Greek state. I mean, not a single Greek person will come to you and will tell you it's the meaning you gave.
Well, I would disagree. I don't know why you're saying this. Listen, I agree that maybe you have a tradition, like you've got like a Greek translation of the Bible that is biased because it's trying to utilize words that are like in an apologetic sense. But again, I'm just telling you what the biblical scholars are saying. If you're disagreeing with the actual Greek lexicon, that's on you. I can't help you with that one.
Okay, so what I'm telling you, it's an option that it can be used this way as an inference when in is much more stronger, coming closer to what the in is used for, the n, and the in, n as used as in, comes much more closer to the meaning of the n than its with. And you are telling me you are giving more power to the with as of what was spoken before. When I'm explaining you the word before, it makes sense for us to say so because it's an inference that we are. Look, I finished the school from that teaches the stuff. It's and even if I decline everything I know, you're actually decline everything I am to accept what you say. That is the case. Someone who lives.
I don't know how to help you. Like claiming that I should trust your interpretation of classical Greek rather than the scholars and the lexicons is absurd to me. For the same reason, if I told you that my interpretation of Elizabethan English was superior, just because I was an English speaker, it wouldn't make any difference to me. You'd still have to go to an actual lexical resource of Middle English or Elizabethan English, and you would have to demonstrate why I'm wrong. You can't just say that I'm right or I'm wrong, and I can't just demand that I'm right or wrong just because I speak English natively. speaking a native language doesn't mean that you're an expert in how it was used classically.
Okay, but the thing is, I picked the 5 most common verses that I know of that most people use. Okay, and one is not very popular because it's the next. I mean, from a website that I found just to find more variants. I was looking for variants, so there is not a single one of them that actually inherits, but only the one you point out with N to make a case that it speaks about with kingdom out of your lexicon, making the case of it speaks about with kingdom, not in kingdom or into the kingdom. So what I'm saying is, why don't we have in my language, which technically you are taking it from us, not having multiple versions that would actually hint the same idea?
I didn't hear a question in there.
The question was, why don't we as Greeks have more versions of that translations that would hint that very idea you said about?
You don't need a translation if you can read classical Greek. That's my point. If you're reading classical Greek, you don't need any translation. You can just read it. The same reason why most native Hebrew speakers can just pick up the Hebrew Bible and read it. Are there some differences in word usage and grammar? Sure, absolutely. But you don't need a translation into modern Hebrew to read it. Like you can just pick up a lexicon and learn the way that the words were used anciently.
Yeah, I don't think we will get with anything with this. Regardless, I would say it's a barrier language more than to your side than it is to mine, because when I read it, I understand what I'm reading, and when you read it, it says the lexicon says that. Argue with it, and I'm like,
you read it through a modern lens. This,
yeah, but
again,
the word N,
just because you have a way of using words today doesn't mean that that's how they were used back then. For all the things that I've just illustrated that you weren't listened to, like you're so hell bent on proving this point without actually addressing any of the things that I've said, which is why these conversations are boring. Is I actually give you really good rebuttals to why I disagree with you, and then you don't address them. You just go back to the same bad argument, hoping it's going to work if you repeat yourself for the 15th time, but it actually doesn't work anytime. Not a single time you said it
doesn't work anytime. So when I told you about the metatis Vasilias αυτού, meta, you said that that could also be used. So what I'm asking is this. So you're telling me it could have done that, but he didn't do it, when you can find multiple examples when that word is used. Why would he use an inference word that is very hard to actually make sense, especially when you read it as a native speaker, to make that understanding you are claiming for, and not use meta and
it's actually not difficult. It's just a common preposition, not a difficult one to wrap your arms around.
No.
It's like one of the most common words in the Hebrew Bible, or the Greek New Testament, rather.
Yeah, but this word is the N.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak about everything before that or after that. It's still very common in modern Greek. Very common.
Do me a favor. Read Matthew 2:2 for me.
Matthew 2:2 for you in Greek, or what?
Give me your interpretation. Give me your translation of Matthew 2:2.
I'm asking, what should I use?
Use whatever Greek text you got. I assume it's
Greek.
I assume it's the same Greek text as what I got.
Okay, let me go back to. I have to write it in Greek, and I have to change my keyboard. Where is it? Come on. It gives me the website from the Metropolis. I don't want this one. I want the other one, and I don't find it. Is it this one? Let me use this one. I think. Okay. Not modern Greek. You want the old one, right?
Yeah, Matthew 2:2.
Not modern Greek. I shouldn't use modern Greek, or what do you want me to use?
Just read the classical Greek text.
Okay, let me find it. The one I have here. This one is not here. What is it? Okay, the one I have is NTV. Do you know what this is?
NTV, New Testament version. I've never heard of NTV, but I assume that's what it means.
Okay, could be. Anyway, you told me 2:2 that it says και ρωτούσαν πού είναι εκείνος που εγεννήθηκε ο βασιλεύς των Ιουδαίων, διότι είδαμε τον άστρον του να ανατέλει και ήλθαμε να τον προσκυνήσουμε. What do you want me to tell you about this? Because here it speaks, they were asking, what is the one who was born the king of Judeos? How do you call this in English?
No, you got it.
Yeah. And because we saw the star that was in the east, how do you call that in English? Anyway, and we came to worship, proskineo. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, I want to show you something very specific. You see there are two words that show up in this text. There's N and ace in this particular verse, isn't there? Both N and ace are used in this particular verse, and the context tells you that one is in and one of them is into. Just by the context alone.
Where do you see the N in what I just wrote you?
I don't know what you wrote me. I've got the text open though. Do you want me to show it to you?
Yeah, you can show me yours if you want to, because I don't see the N from the version I read.
Okay.
Maybe you can tell me how it's called by the letters that is used so I can look it up.
This is the SBL. Oops, wrong button. This is the SBL Greek edition. It's going to be the critical edition of the Greek New Testament from the Society of Biblical Literature. And so what you'll find is that it says en ameres. That means in days, in the days of Herod. In, not into, in the days of. Same thing with en. Having been born
En ti Anatoli ke ilthomen, you mean that?
What I'm saying is the word en shows up on multiple occasions in this one singular passage, and it always refers to being in something. And the word ace actually shows up here as well, and it is distinctly used, contextually speaking, of going to somewhere. In this case, Jerusalem. Arriving into Jerusalem.
Here I read, can I read you what I have? So, because I'm not sure I have the right reflection. Here it says, λέγοντες που εστίν ο τεχθής, βασιλεύς των Ιουδαίων, είδομεν γάρ αυτού τον αστέρα εν τη Ανατολή και ήλθομεν προσκυνήσε αυτό. Where do you say the in, or what was the second one you spoke about? Is because all I see
word.
is n. N, it's N, it's not in. Where do you
That's
got
what I
the
said.
in from? Okay, you made the translation into, yes, in, I get it. But why would that make it as being with?
But in is identical. To be in something is to be with it. You can't be with it and not be
but
in it or around it. So it's a preposition. It's a preposition of proximity. So you can be born in Bethlehem. Being born into Bethlehem is a nonsensical statement. You can be in the days of King Herod. Being into the days of King Herod is a nonsensical statement. You can arrive into Jerusalem, but arriving with Jerusalem or arriving in Jerusalem would carry a different meaning.
Are you able to open a second window to help you to see the distinction I'm trying to make to understand why the
I don't know
case
what you're trying to
what
make.
you're describing?
Also, it talks about the star in the east. It didn't say into the east. The star in the east, meaning the star is positioned in the east. That's why it's a preposition. This is not difficult. Sophus, how much time do you want to waste on this dumb argument? I don't think you're gonna.
I will make a small question, and I will ask you on one thing, and then I will tell you one more thing, and then if you insist on that, I will leave it as it is. Here, when it says "En ti Anatoli," can you bring the window back up? It's very important. Okay, so here it says "En ti Anatoli." Would you say here means with Anatoly? Here.
Hold on.
So on the top, you gave me the other one that says "En." Where was it?
There's
En
1, 2, 3. I got 3 distinct usages of n, and they're all used in the same method.
I'm asking the distinction between en Bethlehem and the other one that says en ti, and then what is the next word I can recall?
I don't understand your question.
Are you saying that when it speaks about en Bethlehem and go down where it says en ti Anatoli, is the same thing saying with?
It means in.
No, I'm asking in whether there is an inference about with. That's what I'm asking you.
The inference is
Because-
given in the location. In Bethlehem is a location. Bethlehem is not something that you can come with. You can't come with Bethlehem because it's just a location that you could be located in. Same thing with the days, right? In the days. You can't bring those days with you. You're just in those days. But if you have something that's moving and you're bringing it with you, or you're inside of it as it's moving, like it's coming and you're in it, that means you're coming with it. Something that travels alongside of you is with.
Okay, I think I get where your issue is, and I don't think I can, not only by the word how it is, but how later the second coming is described, because this is when he came down, the kingdom, the physical one came down after the war was ended. It was way after that. In 21, 22 chapter, there is no mention of beast or false prophet or Satan himself. That's, and even then,
I have
you
no
see the
idea why
bride with
Revelation is relevant
Jesus.
here.
It is because
How?
the coming of the kingdom you are describing
Tophus, the problem
is coming with him.
you're
How-
committing
how-
the
how
same
do you make it
problem as
work?
everybody else. It doesn't work. That's the problem. So you're reading this text and you're saying, no, every text here must agree somehow and they must all be true. So I'm just going to bend over backwards and make them all true. No. I don't have to do all that. I can just look at it and say, hey, it says something that isn't true, and it does it dozens and dozens of times. So I'm just going to take the text and say, here's one more thing that didn't come true. There's hundreds of things in this book that never came true that were predicted. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Nah, I don't see that. Even
I
the
can-
other example
you want me to
gave
show
the
you?
other time, sure, you can try.
Not even hard.
But here, I don't see that. There is no way you can explain to me and see this and say, yes, that's the case. No way.
Yeah,
I have to deny who.
You have to deny all the scholarship. That's fine. You can and the lexicon and Matthew's own usage of the word that's clearly demonstrated within the context.
I will give you something even better. I am in a position myself denying the entire religion that claims to be Christian, and I find it all of it wrong. There is not a single religion in this world that actually is true. Not a single one.
Not this one either.
This is not about religion. This is the word
If-
of God. That's two
Well,
different things. I'm not
that
talking
is a
about the word of
religion.
God.
If you believe that, if you
No.
believe this is the word of God, you now have a religion. That's what it means to be religious, is to believe in God and some system of worship.
By that definition, everyone has a religion, because even an atheist has a religion, which is what he believes.
Wrong. To be in a religion, you have to actually worship some sort of divine entity, and we don't. So that doesn't work. Anyways, let's see. There's a lot of shit that didn't happen in the Bible. You want to start Old Testament or New Testament?
Go to New Testament, which is I am more familiar than I am with the Old Testament.
Sure. All right. Let's see. Jesus also, 1 second, said in John, I believe John 3.
Sorry, let me actually have something so I can see it and have a reflection while we talk. I don't want to. Just give me the name and I will check it out.
Yeah. So the Jesus character is a goof from way back, even from before he was born. It's just goof. I had no idea what was in the Hebrew Bible. Obviously couldn't read Hebrew. Misquotes it at every turn. This is one of my favorite ones. This is one of my favorite blunders of Jesus.
John
he
3 what?
John 3:13.
Okay, I think I can read it, even though the quality is kind of, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who has descended from heaven, the Son of Man. What do you want to actually make a claim for that?
Well, my claim is pretty clear. Jesus says that no one has actually ascended into heaven other than himself.
So what is your question on that? Just the phrase itself? What is he talking about?
Is it true?
When he said that, was he down here on earth with us preaching?
Yep.
So what I would understand from this myself is he speaks about no man has ascended to heaven other than he himself, that he would, because there was no good one. And
But is
I
it
think
true?
If he said it, it should be.
Well, it can't be because both Elijah and Enoch ascended into heaven. You ever read Second Kings?
Yeah, I get what you mean. On this one, and
Yeah.
I even thought it before you even said it that you would go into that.
Right. Yeah. He ascended into heaven on the fiery chariot. You know about that.
Let me read the context though.
Pretty
Mm.
simple.
Yeah, it is pretty simple. But I'm sure if I study this enough, I might find an answer.
That's what people say,
Because-
but there's not an actual answer. I already know the apologetics. I mean, once you go figure them out and come back, I'll
Yeah,
tell you why they don't work.
just like everyone knows that when like the beast is an antichrist, when actually beast represents humanity. Yeah,
No,
find
the
one
beast
person
is
that
clearly
says
Nero. It's
But
like
Nero,
almost
what-
universally agreed on by Bible scholars, New Testament scholars, that the beast is Nero. It's not even like a question in scholarship.
which is what I'm telling you, that they all got it wrong.
Yeah, based on what?
See-
But what? They got it right.
Based
Didn't
on
we already
what?
go over?
If-
Didn't we
okay,
already go over
would
this?
you would you agree that the Old Testament multiple times described the human base the humans, the people described with beasts or with animals, that if you
It's-
are not guided by God, you are
It's,
like
it's
an animal.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I already told you from Matthew 16 why it's about Nero. Didn't we go over this?
No, for Nero, no, we never spoke
Oh.
about it. That's the first time we I think you might be
Oh.
confusing another discussion with someone
Well,
else.
we covered a lot. So let me go over Revelation 13. I'll just give you the reason why all scholars agree this is about Nero. Okay, so there's two things. I'm going to do the latter part first. It says, this calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast. So there's a number that represents the beast. For it is the number of a person. So this is a human being. This is a person. It says its number is 666. Well, anyone who's done Hebrew gematria knows that you can take the like the numerical value of the Hebrew letters and
Wait a second. Why does it say a person when it says it's a human?
a person is a human typically.
Yeah, no, that's not the same. It's two different things. It's one thing to say human, it's another thing to say person. Person is specific, human is general, not the same.
I think if you're a native English speaker, typically a person and a human are the same thing.
Yeah, but you can make the confusion clearly because when it says it's a human, the number is human. Let me tell you what I think the number is. Because the description is right in front of you and you don't even see it.
I do see it. Do you want me to tell you why it's Nero or not?
You can tell me, but I don't want to agree. But you can tell me, and then I can tell you what I think the number is. And it's right in front of you, front of you.
I listen, I know. That's why I'm going to tell you why I'm right. So
Okay,
again, this is the number of a human being, is it not?
Yeah. No, it's a number of a human. Oh, don't confuse it. I'm not binding it to a person. That's what I'm telling you.
A human and a person are the same.
No.
So anyways, this is the number of a man.
Because God has a personhood, but not all gods from the personhood of the Trinity is actually human. Only Jesus is both human and God. But God the
it
Father
literally
and
says in the Greek text, it says man.
Yes, man, not person, not the same.
A man is a person.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, listen, we're not going to agree on this one. Let's just
Never
read
mind.
the verse.
Okay,
So it says,
let's read.
It's a human being. It's like an atom, and the number is 666. This is obviously Nero. If you take the Greek spelling of Nero's name, because they have Greek has nominative endings. It's Neron Kaiser, and that's why the Greek manuscripts will say 666. The Latin manuscripts, which surprisingly are basically as old as the Greek manuscripts, actually say 616. Which, if you take the Latinized spelling of Nero's name, it's just Nero. That's the way we would pronounce it today. Nero Kaiser comes out to 616. So their manuscripts are clearly pointing towards Nero based on how the Hebrew gematria works. And then if you go back, you'll see the other reason why it's clearly about Nero, because the guy is healed of a mortal wound, right? So if we go back here,
Imagine
healed.
an atheist being the closest thing I can get to someone to listen. Ah,
Yeah, it says one of its heads seemed to have received a death blow, but its fatal wound had been healed. This refers to the Nero Redivivus legend. Do you know about Nero Redivivus?
okay, let me tell you this. I'm not gonna use anything external outside the Bible to understand the Bible. Everything I know
You have
personally, if
to.
I show you, no, I don't have to, and I
Yes, you
solved it
do.
without.
You actually
Actually,
didn't
I don't.
solve it. So the problem that
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
I'm gonna correct you right here. This is not even difficult. You can't use the Bible to interpret the Bible when it's referring to something that you need to know about in the first century. If it mentions something in the first century and you don't know anything about the first century, you need to go find it. Like if it talks about
Okay,
Pilate
let me make.
hold on, Tophus. If the Bible mentions Pilate and you don't know a single fucking thing about Pilate, you got to go to the historical texts to find out what's going on with Pilate. You can't just use the rest of the Bible to figure it out. So this is very simple. The Nero Redivivus legend is that he went away, he died in battle, but he was revived of his wound. He was coming back to persecute the Christians and the Jews. It was so popular, early Christians were writing about it, claiming that it was true. Early Jews did too. Even the Sibylline Oracles referred to it. And it was so popular that there was at least 6 different resurrected Nero imposters that were put down by the Roman state because of it.
Let me ask you this. Would you agree that the number of God is 7? I mean, the number that represents God is 7. Would you agree on that based on what the Bible says? That this number represents God, the completion,
No.
in a sense, no?
No.
So if I say God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy and the Holy Spirit are 777,
No.
would you say that's not the case? Would you
Not how that works.
That's not how it works. So when
No.
you have, like, for example, God is the authority.
Mhm.
God the Father is the authority. God the
Mhm.
Son is the image of God. Is that wrong? When you say the Holy Spirit guides and leads and guides you and teaches you things, is that something that I'm getting also wrong?
No, that's not wrong. That's what the New Testament says. What's wrong is trying to tie the individual entities of the Trinity to the number 7.
Okay, I won't like do that part. I will do the thing that you are actually agree on me, so I can actually show you what I mean. So would you agree on me when it says the Son of Man, Jesus, is the image of God? If you meet Jesus, it's like meeting the Father. It's like
That's what he says. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. Yep.
Okay.
Colossians says that he's the visible image, or Hebrews says he's the visible image.
Okay. So when you have the Father, the correct mirror, when you see from the beast of Revelation, you see Father has the authority, beast has the authority, and then you have Holy Spirit is guiding people, teaching people. Then you have false prophet doing the same thing, and then you got Jesus who's reflecting what God is all about, and then you got the image of the beast who is reflecting what the beast is all about. Are we on this topic agreeing?
I don't even know what you're saying.
You don't get it?
No.
So just like the Son of Man shows what God is all about, I'm saying the image of the beast is the same thing, does the same work like the image of God does with Christ, but now we do the same with the beast.
No,
Are
I
you
don't think
following?
that's not what's happening here.
So you're telling me the same image works different in one case and it works different in another case. So we are
No,
changing the meaning
not
because
at
it
all.
doesn't say.
Jesus is the image of the Father. There's no image of the devil. There's no image of the Antichrist.
What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to
Now there's
put
an evil
person. I'm not
Trinity. Evil Trinity is crazy.
Look, I'm not trying to put a person. I'm not trying to name something.
I thought I
Okay,
was
I'm
part of the
trying to-
evil Trinity. Wait, when did I not
No,
become?
no.
I thought I was part of the unholy Trinity. Damn
Who
it!
said that?
I better work harder.
No. What I'm trying to say is, would the image of God and the image of the beast have the same work, but pointing to what the Father, what the authority is all about, what the beast represents all about, like God, what represents all about?
I would have no
Would
reason
that
to believe
logic
that.
apply in both cases? That's
No.
what I'm asking you.
No, because the beast here is just Nero. This is coded references to the Roman Empire.
Okay, so when it speaks about the beast of the Daniel in the four beasts of the Daniel, where you see the last beast, actually the way it dies, the way it ends, is the same way the beast of Revelation dies and ends. And when you see the beast from Daniel has the 10 horns, has the same depiction that says later is depicted by having the same appearance as before. The difference is it has 7 heads, and it also has the previous descriptions of the previous beasts. And what I see is the same beast from Daniel is a book that is actually sealed, means the vision is limited. And when you see Revelation, the same book says that the book is not sealed, it's not limited. And when you read it, you see it has 7 heads, which the 7 heads come from the dragon, because he's the one who was transferring the power from him to the beast. How
I
can
think
you
you're
say it's a
confused.
person
The beast
when
in
it's actually-
Revelation, the beast in Revelation doesn't show up in Daniel.
It does.
No.
No, go read the book of Daniel and read
have.
how it's describing the last beast and how
I
it's
have.
describing the new
read it.
beast.
Yeah.
And you say it doesn't say like it's dying, or it's like it's the same
It
distraction
tells,
that
it tells you who it is. It's Antiochus.
You know the book is signified, right?
No. The
No?
people who wrote Revelation were obviously riffing on the book of Daniel without actually understanding it. They're goofs. The New Testament authors don't know shit about the Hebrew Bible. They're all idiots.
So is the book of Revelation signified or not?
I don't know what you mean by signify. No, nothing in the Revelation needs to be like fed backwards into the book of Daniel.
So if the same book tells you it is actually signified, you are gonna say it's not.
What I'm going to say is that for the same reason you would reject the Book of Mormon interpreting the New Testament for you, I reject the New Testament's interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. And just because the New Testament says something about the Old Testament doesn't mean that that's like how I should interpret the Old Testament.
I want to ask you a personal question, if you don't mind answering. It's fine. Everyone can believe what they want, but you personally, regardless of, whether there is God or not, do you have the feeling that there needs to be a justice, that if there was a God, he should have done something, that according to you, that if there is, do you have the feeling that you need God to be real, but you don't see it?
No. I don't think that humans will ever achieve perfect justice. I mean, it'd be great. We'd love for it, but probably never going to happen.
My question is whether you have the feeling, whether you want it to be true, but you don't see it. It's like, yes, I would like it to be, but there is no evidence for it.
Yeah, listen, nobody here is like against the existence of God. There's just no reason to believe it. If there was a reason to believe it, then my prompt would say God is real, prove me wrong, but there isn't any.
What I will say, and I will close to this because I think we kind of we talk a lot. Maybe I'll come another time. We can speak again. I will say this. Personally, I don't think you need to be baptized, to be in a religion, to be like in any type of shit that would tell you, oh, you need to do all this to be saved. None of this matters. I know you have your objections, and I get it. And I think I personally know there is God. You have your own thoughts, but the one who made this happen and created us all will judge us according to what we know. And I will tell you this. If you truly in your heart want like something for this to be real, even though you don't see the evidence, if there was something like this, would you submit to it if there was evidence to it?
To what? To Jesus or the God of the Old Testament?
God, general God. Would you say you need God in your life if there was evidence for it?
If there was a God, I'd be more than happy to recognize that the God existed. If the God of the Bible existed, that dude's a piece of shit. I'm not so worried about worshiping that guy. He can burn me in hell.
And my question wasn't that. My question was whether you personally have the need in your heart to actually God to exist for you to fix what it cannot be fixed, because we cannot fix shit. You can see how we live.
No, I don't have a burning desire in my heart for God to exist to fix things. My burning desire is for human beings to figure their shit out.
I get it. Can I say one last thing?
Sure.
I really want to see your opinion on that, because I saw the other guy spoke to you about something personal that happened in his life, and I really want to see how you are going to respond to mine.
Mm-hmm.
because mine is something that it's very hard to say it happened by accident, especially when I never experienced something like this in my life ever.
I'm sure yours is very
Okay.
special.
It doesn't need to be special, but I really need. To me, it is. To you, I just want to see your response. Nothing else.
Okay.
I just want to see your response. In my entire life until this December, all I was doing in my life is play video games. I guess I had some desire about God, but not so much like to go into deep analysis, studying the Bible. My desire was not so strong. Okay, but not a single answer from what I have seen from other religions actually filled me, because there are too many holes, like you pointed out yourself. What I'm trying to do personally right now is try to fix the holes by myself, trying to see what fits and what doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So the day I said to myself and I cried out to God, thinking He's listening, I deny myself. I just want to see the truth, regardless of what the truth is. I don't want to like believe in something that someone else says it is. I just want to read it and guide me to find the truth. The very same day, I went to bed and slept. And at that same day, I watched a dream I never experienced in my life before, where I had one hand holding me from my neck in the air. Everything surrounding me was black, pitch black, like completely dark. And I see three sideways figures jumping all over the other, and they had some shining eyes. And the moment I said Jesus' name and rebuked them, I slept out of this. So that alone doesn't help, because everyone can claim I saw a dream, blah blah
Mhm.
blah. I would agree on that. And I didn't even count it as something that it's something like supernatural. So I came to a living room. I just lost in my thoughts. What did I watch right now in my dream? 5, maybe 10 minutes later, my wife wakes up. She comes here very scared and she tells me, "Can we go to bed?" So I tell her, "Yes, why not? I mean, I will come to you." I didn't know why she came to me so scared. I didn't think to ask. But the next day I told her I saw a very strange dream, and her reaction was, yesterday when you were at the living room, I came to you. I said, yes. Well, I saw a dream where a demon was holding me in the bed, and she had the hand all over me and I couldn't move. So how can two people have the same dream where I never once in my life saw a dream like this?
Yeah, for the same reason that I would tell anybody.
I
I
cannot hear you.
know,
If you are speaking, I cannot hear you. I don't know why.
but how do you not hear me? Everyone else can hear me, right?
Maybe
Your headphones
my
stop working.
sound is gone. Let me fix that. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Yeah, it's me. And come on. Yes. Now you can talk. Try again.
Yeah. So I would say the same thing to anybody. I have no access to your private life to know if any of this is true. I have no access to your private life to know if you're interpreting the events correctly. I personally know a lot of people who have had religious experiences, but they also have crazy other stories that never happened. I personally know 2 individuals, one of them in my own family, who suffers from what classically we would call schizophrenia. There's probably a better name for it nowadays. I'm not particularly impressed by people having religious visions or personal experiences, given that they exist in all religions. And also, when we medicate these people, these visions tend to go away.
Yeah, but the question
And
was
the term is schizophrenia.
how would you how would you explain 2 people having the same dream? Kind of. That's my question.
I would say it's not only is it fairly common, it's also unverifiable.
We
I'm-
can't even
I'm
know
not-
it happened to explain it in the first place.
Look, it happened for me, and it's for me to know it. It's I'm
I
saving it
understand, I
because
understand.
I really
Mhm.
yeah. I
I
just want
understand
to
it
see
happened to
how.
you.
Yeah.
But the problem is, for example, if I come to you and tell you, how can you explain the flying little man that's in my room right now? How would you know it's true in the first place for you to explain it? Why is it your burden to
My
prove it or
question-
explain it when you don't even know if it actually happened or not?
My question is not to convince you.
Mhm.
My question is, how would you
I know-
convince
I
me
know.
after I experienced this from my lens
I wouldn't.
that God doesn't exist?
I would
That's what
say
I'm trying
maybe
to
see a
say.
medical professional.
Both me and my wife.
That's what I'm saying. Is my goal isn't to convince you of your own personal experiences.
Yeah, but the thing is, I never saw it again, and I only saw it once in my life together at the same time with my wife. And I'm explaining to you, you are saying God doesn't exist, and you are making very good, valid arguments. I'm not denying that, okay? But when I'm trying to ask you is this, okay, I want to seek the truth the same way you do. But the moment I denied myself, the moment I said, Christ, I give myself to you, even though at the moment, or in my heart, when I said I knew what I meant, and then I experienced together with my wife the same dream, how would I say God doesn't exist because you have a valid point in your argument that maybe I might not be able to explain?
For the same reason why my friend Hanji, who was visited by 2 of the Egyptian gods, I would never tell her that her experience wasn't real. Do I believe her experience? No. Do you believe her experience? No, of course not. So I disregard your experience the same way I disregard hers, the same way you disregard hers.
But my question is not whether you disregard my experience. How would I disregard my experience when it wasn't just my experience? When
I'm not
I
telling you to.
experienced this. Yeah, but I told you last time I spoke to you, I'm seeking the truth the same way you do.
I believe
and
you.
I would really want to know, to be like, am I wasting my time? I mean, why would I not want to know the truth? And are you not trying to do the same thing here? Help people to seek the truth because they are blinded?
Here's what I would tell you.
Used.
Yep. When I was a brand new Christian, I had at least probably 2 different experiences that for me were really convincing. It really helped me at that time period to believe that the thing was real. Now, once you read the Bible and you realize this Bible isn't true, then it's really easy to turn around and give alternative explanations for it. It happens all the time. So right now, the reason why these things are super convincing to you is because you still believe that this religion is true. But if you get to a point where you don't believe that the religion is true anymore, it's very easy to turn around and chalk these things up to any number of mental phenomenon.
And the thing is, like, the dreams are usually based on what you've gone through in the day. And her being your wife, you probably have gone through the same experiences in the day. And if you had 2 different nightmares, usually people do not even recall their memories well from a dream, quote unquote. So when you wake up and then she tells you she had a scary dream and describes it to you, you might just subconsciously just attach her specific recollection of the dream to your also nightmare, which was also scary, since you share the same emotion. It doesn't have to be the thing that happened.
No. I didn't say I was scared. I wasn't even scared. I just realized what happened.
Sure. The thing, as I said, that would still apply. The fact is that dreams usually are not remembered well. And when you have somebody sharing an experience, for example, your wife sharing an experience with you, it's very possible. It's at least way more possible than a random guy in the sky controlling the universe, that you've just had your brain just based its recollection of the dream based upon somebody else's dream.
I don't think I can discard it. If it was just me,
I
would say, yeah, it's my dream.
I'm not
if
saying
it was
to
just
discard
me,
it.
I could
I'm not saying to
understand the
discard it.
argument.
My problem is that dreams are not a reliable source of memory, number 1. Number 2, even if, for example, that your memory was reliable, for your dream specifically, what are the chances that both you and your wife remember the dream perfectly?
We didn't.
Justin, sure, then how would you know that your recollections are the same?
Because the focus was the same. I mean, when I sleep, I don't watch. I mean, I'm not watching just one dream every time I sleep. Okay, I watch multiple dreams. Okay, and every time the dreams I experience.
What did you dream about yesterday?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. For example, I don't recall the dream I watched yesterday, but the dream I watched with my wife at that day, it stayed in my memory because it was something that it happened both of us at the same time, watching actually the same thing.
But you said that your wife told you that it happened to her the following day when you woke up. Like when you woke up in the middle of the night, went back to sleep.
I woke up. I recollected what happened in my dream. It was very shocking the way it happened. It wasn't very long. It was very short. I was in the middle of the air. It was like maybe it lasted maybe 30 seconds. I don't know. Maybe even less. I was in the air. There was a hand in my neck. I couldn't move at all. I was in the air. I was like holding me up high. And then I saw 3 shadowy figures with glowing red eyes jumping one over the other in a straight
But when
line
did
like
you
this.
when did you and your wife talk about it? Was it not the following day when she came to you? When she said you were sleeping in the living room?
I told her the next day after I went back
Yeah,
to
the
sleep.
next
I
day.
told her,
That is the thing.
yes,
Just give me a second. Justin, when you wake up from a dream and then you randomly just are able to recall what you just dreamt about, don't you literally just forget what you dreamt about like 5 minutes later?
Like less than 5 minutes
no,
for me.
Yes.
not always.
So
I mean,
when you sure,
depending.
it's not always. My point is just understand my point. My point is that you're saying that you're recalling a dream from 24 hours later with your wife after she mentions her own dream. Dreams in the first place are not a good source of memory. Even if I granted you that you've experienced this or that you remember experiencing this, dreams are not a source of memory to be trusted in the first place. It could have been very easily been based upon what you just heard from your wife, and your brain just connected the dots into what it could remember.
No, because I was the first one who actually spoke about it. She just told me, remember yesterday when I came
It could
to
happen
you?
either way.
Yeah,
It
but
goes
the
back
thing
and
is,
forth. Mhm.
the
I'm
the
saying
thing
that my
is,
explanation is more plausible than a guy in the sky who decided one day to come down to earth and be crucified because he's all powerful, and we transgressed against him, and he's unable to forgive us except by causing us to kill him. Like that is less plausible than what I just told you.
you know, that using your logic, I would say to me it makes more sense that there is God than in the beginning dirt.
Sure, but I'm talking about your scenario.
We don't. Well,
I'm
we don't
talking
believe
about the
there's a
scenario
beginning.
of your brain, of your. Sure, but I'm talking about like in your specific scenario of your dream, quote unquote. The explanation that your dreams were just, again, since it's faulty memory, it's just based upon what you just told each other, is more plausible than what I just said. A guy in the sky.
What are you gonna say? Anyway, I think I don't.
Well, coming back and chat with us again. I try to keep the conversations to an hour or less. I think we've probably gone over.
More. Yeah. That's why I felt it myself. I don't want to like keep you away from other.
But I think the audience finds you intriguing. You're bringing new stuff that we don't hear all the time. So come on back. We lost him. Hold on. There he is. Oh, what I was saying before we lost you. Oh, and he's gone. Okay. Well, the Lord took him. Well, anyways, at least he's bringing something new and interesting, right? He's trying to wrestle with the text in a way that not everyone else is doing. I mean,
but you do understand my point, though, right?
This is a great point, by the way. Yeah. Friends, I got a number of people waiting to get in. Let me grab a couple super chats. I won't belabor it, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Thank you for everyone being here. I know that was a long conversation, but Hofast, I believe, is, for me at least, kind of intriguing, being that he's not giving me the same old bullshit arguments. Marky says, what is the apologetics for God punishing all of humanity for the actions of two people? So the apologetic is typically, they would go to like Romans, like chapter 3:23, where it says all have sinned and fallen short, or like Romans 5, like verse 12 and 13, where Paul says that sin entered the world through one man, but all men are cursed because all men sin. So the general idea is it's not actually true that all human beings are paying for the sin. That's the apologetic. Now, the reason why it doesn't work is because there's a lot of shit that went on. Like, for example, animals, they didn't need to be punished. They didn't sin. They have no culpability. Number two, God could literally just wait. Let every single individual wait until they've actually committed a sin before he punishes them. So you can actually see a distinction, right? The fact that you're literally born in sin, as it says in these Psalms, is ludicrous. And then the fact that God gave you the sin nature, now you have the sin nature, is crazy. So that's what I would say about it. Misha, good to see you. Francis, good morning from Straya, Air Buddy. I am delighted to have a theist barbecue on my birthday. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, happy birthday to you, Misha. I'm happy to hear you started another year around the sun. We'll have many more, I'm sure. Thanks for being here, friend. And Atlas, great to see you, friends. I hope it's the case that Volta grows out of attacking your cord. Well, they usually do. Most cats eventually grow out of some of that playful phase. It takes a little while. Like my pups grew out of eating horse crap and rolling in wild turkey shit. Praise Doug. You know what? I had a dog. It was kind of a German Shepherd mutt growing up. that loved to roll in like dead animals and feces and all kinds of nonsense. And I assume it's a survival instinct to like mask your scent. I don't know, but man, did he just fucking love it. And like every time he got out of the house, you knew you're gonna have to like bathe him in like tomato sauce and bleach. Chip, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says Tofus, please change topics. You're being a pedantic ass and getting nowhere. Well, he certainly is being pedantic and not getting anywhere for the same reasons I told him last time. And Texas Panhandler, great to see your friends in 6 days. That's all. Well, shit, I think I know what you're talking about in 6 days. I'm excited for you, buddy. Huge W. And also, amazing new PFP. You look great. And might I add, an amazing mustache. That's a fantastic mustache, my friend. Donis, good to see you. Thank you for the 50 DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that. That's huge. 50 is gigantic. That's 50 more people that are in the commune now. Thank you. And Donis, with a super chat, says, disclaimer, I'm exploiting some bug in my country that makes the memberships really, really cheap. It works here and with Ian. Doesn't work with Dr. Blitz. Happy to help. Maybe because he created his before he came back to the States. I don't know. Because he used to be in Czech. Maybe, but nevertheless, hey, Sonus, I don't mind. Listen, handing out free memberships is great. It gets people the cheat sheet, even if it's like super discounted. And Atlas, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. That's huge. Says Tofus mentioned that it doesn't make sense when the English translation of the Greek is then translated back into English. Yeah, that happens with most languages. It can warp the meaning, but I can be wrong. No, you're actually right. In fact, this is the common problem. So we've got like translations of text that are like translated into English, and then when people try to translate it backwards, it doesn't actually work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because there's a semantic range. It's hard to know where the semantic range is when you've now translated it twice. And that's why translating something twice is always going to be worse than translating it just once. Or that's why when you go to seminary, they teach you to translate the original languages. Now, listen, like those of us that went to Bible College Seminary, like we're not like PhD language experts. We're not like Dr. Kipp or Dr. Bowen. Like we learn to read the languages, we learn how the grammar works, we learn the context and the idioms and whatnot. But at the end of the day, if you have a seminary education, you have to rely on the academic resources, the people who literally spent their lives studying these classical languages and the context in which they were used. Nevertheless, Games on Easy. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, XKJV only. Fuck, no way. Fundamentalist Christian here and a member of this wonderful community. Great to hear it. If anyone's interested, I have a new gaming channel with this username. Well, actually, we got a lot of gamers in the community. You might be able to pick up some followers here. Drop Games on Easy a follow while they're up. Thanks for everything you've done for me, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Games. Hopefully the gaming channel takes off for you. Definitely when you go live, I don't know if you're going to be doing live gaming, promote yourself. There's a promote yourself thread in the Deconstruction Junction. And Andy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says random Bible related literature suggestion, please. Make it juicy. Rock hard for Doug. A juicy one. Okay. Well, it is there's a really good book called The Bad Popes. I don't know if that's close enough to what you're looking for. It's good. It goes through some of the worst popes in history and like kind of airs their dirty laundry. It's just called The Bad Popes. It's a really cool fucking book. But something more related to like biblical studies, something more on the nose of biblical studies, something more juicy. One book that I was able to scan through, but I actually haven't had the time to read, but it looks really fucking good. And I already respect her other work is God and Anatomy by Francesca Stavrakopoulou. It's a really cool book. I've got the book. I've only been able to scan through it. I haven't read it in depth, but I've read some of her other stuff and she's really good. So that's a really juicy book. If you want to learn about like God's member and his bragging about it and whatnot, it's pretty wild. Two Hand Dan, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, when you haven't proved God, isn't the Babel just a bunch of children's stories? Arguments aren't arguments like Tofes's, just a debate over middle school book report. Okay. Two Hand, if you didn't grow up in the religion, the answer is yes. If you did not grow up in this religion, it makes sense to attack the God concept first or to prove the God concept first, because all religions rise and fall on whether or not God is actually real. That's why so many of the atheist call-in shows aren't attacking the text, they're attacking the idea of God, because then you just get all religions for one. I don't do that. I literally start with the text and I demonstrate them. I walk them backwards from the text one step at a time, rather than just trying to convince them that no God exists. That's my particular tactic. Not everybody does that. To me, that's what we call deconstruction. When I started talking about these topics, it was the most logical way to convince people that these particular sky fairies weren't real.
I think it makes the most sense because debunking God is pointless. Like
Right.
the concept of a God existing that doesn't do anything, like you might as well not exist. So
Well,
why are you wasting your time?
And Ems, you saw me early on when I was just doing TikTok. My early streams weren't really just atheist streams. They were really about the specific gods. I only opened it up to general atheism because I got bored. But like, yeah, once you get rid of like the specific God concepts, I don't give a fuck. Like if you believe in like the God of Spinoza, what am I care about that?
There's a reason Christians and Muslims hide the fact they're Christian and Muslim when they come up.
Right. Friends, I've got 3 more super chats. I apologize. And then I'm going to get Paul in here. Paul was next in line. From Cheesy. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, I've been following you since I discovered you on the line and have been binging your debate vids, giving me more biblical context for how to make my case against Christians I talk to. Thank you. Well, Cheesy, that's one of the reasons I started the channel, was to help people not to feel alone here and to give them tools that they need to actually fight back against the bigotry, the nonsense, and Christian nationalism. And Drew, good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says, just been dealing with a thread in another channel where a guy was trying to argue that having 20,000 different Christian denominations is analogous to people using different kinds of computer devices. Huh? Seriously? Drew, I agree with you. This is a nonsense idea. Listen, the reason why there are so many denominations is because Christians can't even interpret their own Bible correctly, and because the book itself isn't coherent. Do you need to be baptized to be saved? Well, you'll never find it in the Bible, because the Bible gives you 2 different answers to that question. Do you need to follow the law of Moses to be saved? Well, it would depend. The Bible gives you 2 different answers. Do you need to follow the law of Moses, whether or not you've been saved at all? Again, the Bible gives you 2 different answers. You're never going to get like a single answer for these difficult questions from the Bible, because it's just not clear. It's not written anywhere that would be helpful. And last super chat for now from Base to Share. Good to see you, friends. So technically 137 hours, but 6 days is easier. Base to Share. I'm surprised you're not counting the minutes. Am I to understand that you're only counting the hours and not the minutes? I'm just curious. Asking for a friend. All right, let's get Paul in here and keep the conversation moving. Welcome in, Paul. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 18, and I'm a theist.
Awesome, man. Which God do you believe in?
I'm a Messianic Jew.
Oh, that should be fun. So what do you think is the greatest evidence or argument for God's existence, preferably the one that you actually believe in?
Yeah, I just take like a necessary thing to exist, and that necessary thing would have to be God.
Well, I don't believe that there's a necessary thing in the way that you believe there's a necessary thing, and if there was, I have no reason why it would be God. What's that?
Can I point something out quickly, Justin? And no disrespect, I guess, but did you notice that everybody that does philosophy, they sound all the same?
They really
have the
do.
same tone, like.
Oh, I'm not a
Other people
field
also really
bro.
come up.
I'm not a
Is it
field
just me?
bro. But I mean, so what's your argument that like a necessary thing doesn't exist in like the sense that you mean?
Well, a necessary thing just means something that couldn't be another way, right? So, for example, it's easily the case that the universe could be necessary, especially if there's no such thing as a beginning of time, which I don't believe there is. It's perfectly natural to say that if there was a necessary first moment and even a first mover, that it was a naturalistic cause rather than a sentient cause. There's like so many solutions to it other than just God is real.
Well, do you think like a necessary thing is possible?
I think based on the definition of necessary, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are necessary. Like To say that something's necessary just kind of means that it had to be that way. It couldn't be another way. And it seems like there's probably a number of cases in physics where something kind of has to be a particular way. But
so sorry. Do you think like a necessary thing is like either impossible or necessary? Like, do you think it's like dichotomous between those two?
no, I think something like something could be possibly necessary. Like there's things that we don't know are necessary, right? That probably could be necessary.
So if
but
it's possibly necessary, it'd be necessary, right?
no.
Okay, so you would only take necessary things to be actualized?
Yeah, but I have no idea of non-actualized necessary things. If they're not
Well, yeah,
actualized, then
that's-
they're not necessary.
Well, then that's my point. Like, a necessary thing just can't be impossible. It just has to be a necessary thing.
Well, I mean, if we're going to quibble on definitions, then yeah, if the actualized thing is necessary, that means it has to exist. If it's only possible, like if it's only possible that the thing exists, then we wouldn't say that it's necessary because it's possible for it to not exist and no longer actually necessary. But to say that something is possibly necessary doesn't mean that it is necessary.
So then you would just argue that things that are necessary, that are possible, just aren't actualized necessary things.
Yeah, because we don't know all things, right? There are definitely things that we would say, well, it's possible that the universe is necessary. I don't know if we know that for sure, right? But we can say that it remains a possibility. But if it only remains a possibility, we can't say that it is necessary. We can say that it could be necessary.
Okay. Would you take like a contingent totality to be possible?
I don't know what you mean by totality, but are you suggesting
totality is just
that you want to
like
run the
a
contingency
state of-
argument?
Yeah, it's like a form of the ontological argument. So I'm just like trying
Not
to.
a field bro, by the way. No,
Definitely not.
I mean,
well,
I
I
would
mean-
be a field bro if I was well versed in philosophy, but I'm not.
Actually, that's kind of the definition of the Filbro, is somebody who's not
But,
versed in philosophy, but they're using it anyways. Nevertheless, I don't believe that the
Yeah,
contingency argument. Mhm.
Somebody said bring out the not a field bro timer.
That's crazy. I have to create that.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So sorry.
But the ontological argument and the contingency argument are different arguments. Which one did you have in mind?
Well, I'm just like arguing that like if you're saying that no necessary thing is possible, then I would just ask you like, is a contingent totality also impossible?
But I didn't say that there's no such thing as something that's necessary. I just when we say necessary, I don't see why a necessary thing should be a thinking sentient agent that created everything.
Well, yeah, I could get into that. I just want you to like, do you think that like at least one necessary thing exists?
Yeah, I mean, but I would take the universe to be necessary.
Okay. So you think that the universe couldn't be otherwise?
Yeah, we have no evidence that the universe once didn't exist.
Okay, so you hold to like eternalism?
Yeah, I said that. I think the universe is eternal. There's no evidence to the contrary, unless you know about it.
What's your argument that the universe is eternal, or do you want me to like lay out my worldview first?
I mean, I can give you the reasons why I think the universe is eternal, but even if I didn't have an argument for it, it's actually not necessary. So,
Okay, so you want me to
if
explain
if somebody's suggesting that the universe once didn't exist, I think it's kind of on them to give me a reason to believe that.
I mean, yeah, I think that like you're probably like holding like the cyclic model, I'm guessing, like that you think that the universe goes through big crunches and big bounces.
Well, there's a number of different models for a cyclical universe. The Big Bang, Big Crunch model is just my favorite because it makes sense of the data.
Okay, so you're talking about like the DESI data.
The DESI data and like other principles that we would probably agree on, which is, as far as we can tell, you can't get something from nothing, and there seems to have always been something, so there was never nothing. It also would make sense of like black hole bounces and how gravity works. Like there's no point in time where gravity doesn't work. Even if you had if the outer space, or what you want to call it, only had two bodies and they were a trillion miles away, they would still eventually move towards each other. Even if it took trillions and trillions of years, they would still end up together. So it just
Okay.
seems like gravity is always going to cause the universe to eventually collapse, or at least have like localized collapses.
And you're like, do you have like somewhere that says like that gravity's like slowing down the acceleration of the universe, or
I don't know if gravity
like
is causing the slow of the expansion rate. What I can tell you is that the expansion rate is decreasing. So while the expansion acceleration continues to accelerate, the acceleration rate is decreasing.
wait,
So
could you give me the source for that?
the DESI data, you already mentioned
Well, the
it.
DESI data tells me that dark energy is increasing, but it's not telling me that like dark energy is like the necessary
DESI
source for like
The
why
DESI
it's
data
going down.
gave you the data as to a lot of things. One of those is the expansion rate, and one thing that they demonstrated is that the acceleration rate of the expansion is not only not constant, it's decreasing. Now, listen, maybe in a decade we'll have more DESI data, and they'll say actually it's not decreasing, it's fluctuating, and then we'll have a different conversation. But until we get
I
new
mean-
DESI data, that's the case.
The first year suggests that like it may evolve, but it's all like potentially weakening. Like the expansion acceleration is just gonna like potentially weaken, but then
Mhm.
again, it's just like a model. So I mean, are you just like holding like an agnostic view for like an eternal universe? So like you don't know what model you hold to, or you're just like
No,
picking it?
but I already told you my model. My model is based on the limited evidence that we have. Until we have evidence of the contrary, if I have to pick a model, this is the only model that makes sense.
So if like by you mean like makes sense, are you talking about like the projections of the DESI data will eventually end up like making your hypothesis lean to be true?
No. What I'm saying is that my hypothesis is supported by the DESI data. One of the reasons I believe this is because of the DESI data. If the DESI data changes, I might change my hypothesis.
Okay, so what makes you think that like the universe never had like a start,
Because there's no
or
reason to
like that
believe
you
it.
think like so you
Like,
think that like space time?
If you're just asking me, is the universe eternal or is it not eternal? I would have no information whatsoever, not a single lick of information that would suggest that the universe once didn't exist. What is it? Where can I find it?
I mean, we could see that like I think that like time has a start because I hold to
Why?
like the A theory of time.
Why?
Yeah, I don't take like time to be like just non-physical, and I think like the B theory of time is trying to argue for that like time is just like illusionary, and I don't hold to that.
I don't have a theory of time. I don't subscribe to A or B theory, but I don't see why any of this has to do with the beginning of time. As far as I can tell, time can't have a beginning because like all creation events have a before and after, and there's no such thing as before time.
Well, you're saying that there was a time where the universe never existed, so that would
I didn't say
imply
that.
like time. So you're saying like there was never like what did you say?
I say I have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing at all. There's not a single piece of data that would suggest that.
Okay, so you like what do you take nothing to be? Just like outside
An absence of anything.
space-time? Okay, so
nothing just means that there are no things, like not even quantum fields.
okay, so your basis of that space-time always existed is like the DESI data?
No, I told you that's why I think this concyclical model is my favorite model. It has nothing to do with whether or not there's a, I mean, it kind of is related to whether or not there's a beginning of time, but that's actually not like the leading, like you don't need the DESI data to get to an eternal universe. Plato did. Plato believed in the eternal universe. He didn't know shit about DESI data.
Okay, so you're basing it on the fact that like nothing can never like not it like can like nothing has no potential to exist.
No, what I'm saying is that we have no evidence that would suggest there was ever nothing. There's nothing about our universe or physics or quantum field theory or nothing. Nothing that we have would suggest that the universe once didn't exist.
Nothing is just like what's not in our observable universe.
I didn't say that either. I'm saying there is a lack of evidence that would suggest the universe came into being from nothing.
Okay, sorry, maybe I didn't hear you or track well, but what do you take nothing to be again?
A lack of anything.
Okay, and what is
Definitionally,
anything?
it is no things. A
So
thing
what's
is anything that has being. Anything that exists has being is a thing. So nothing would be a complete lack of any being.
So anything with like a sense of modality is what you're trying to argue?
No, I didn't say anything about modality. I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about
if
existence.
for
This is
something
not
to have,
difficult.
yeah, so for something to like be a thing, it must have ontology, is what you're trying to argue. And if it doesn't have ontology, it doesn't exist.
That's literally what it means. Yeah, to have being means that it exists. It is. Either something
Okay.
is or it isn't. If it isn't, then it's not a thing.
Okay, so contradictions are nothing.
Contradictions are like just evaluative of false. That's it.
Yeah, but things that are proven to be contradictory, would they become nothing?
I don't know what you mean by nothing. You can't become nothing. Nothing just is
Well,
a lack
you
of
said that-
things.
Sorry, you said that a thing is something with ontology, and for something to have ontology, it must remain linear with like the laws of logic and like the like to be physical or whatever how you prescribe ontology. Is that how you prescribe ontology?
Ontology is something that exists. That's it.
Okay, but for something to have ontology, it must follow the laws of logic and the laws of
I don't
physics?
agree. I think the laws of logic are like a generally good guide. I think sometimes it falls apart in the quantum world. But in terms of like the non-quantum world, I can't find an instance where the laws of logic fail. In fact, one of the reasons why I don't believe in the Trinity violates the laws of logic. And while I could admit that maybe like quantum physics might not actually break the laws of logic, maybe it just kind of appears that it does. The way the Trinity is formed absolutely does break the laws of logic. So I really don't have a good reason to believe in the Christian God, even if I did believe in a God. But Paul, like I'm not sure what's happening right now. I was hoping you were going to like give me an argument, but
Yeah,
it
I
sounds
was
like you're
trying
just
to
confused about
come
the
clear
word
to your
nothing.
worldview. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like know what you take a thing to exist, so that's why I was just trying to get clear. But
A thing is anything
since you
that has
said that,
existence.
yeah, I know, I got that. So, since you said that like there is at least one necessary thing, I would argue that if we could just take like a necessary thing that exists in some possible world, that necessary thing has knowledge of all possible truths.
Nah.
What's gonna be the critique with that?
Why would I think that something being necessary requires it to be sentient?
Yeah. So I said it like in a possible world.
But again, why would I think that it's sentient?
You don't have to think that it's like sentient or not.
But that
like
was
the
your
X,
argument.
yeah, the necessary thing is just like a variable in this case, and that variable can just be anything. Anything has the potential to have sentience. And that
No.
thing, you don't think like
Not according to science. Like you can't, like rocks don't have sentience.
yeah, but it's like not like it's not illogical. It's not like contradictory for me to
Just
say
because
that
it's
like
not illogical doesn't mean it's possible. If it contradicts the laws of physics, it seems not to be possible. Just because something's logically possible doesn't mean it's physically possible.
So, okay, so if something breaks the laws of physics, then it can't exist. But if it, okay, so you don't think that like something that breaks the laws of physics, that breaks the laws of logic, breaks the laws of physics and doesn't break the laws of logic exists?
What I'm saying is, if something doesn't match what we know about physics, it contradicts physics, and it contradicts the laws of logic, then yeah, I have no reason to believe in the thing.
What's your justification for that?
Because that's how we know things are true. Science and logic are the way we measure truthfulness, and you're doing it right now. You've been doing it the entire conversation. You're using what you would call the laws of logic to determine what you think truth values are. So propositions have truth values, and you use the laws of logic to determine things that are true or not true. Like law of identity, we can use to determine something is if a proposition is true or not true.
Okay, so do you think like, for example, abstracts that don't have like that aren't like following the laws of physics, but are what grounded in like the Aristotelian laws of logic? Do they exist, or
I
do
don't
they have the
believe in
potential to have
transcendentals
something?
at all. I don't believe in any transcendentals.
Why not?
There's no reason to.
Well, I asked you like to like justify like why don't you believe in like transcendentals?
For the same reason you don't believe in unicorns, because there's no reason to. There's no evidence for it.
Well, just because like unicorns can't exist physically doesn't mean they can possibly exist in a like possible world.
Yeah, do you believe in unicorns?
No,
Oh, why not?
because they don't physically exist.
So
But
what?
I think that they are possible logically.
But do you believe in them?
No, just like
Cool.
for example,
So there are possible transcendentals. I don't believe in them for the same reason you don't believe in unicorns. So until you can demonstrate that there is one that exists, I lack a belief in transcendentals.
I mean, I think that for example, do you think like transcendentals can exist metaphysically?
It's not that it's impossible for a transcendental to exist. I've never seen one. I've never heard of one that has any evidence for it.
Yeah.
So you would
if
have to
it's-
give me evidence of one before I accepted one.
So if it's not impossible, then it's possible. So
But we're not asking what's possible. We're asking what's true.
yeah, I mean, I was getting to like the further premises of like why I think that like that necessary thing could have the like could in some possible worlds have the knowledge of all possible truths. You would have to like provide me like just
But-
because like it breaks the laws of physics.
I'm not
like, doesn't
interested
mean
in
that it's, like-
possibility, though. Listen, it's possible that anything could exist. No one's asking about possibility. We're asking about how we determine what we believe in, right? I determine what I believe in based on whether or not there's evidence to believe in it. I don't determine my belief based on what I think is possible. Like, it's possible that like there's 10,000 gods. It's possible that there's millions of gods and they murder each other all the time. It's possible that there's a god-eating penguin out there somewhere that's eating gods. Like, if we're just in the realm of possibilities, we're not really in the same realm. I'm asking about what is there evidence to believe? Is there evidence to believe in these things? Because if not, I'm not going to believe in it.
I mean, yeah. Do you think like possible truths exist?
I don't think truth exists. I think truth is an evaluative process of propositions. We say that something is true when we evaluate it to having a match with reality.
Okay, so what do you take truth to be? Just like
I just told you it's
like
an
a
evaluative process.
property?
It's an evaluative process. So we determine something is true. We label it true when the proposition like accords with reality well. And then if we find out that it doesn't accord with reality, we call it untrue. That's all it is. There's no like truth floating around in the universe anywhere.
Do you think like the statement X is X is a truth statement?
I think XXX is a proposition. And you can evaluate
think-
that proposition and give it a label of either true or false.
Do you think like if I can provide you like a necessary truth, that truth is possible to exist in every world?
A truth isn't a thing that has ontology. It's not a thing that exists. It's what we say matches reality. If I told you I'm holding this ball, listen, that's a true statement, not because there's a transcendental truth in the universe. It's true because somebody looking at the screen is going to say, yeah, he's holding a ball. That's it. That's what it means to be true. It matches reality.
So if it's like truth is just like in accordance with reality, then how would you know reality to be true? Or sorry, like how can we know that like we're all not just like psychosis patients?
Nobody can. That's a problem for you as well, just for me. I have no idea why religious people keep bringing up hard solipsism. It undercuts your argument as well as mine.
Well, then how would you just critique solipsism?
I wouldn't.
If you're
I would
just
say
agnostic to solipsism.
I would say it's a failure. It's a failure for you to even bring it up, because if we're brains in a vat, your God isn't real either. So it's a losing argument every time it gets brought up.
For example, if you were to like be proposed solipsism and you were just to say like it's harmful for your worldview too, then I don't think like you have like a justification to critique my worldview because you don't believe in truth.
No, truth isn't a thing that has independent existence.
Yeah, but
So your definition of truth doesn't match what it actually is what I'm saying.
Okay, so if if someone critiques your definition or your prescription of what truth is, or your prescription on whether truth has ontology or not, and they bring you an example of how do you know that that proposition is true, that truth doesn't exist, or how do you know like if it's false?
The same way you do, you look at it, you evaluate it using whatever senses that you have.
Okay, so if senses are just like based on like arbitrariness, like then why should I take like anything?
It's not arbitrary.
Okay, so you know.
Did you
Okay,
use your body, your senses, your brain to determine that God existed?
Yeah.
Could your
but I
brain be
don't-
wrong?
Yeah.
Could your brain be hallucinating God's existence?
It could be, yeah, but if
Could-
if
Could God be
something could
deceiving you
wrong,
for reasons that are beyond your understanding?
no, I don't take that to be true because I take
Well, the Bible
God to
says
be,
he is. The Bible says that he sends a powerful delusion.
what verse is that?
There's two verses. 2 Corinthians 4:4 is when he sends Satan to do it. But I'll give you a second to get the other one. The other one is in 2 Thessalonians 2:11. We finally brought it back to the Bible. I don't know why you guys study philosophy when you could just read this book and know whether or not it's true or untrue. The philosophy is the biggest nonsensical work around.
No, Justin, he doesn't study philosophy. No, he's not a football.
True. True. Yeah. Okay. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false. Could God be sending you a powerful delusion so that you're believing things that are false?
Well, firstly, can I get the verse?
2 Timothy, 2:11. Did I not? You weren't listening?
No, I thought you said 2 Corinthians, which is why I was confused. Okay. Let me pull up the verse. Is this one is 2 Timothy's 4:4?
Are you awake?
So you said 2 Corinthians 4:4 for a second, so I was confused.
But I didn't say Corinthians even once. I think you're like on the burning bush right now.
Okay, sorry. What was the verse?
2 Thessalonians
2
2:11.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Did you look at? Okay, wait. I think firstly, are you sure you're reading the Greek, right?
Yeah.
Because
I'm reading
word,
reading the English.
the word translated for delusion just means energy in planes, which is just like energy or working of air.
Yeah, and what is like? What's your argument?
Yeah, this is just like a moral condition. This is not like a projected false reality from God. This is just like a person being in state wandering.
It is a false reality of God.
It's not. It's a wandering state from truth. So it's not like a projected. So again,
plane in Greek. First, don't pretend to know languages you don't know. Plane in Greek refers to a deceit or delusion. It's something that's purposely misleading.
Okay, but it's literally just like, is the word not like plain? Like
the word is plain, which is why I'm reading it too. Yes. So you read the wrong
so
word.
It's a wandering plane.
You read a working of delusion.
Yeah, I obviously don't think that this is
God,
like an actual hallucination.
God sends them a working of delusion. Delusion.
Do you think God sending it was the cause or the consequence?
It's the cause.
Well, the verses 9 and 10 say that these people already refuse to love the truth and so
No.
be saved.
The cause of the delusion is God sending it. Like, whether or not they're wicked is irrelevant. The question is, did God send a powerful delusion? The answer is yes.
No, I don't think God was the cause. I think God sending was the consequence.
It doesn't matter. Did God send the delusion or not?
No, I think it was a consequence.
Well, you'd be wrong. Try it again. Did God send the delusion?
What is the purpose?
No,
And
I don't think
what would be the purpose of sending the delusion?
Ems, I'll never understand why these people hate God's word so much. They hate the Bible. It literally says God sends them a powerful delusion. It's like, nope, God didn't send it. It's lying. The text is lying to you.
Yeah, just because God sent it doesn't mean it was like the cause of the delusion.
I'm not asking you about causes. I'm asking you, did God do the thing that it says he did?
He didn't cause the delusion.
I didn't ask you about causes. I'm asking, did he do the thing it says?
No, because God sending.
Then you'd be wrong. God did do the thing. It says that he did it. If you're just going to get up here and lie to my face, I'll just dump you right now. There's no point in doing this any further.
Okay. Do you think like he's initiating the deception?
I think we've had enough of that clown. All right. We're going to move on to hopefully like an adult that's actually awake and can read.
Not a clown.
Actually, not. You're right. Not a clown or Phil Bro. Man, I don't know why these people are not asleep when they do this. Game guy,
of Janet from The Good Place. Not a girl.
I've still never seen that.
And how?
Well, Ems, you know that I hate fun, so I mean that's our situation. I'll get around to it.
A lot of jokes from people your age, so
I'll have to check it out. Game guy says, every time a Philbro says necessary, I think of dodgeball. Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? No, but I do it because it's sterile and I like the taste. Fucking amazing quote, by the way. I would put that on the soundboard if it didn't get my live stream taken down. That's a classic dodgeball quote. I need to get the 5 Ds of dodgeball up as well. And Carnage, thank you for the super chat, says, caller, I'm not a Philbro. I suck at this. To be fair, he did kind of show his ass there. He admitted it right at the beginning. And you know what? I appreciate that. Coming in honest, it's not bad. Not bad. And he didn't blow up and get mad either. Drew, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, many models don't require a beginning. String gas cosmology, emergent universe, pre-Big Bang, loop quantum cosmology, Baum-Frampton, Higgs bang, mirror universe, Janus universe, de Sitter equilibrium, Carol Chen, and 5 more. Yes, exactly. There's so many models for an eternal universe, so you don't have to do the Big Bang, Big Crunch. I just happen to find that one the most convincing, but on the claim that the Bible or that the universe once didn't exist, I call shenanigans. No reason to believe that. Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat, says, it really annoys me when people believe that everything needs a creator except for their God. This is no logic. This is no logic there. Rock hard for Doug. Hunter Girl, I agree. Saying that everything needs a creator and then positing that you've got a God that doesn't need a creator is just saying, well, you know, there are some things that don't need a creator. Okay, well, if there are some things that don't need a creator, well, I'll just say the universe is that thing. Like, you've just given me the answer. It's not even as ridiculous. House 70 says it takes a special kind of person to precede every misinterpretation of your words by. So what you're saying is, I know. To imagine say, I know what you're saying, or what you're saying is, and then never actually get it right. And I don't mean a good, special kind of person. You know what? Fair. I get what you're saying there. Thank you, House. Good to see you. And Miss Megs, good to see you tonight as well. Thank you for the super chat. Says all this fucking Philbro talk, and I still have no idea how it gets to God. It's basically a lot of talk, but truth, talk about truth, but doesn't get you to any God. Stop doing it, Philbros. It doesn't work, and it never has worked, Megs. No one, like a tiny, infinitesimal number of human beings have come God based on these dumb Philbro arguments. They're dumb. Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says transcendentals and metaphysics things have no existence or ontology. Logically possible worlds is always a useless talking point because it wouldn't mean true, reasonable, or even plausible. I agree. Just saying that something's possible in all worlds doesn't make it necessary by saying it. We would still need to demonstrate that the thing does in fact exist. And Nightman cometh, good to see you, friend. Says, all this talk of unicorns makes me want to watch Blade Runner for the 500th time. I haven't seen it since like it came out. That's some crazy shit. I have to watch that. But yeah, you know what? We need more representation from the unicorns. Unicorns are way cooler than gods. Just as my personal opinion. And last super chat for right now from Andre Cassell. Thank you, friend, for the super chat. Says, whoa, debates with Justin? Best nighttime entertainment ever. Hell yeah, thank you for that, Andre. And listen, we're gonna be doing some debates today. For sure. We're gonna be doing some debates today. And hopefully we got a lot more. Although the TikTok queue got kind of thin during that conversation. Don't know why. We've got RN waiting to get in on the YouTube queue, and then Napoleon on the TikTok queue. So let me grab RN, and then we'll get Napoleon, and we'll keep the conversation. What's that?
Napoleon himself?
Well, I don't know if it's the Napoleon. I'll have to ask maybe some questions. Do I have to speak French to find out? Do you think he's got an accent?
Oui, oui.
You're going to be my interpreter. I don't know any French. I'm going to be leaning on you for that call. Hey, why you do that, Faraday? Okay. Aaron, I hope you're ready. We're about to pull you in. Can you hear me, Aaron?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah, I can hear you. Aaron, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18. Yeah, I believe in a God. Yeah.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
I'm Muslim.
Hey, thanks for being honest with us. So,
Yeah.
what's a good reason to believe in the God concept, specifically the Muslim God concept?
Can I start off with like saying generally a God concept, not a Muslim concept, and I'm gonna come at you with different ways of like different ways.
No, Aaron. Aaron.
Yeah.
So we just did you just come in recently? Like just a little bit
Sorry,
ago.
what?
We just mentioned that we're trying to prove your specific God because nobody cares if a God exists.
Yeah, I was here for the past two. I was here for the past two people that you're wrong with. Yeah.
So you heard it. So you heard when I said that, right?
Yes.
So could you prove you're a God? Because it would be pointless to prove a God who doesn't do anything.
I am in the Islamic perspective or the Quranic perspective. Is you who needs God. It's not that God needs us.
I agree. God doesn't need us. No, God needs us. But can you show me that God does exist?
No, I can't. No, you can't really prove it. Evidence-wise, you can't prove it. No, it's a.
Okay. What is the evidence that points you towards the direction that the Islamic God is the right one?
For me, like reading the Quran, I can feel. I can not feel it, but I can. The logic of it, it makes sense to me more than any other.
What logic?
Anything The logic.
What logic?
Like I said, first of all, God doesn't need you to exist, but we need Him.
Why?
Sure, that's a staple. That's a staple in every religion. Now what?
I don't think so. No, I don't know. I think no.
Yes. Do you think that Jesus needs humans?
No.
Okay. Now that is 1-1 for that's a tie for Islam and Christianity. What else is within Islam that is not within Christianity? That made you a Muslim, not a Christian.
Well. The most basic thing is like the Trinity. You can't. That's just the multiple.
Okay. Let's do Judaism and Islam. So, what is the point that you, as a Muslim, have over Judaism? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know much about Judaism, so I don't know. But
okay, we'll talk about Islam.
Yeah, it's Islamically, at least we have. I think. I've heard arguments like this before from other people, like especially Christians. Like, but the Quran is preserved from the time of Muhammad.
It is not preserved now.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Can you prove it is preserved? Mm-hmm. Can you prove it is preserved?
I can say that it's from the time it was brought down till now, hasn't been changed much compared to the other religions.
It has, though.
No, it hasn't.
You have entire chapters removed from the Quran.
How do you know that?
The hadiths themselves say that. And the scholars do say
I
that.
another thing, I don't believe in the hadith. So not all of
Sure,
them,
but you asked me,
not
how
all.
do I know that? Sure. You asked me, how do I know that? How do I?
The
Sure.
The hadith is full of what's it called? It's full of like what do you call it? Contradictions and statements that completely go against the religion.
Sure, this is why you have hadiths that are graded as sahih and hadiths that are graded as weak.
Even Sahih. Sahih comes from a book called Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which was a student of
not just Sahih Bukhari and Muslim. No, Sahih is not just for those two.
I know it's not.
And the books are not. And the books are not called. The book of Bukhari is not called Sahih Bukhari. It is called Al-Jami' Sahih. It is by Imam Bukhari.
Yes, Imam.
So yeah.
Most of them come from there. Most of them come from there, right?
Not most of them. Not even part of them. Because we have hundreds of thousands of hadiths, and Bukhari and Muslim only together only account for 13,000.
Sure. Yes. And most
that when
of
you
them,
go,
like,
when you ask me, how do I know this? We have sources that are 1,000 plus years old that tell you that Muslims at the time have said that the Quran has changed.
But I'm saying even in the concept of hadith, it's wrong because it comes from a person. Which when it comes from a human being,
Sure, but any evidence? Any evidence? Sure. I mean,
but that's not evidence. That's not evidence. When it's
so if you have people telling you that the book itself contained extra stuff that it doesn't contain today, that is not evidence. When you have the wife of the Prophet herself, telling you that the book had specific verses that it no longer has today, that is not evidence.
No.
Then what is evidence that it changed?
No, I'm saying I believe only the word of Muhammad. Muhammad
the word of Muhammad? Jamil, Muhammad agrees that Muhammad agrees with abrogation. Now what?
No, where does he agree with the abrogation?
He says that for example, in I'm trying to remember the name of the battle. In a specific battle, could be better, I don't remember. That the Prophet himself and God and the Prophet allowed temporary marriage contracts, and now they don't.
No, but I'm saying these are in the hadith spoken by the companions. Like they told the story of Muhammad through the. But these are the words.
Then how would you know Muhammad's words? How would you know his words?
The Quran, mainly.
So the Quran is the word of Muhammad?
Yes.
So it is not the word of God?
The spoken word of Muhammad, yes. How else would you know the Quran?
Sure, it is transmitted by Muhammad, but it is the word of God.
Okay. It's given by God to Muhammad. But is it a spoken word physically? Who's speaking it?
Yes. Who's speaking it is God telling it to Gabriel, and then Gabriel telling it to Muhammad, and then Muhammad transmitting it to you.
Exactly, but who physically? They're saying Gabriel or whoever angel. Does it say Gabriel in the Quran?
Gabriel, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't say it in the Quran.
It does.
Where does it say in the Quran?
I can bring it up for you, but it does mention Gabriel being a ruh that is sent from God that transmits information.
No, he mentions angels, but he doesn't say I gave Gabriel the Quran to give to you. Does it say that? Where in the Quran?
Say that again.
Where in the Quran does it say I gave the book to Gabriel to give to you?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't have to say that.
It doesn't say that in the Quran. It says it in the Hadith.
It doesn't. It doesn't have to say I gave it to Gabriel to give it to you. That is not how it says. The Quran establishes. Sure, it establishes that God has an angel called Gabriel that transmits his messages. And it mentions.
Establishes angels and all that is said in the Quran, but specifically you said Gabriel. That's a mention in the Quran.
It literally does. It literally mentions Gabriel being the angel that has sent the information to the good news to Mary. Jamil.
To Mary. Where does it say to Muhammad?
I'm telling you, it establishes Gabriel being the angel that sends information.
That says it in the Hadith. No, I'm saying that says it in the Hadith. It doesn't, and Muslims believe it. And that's not really a point of contention. Even if Gabriel did it, it doesn't matter. for me. It doesn't matter. It's not.
Okay.
It's not a real. It's not the point
Okay.
of Islam
Now I'm
anyways.
asking you, how do you know the words of Muhammad? Because the Quran is not the words of Muhammad. If I read a quote from Einstein, that's not my quote. That's Einstein's quote.
So
Yeah,
just to be clear, not to interrupt, I think am I wrong, Ems, in Quran 9 or 26? Says this is certainly a revelation from the Lord of all worlds, which is the trustworthy spirit Gabriel brought down? Or
Say that again?
Gabriel's actually in the text. It's in parentheses, meaning it's not actually there.
Yeah, it mentions Gabriel as like one of the angels, and it mentions that he's like a messenger, but not in that verse now.
Okay.
So it mentions him as being as God having an angel that transmits information and messages. So again, you would, and sure, and it tells you that Moses is the only person. Sure, and it tells you that Moses is the only person that heard God speak. So if only one person heard God speak, then Muhammad didn't hear God speak, and it was given to him by an angel.
Yeah, and that's another problem in the hadith where it says there's the time when he went like riding the horse thing to Al-Aqsa, and then that also it says he spoke to God. It doesn't nowhere in the Quran it says that.
Let's recenter the conversation then. You don't believe in hadiths.
Yeah.
You only believe in what the Quran says.
No, it's not like I don't believe in them completely. I'm just saying most of it is child's play.
Well, we want to start with what you actually believe in, right? If you don't believe in most of the hadiths, we're not going to put that on you. That's on you whether or not you're going to reject those or not. What's a good argument to believe that this Quran is actually from God, or that Muhammad was a real prophet, or that Islam is true?
Saying from God, I can say it's only my belief. I'm not gonna. There's no evidence I'm gonna say except I believe Muhammad is a prophet, and
but why?
Because the Quran has so many things logically, from a logical scientific point of view, which I'm a scientist.
A scientific, yes.
Yeah.
What type of scientist are you?
I'm a doctor and did neuroscience.
Oh, good timing.
You're a doctor?
We got two doctors now.
Yeah.
Where does semen come from?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't even know what that word means in Arabic because I've looked in that and I'm sure you're gonna say the verse where it comes from.
Wait.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Jamil, could you describe the process to us? Summarize the process.
That verse I don't know that well, so you can tell me. You can tell me more than that. You can tell me.
Okay. I'm talking about the actual process in the human body.
The process in the human body is mainly from the prostate and mixes with the.
Quick question.
I'm not.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
In the
just a quick. Sure. Just a quick question.
Sure.
I'll take you back to tropical medicine. What was transmitted thrill used for in ascites?
Sorry?
What was transmitted thrill used for in ascites?
Ascites?
What was transmitted thrill, the test transmitted thrill used for? Do you remember?
Are you saying I'm not? I can't hear the words that you're saying exactly.
Transmitted thrill. Do you remember what test that was for?
Transmitted thrill. Transmitted thrill.
I
have no idea what you're talking about. No.
Do you remember any? Do you know the difference between, or do you know what, for example, shifting dullness is?
Shifting dullness. Dullness is with the
shifting dullness. Do you know what that is?
Shifting it. No.
Do you know the 4 steps of examination?
Yep.
What are they?
Depends what you're examining.
For example, abdominal examination.
Abdominal examination, percussion. I mean, you start with the. You start with the general general examination, look for paleness,
Yeah.
signs of all these jaundice.
What is it called? Sure, what is that called?
What? Jaundice? Which one?
No. What is the first step of examination?
Just appearance.
So, what is it called?
Are you testing me now or something?
Yes, because you said you're a doctor, and now when I asked you to summarize spermatogenesis, and then you mentioned the prostate it comes from the prostate and the testes. That is such a weird question, answer. And also, this is literally basics of clinical medicine: inspection, examination, inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation. The 4 steps.
Yeah.
You should, how do you not know this?
I know that.
And how do you not know the test for tensitis? And how do you not know the test for moderate ascites? How do you not know those? Yeah.
See, I can't even hear now. I heard tensitis, ascites. Yeah, tensitis, edema. Yeah. Protein. It's all
edema. What is the difference? What is the difference between ascites and edema?
Ascites is generally associated with liver diseases, but an edema is
sure. What is it? What is no? Sure. Ascites is generally related to liver diseases, but what is it? How do I know if somebody has ascites?
It's
what?
Yeah.
Proteins in what? So it is not the. So it is not the fluid collection in the peritoneum. And what is edema?
Edema is either oncotic reduction in oncotic pressure or oncotic usually, or not usually, but sometimes, or.
Do you remember what peau d'orange was?
Sorry. Yeah.
Do you remember what peau d'orange was?
Yeah.
What was that?
It's found in certain diseases.
Like what? Where is it found in the body?
It's found.
This is characteristic for lymphatic obstruction in breast cancers. This is
Aaron,
basic medical knowledge.
I know, but yeah. But
Aaron, what kind of doctor are you?
I'm neurology now. I'm neurology. So
you're neurology. Oh, really?
Yeah, these things are 10, 15 years back.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well,
but you should be able to do basic examination though. Every doctor should be able to do basic examination.
I'd like
you remember
to.
Go ahead.
Can we resolve the issue with the semen? Did I miss it? Because
yes.
As far as I can tell, Aaron said that he didn't. You just said you didn't want to talk about it.
No, you can talk about it, but you can remind me. You can remind me of a text that says in the.
Where does semen come from? Because the Quran seems to think it's coming from between the backbone and the ribs.
Yeah, but the word in Arabic doesn't make it clear.
I know it does.
M's.
ماء الرجل في هذا النطاق جميل. In this context, ماء الرجل refers to semen, which is what all the scholars agree upon.
Sorry?
I mean, should we give you the tafsir?
You can give me the tafsir.
Is that meaningful for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Give me the verse as well.
Yeah, it's going to be 80. Let's see if I could read this.
86, 5 through 7.
Yeah, 5 through 7.
86, sorry?
86, 5 through 7. I'll put it on the screen too. It says, let people consider what they are created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the ribcage. That sounds like semen to me. That's not where semen comes from.
Tarib. Okay. So it says خرج من بين الصلب, which is
no, it says يخرج not خرج. It's يخرج. يخرج not خرج.
يخرج من بين. يخرج means comes out of. between or between.
So,
Yeah. So
Ibn Kathir says that the meaning of this passage is the sexual fluid that comes out bursting forth from the man and the woman. Thus, a child is produced, so on and so forth. Although it didn't,
okay,
didn't say anything about a woman, though.
So let's say it does say ribs, okay, like you said, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
You said it comes from
It
between
does
the
say
backbone
ribs.
and rib.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
You don't
okay,
have to
okay,
grant
Yeah.
it to us. It does say that.
Yeah,
And,
Ibn Kathir says the same thing. It says the backbone of the
quick-
man and the ribs. Like he's
Sure.
interpreting
A
it
quick
as
question,
ribs.
Sure.
Aaron. So you should know this. So where is the prostate located?
Prostate is in the perineum. Perineum area, just behind your penis, and between your. So everyone knows how to do
give me
a
relations.
PR exam.
Sure.
Empirical exam.
Sure.
So
Sure. Could you give me the relations of it? Like, what is it related to? What's superior to it?
above it is a bladder. Above it is a bladder, right?
Okay. Good.
The bladder.
So where would that be? Which area of the body would that be?
Perineum. I
The
told you it's a
the
perineum.
pelvic area? Sure. The pelvic area?
Perineum. Below the pelvic area.
Sure.
Perineum.
So sure. Deep it would be above the deep perineal cavity. And sure, but it's the area generally is the pelvic. And the pelvic is not the thoracic cavity, which is what is between, which is not what is between the backbone and the ribs. What is between the backbone and the ribs would be what? Anything ribs related is what?
Pelvic, the whatever.
Sure. But what is the area called? What is the area called?
Okay, pelvic area. What do you want me to say?
No, I'm talking the area between the backbone and the ribs.
I've heard about
What's
the
it
pelvic
called?
area. I didn't even have to get a med degree.
Yeah, so
The thoracic cavity.
It's from it's in the perineum. If you want to look at it like medical,
Sure, but I'm asking you about something else. Huh?
what are you
I'm asking you
asking
about something else. The ribs and the backbone. What area is that?
The backbone. So you're saying the the thoracic cavity, where the heart and thoracic cavity.
So
yeah.
Sure. So is that the perineum?
No. What do we use the word sulb for?
Sulb is the backbone.
No.
Yes.
What's bone in Arabic?
Adm.
Huh? Adam. Where does it say Adam in that?
It doesn't have to. This is why you can't just rely upon your different language, Habibi. Habibi, just listen.
You are Arabic speaker. Are you an Arabic speaker? No.
Yes, I'm a native Arabic speaker.
Okay. What do you use صلب for? What's صلب used for?
صلب في هذا النطاق in this context means the backbone, and it is agreed upon by the scholars. صلب, the root word of صلب just means something that is solid, which is why we use it to refer to the spine.
Okay. Spine. Does the spine go all the way from the neck to the? So you're saying the area in the neck is also part of the backbone, right?
Yes. Wait. Can you enumerate? Can you?
Right?
Do you dispute that? Do you dispute that?
I don't dispute that. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So it can be any of these areas, right?
Yes, but not just that. Any of those areas that happen to be in an area between the backbone and the ribs. So it has to be impossible for it to be between to cause an area that is between the backbone and the ribs. So it has to be the thoracic vertebra.
No, it doesn't have to be. Why does it have to be? You said backbone. No, why?
Yes, but the backbone and the ribs.
No,
Sure.
This is what you're doing. No, you're doing the same thing. It doesn't say that in the text. Even if you say backbone.
It does. You just don't understand Arabic.
I do understand Arabic.
You barely understand Arabic. You're butchering reading basic sentences. So no, you don't understand Arabic, number one. Number two, when it says between the backbone and the ribs, the part that is mentioned is the backbone and the ribs.
Okay, look,
the backbone and the ribs. How would that? Sure.
You translated it to you translated it to backbone. Where is the backbone?
The backbone is your entire spine.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
why are you just saying it's just a thoracic cavity?
Because it says between the backbone and the ribs.
So
why are you ignoring the part of the ribs? Do you know what the ribs are?
Does that mean okay? Does that mean it just confined to the lung and heart area?
The lung, is that what you know about the thoracic cavity?
No, that's the only those.
Okay,
lumbar.
I'll tell you where specifically. Wait, lumbar?
No,
I know about lumbar.
Yeah.
You said lumbar. Wait, the heart and the lungs are lumbar structures?
We have the backbone is made from the thoracic area and the lumbar area, right? The backbone, whole backbone, and then there's a cervical area, right? Right.
And then
those are all part of the backbone. Those are all part of the backbone.
Yes.
So why you can find?
And when you have. The reason is because you have, again, because it is an area between the backbone and the ribs. And the specific ribs that are mentioned are at-taraib, and the taraib is what is below. Again, just listen. What is below the clavicle and above the breasts. That is the taraib area. So it is between, You do know what the clavicle is, right?
What's the why are you even saying the clavicle? I don't know why you're bringing the clavicle into it. I'm saying the backbone.
Do you know what the clavicle is?
From C1 all the way to
Do you know what the clavicle is?
I know.
Wait. You said from C1 till L whatever? Can you enumerate the spinal vertebra?
Yeah.
Can you enumerate them?
It doesn't matter.
Can you enumerate them?
Come on, look.
You're a neurologist. Sure, you're a neurologist. What level does the spinal cord? What level do we do the spinal tabs at?
Look.
No. Come on, you got to know this.
No, what? What's your question?
At what level do you do spinal taps at?
Which vertebrae?
Below. It has to be below L5.
L5?
Yeah.
Below L5?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Justin, can you just quickly look that up and just show it on the screen? Because this is insane from a neurologist.
Yeah. Give me a second.
L5. Fucking hell.
I'm looking right now. Let me find it on the wiki page. Let's see. It says a spinal needle is inserted between the lumbar vertebrae between L3 and L4, or L4 and L5, or L5 and S1, and then pushed until there's a give as it enters the lumbar cister.
Yeah.
So where is it done?
Okay, from L3 going all to, but you can do it. But like I said, between you can do it between L5.
It is commonly done. It is commonly done between L2 and L4, the end of the spinal cord, and just a little bit below.
Yeah, I know.
You usually do it. Usually do it below or wait. Say that again.
Yeah,
but you should know that, right?
I know that. I'm just saying, but that's where I know.
Do you remember what locked-in syndrome was?
Yeah, locked-in, I know where it is.
What is it? Go ahead.
Someone who can understand the surroundings but cannot respond or...
but how does it happen?
Yeah. Hey, friends, the medical discussion is kind of fun, but we've kind of lost 700 people since it's begun. I don't know if this is a fruit... As fun as it is for me, it's kind of a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah.
Is there something else actually on topic that we should touch on? Because I haven't heard a good argument for Islam being true yet.
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with the semen thing because he wants words not to mean words. So maybe do something more. Pick anything.
No. Now you're being unfair.
I am not being unfair.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No.
You're putting a meaning. Like I said,
I'm not putting a meaning. I'm telling you what the words mean. I'm telling you what the what the words mean.
You just said the words mean just the thoracic area and
yes. Why did I say that? Sure. Did it say from the backbone?
No,
did it say from an area anterior to the backbone? Sure. Did the text say from an area anterior to the backbone?
Yeah, backbone can mean all the way from
sure. What does the text say?
The sacral bone. I don't know what you're talking about. And all the way to the cortex. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's the whole.
Sure. What does the text say? What does the text say?
Also, it says backbone.
So it just says backbone.
Why are you going?
So it just says backbone.
It says backbone.
So it just says backbone. So it doesn't say from between the backbone and the ribs.
Yeah, it says between. The
sure. How is the concax? How is the concax gonna put any structure between the backbone and the ribs? Go ahead.
What is it supporting?
What is it supporting? What do you mean?
Is it attached to anything by ligaments? Or anything?
Yes. It is attached to ligaments and muscles of the pelvic floor, but it has nothing to do with the ribs. Yeah, what does the pelvic floor have to do with the ribs?
It's between. It doesn't matter.
It is not between it. How is it between it?
It's an area between. You can measure all the areas between all the backbone and the ribs, and that can fall in any part of it. It doesn't. It's not even.
It doesn't fall in any part of it. It doesn't.
It's not even put in a specific area. So I don't know what you're saying.
Except it does, and all the scholars agree it does.
It does. It doesn't have It doesn't have all the Quran. It doesn't have it. It's not a medical textbook dividing the perineum.
It doesn't have to be. If it's sure, it doesn't have to be, but it is giving you a specific direction. Sure. It's giving you a specific. Yeah, Habibi Isma. It's giving you a specific direction. So you don't want to talk about it.
You can look in the whole area between that area.
Sure. If you do, you're not going to find it. Now go ahead.
Yeah. So another reason, completely not to do with Islam, but I would rather believe in a God than be an atheist.
Why? Why believe in a God that says you should murder apostates?
Where does it say murder apostate?
Do you not believe that apostates should be executed?
No.
Oh, so this guy really has a unique version of Islam, apparently.
He's just refusing the Quran. So
where in the Quran does it say murder?
Not the Quran. Not the Quran. I mean the Hadith. So just sure.
And something that's not in our text, that's what you.
Sure, but why? Okay, let me give you another one. Why do you think it's okay to marry children?
It doesn't say that as well in the Quran.
It does.
That one is in there. Yeah.
It does.
You want to see it?
You take this one.
Yeah. We can do that. Give me a second to get the verses.
This is a test to get certified by me. So.
Yeah. Give me a second. I've got the verses here. It's going to be in Quran 65:4, and I think it's pretty clear. So in Quran 65:4, I'll put it on the board. It talks about divorcing people, and there's a waiting period for divorce to make sure they're not pregnant. But as for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not menstruated, as well as those who are pregnant, their waiting period ends with delivery, and whoever is mindful of so on and so forth. So these are women who haven't menstruated yet are prepubescent. That means you can marry and divorce girls that are prepubescent. They haven't menstruated yet.
First of all, this surah is talking about people who get divorced.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Why would you need a waiting period if you're divorcing a prepubescent girl? What do you need the waiting period for?
Okay, this has got nothing to do with because you can't marry in other verse. In another verse, you can't marry people a person.
Yeah. Why would you need? I don't know what you're trying to say. Again, this verse clearly states that you can marry and divorce prepubescent girls. So, is there another verse that says you can't?
Yeah.
The verse is chapter 115, verse 1. No, this is chapter 2. There is no chapter 115. It ends at 114.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the chapter?
It was a joke. It's chapter 115.
Sorry. I'm too
because
stupid.
it ends at 114.
I didn't know the joke. That's fair. That's a good joke. I didn't catch it though. That's really good. Yeah, the passage just says you can do it. So I guess unless there's a passage that says you can't, we're kind of stuck here, aren't we?
No, yeah, but you're not married. You don't marry someone.
Can you divorce someone that you've never married?
No.
Oh, well, there you go. That means that they married someone who was pre-pubescent. That's what that means. Yeah, if you divorce somebody that's prepubescent, that means you married them when they were prepubescent. That's how timelines work. Pretty basic stuff. That's a tough one, huh?
Yeah, it is a tough one. You're right, and this one is a tough one to get around. Because yeah.
Why are you trying to get around it? Why not just admit that it's horrible?
No, I'm not trying to. But it's sort of talaq. But in verses, I remember in marriage, it says someone who's. You know the verse, but I can't remember the verse exactly. But it says the verse says you marry of someone's own free will with who has the maturity or to have their own decisions. It doesn't mention anything about.
Find that verse for us, because the hadith disagrees.
Not a single one says that.
Yeah.
Not even the hadith. Just ignore the hadith. Stick to the Quran. There is not a single verse that says that. Not a single one. So probably chapter 115, as I said.
Definitely 115.
I'll find it for you. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
I don't think you're going to find it. At best, it's going to be a hadith.
No.
There is no hadith that says that. There's like millions of hadiths, and not a single one says that.
Find it? He's going to find that mythical 115 soon.
Okay. So it's in chapter 4, verse 2.
Quran 4:2, huh?
Verse 2?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now let's see.
It says, oh no, this is about the orphans. You're not going to like this at all. Give the orphans their property. Do not substitute what is bad for what is good. And do not eat up their property along with your own. It is surely a great sin. Oh boy.
Now go to the... wait. Could you read 1, 2, and 3 together?
Yeah. Let me get the whole chapter. There's a button here to get the whole chapter. There we go.
The funny part is that the following verse tells you, it's like if you're too worried about being fair to the orphans, then marry of the adult women 2 and 3 and 4. So it is telling you that verse 2 is about you being fair to orphans in their marriage.
Yep. Give the orphans their property and do not substitute what is bad for what is good. Do not eat up their property along with your own. It is surely a great sin. If you fear that you will not do justice to the orphans, then marry the women you like, in 2s and 3s, in 4s. But if you fear that you will not maintain equity, then keep to one woman or bondwoman that you own, it will be closer to abstaining from injustice. Give women their dower in good cheer.
That is the point that was relevant. Chapter 3 tells you, verse 3 describes to you if you're worried that you're not going to be fair in the same way that chapter 2 verse 2 describes, then do not marry orphans and marry from the women 2 and 3 and 4. So it is telling you that you can marry orphans as long as you're fair to them. And orphans are children.
Yeah, fine. Fine. Yeah, okay, fine.
Okay,
but
so
either way,
to be clear, then you agree with us?
It doesn't give age, and yes, they could marry people that were underage. Yeah,
okay.
they can marry them.
Yeah. You know, it's still happening today, right? That people that believe in this religion are marrying children.
Yeah.
Do you find that to be a good thing or a bad thing?
Not a good thing.
Okay, why did God allow it?
It's allowed, but for me, it's not a good thing. It's allowed.
Yeah, but
it's not a good thing. For me, it's not a good thing.
But why would God, like the most merciful, the most good, why would He allow something that's bad?
Well, you have to give the meaning of bad and good and bad in that sense.
Well, good and bad is something that's like desirable. Like if it's good, it's desirable. If it's bad, it's undesirable. You said that it's bad, it's undesirable, but God said it's not bad. So, you disagree with your own God?
No, I don't disagree. He doesn't say it's good or bad. He just says you can marry them.
No. If God allows it, then it has to be good because God doesn't do bad stuff.
Who said that?
You think God does evil?
Not evil. No, not evil.
Well, what is the opposite of good? What is the opposite of good?
Okay, again.
What is the opposite of good is bad or evil, is it not?
No, for me, I'm saying subjectively, I think it's a bad thing, but God allows
subjectively, but why? Why would you believe something that is false?
I said subjectively.
Sure. But subjectively, why do you believe something that is false? Because you know that truth lies with God, and God says this is good. So God is always right. So you should believe that. So, for example, in the Quran, it says that it is not for a believing soul, a believing man or woman, after God and His Prophet have ordained something, to go against it. So why would you go against it?
He didn't ordain it though. He didn't say ordain, do it. It doesn't say do it. It doesn't say do it.
Except God told the Prophet to do it.
He didn't tell the Prophet to do it. I mean, the Prophet was going to do it, but he didn't tell him to do it.
I know he did. According to the Hadith, yes, he did.
I'm a little bit confused because I'm still in chapter 4 in the Quran, and I'm looking at this chapter, and it seems to indicate that you have to follow all of Muhammad's instructions. Like everything that he revealed from God is like you got to follow this thing, right? I think in verse 59, let me grab it. Says
you
who believe obey Allah and obey the messenger and those in authority among you. So if you need to obey the messenger and he tells you that it's okay to marry children, it just means it's okay to marry children. I don't see where's the hang up.
No, but that's a subjective thing. It's not an objective thing in the Quran. In the Quran, the object in the Quran doesn't say marry children. It's a subject.
Can you read 33:36?
Yeah.
Read it.
All right, 33:36 says, "It is not open for a believing man or believing woman once Allah and His Messenger have decided a thing that they should have a choice about the matter. And whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger, he indeed gets off track, falling into an open error."
Okay. So you have no choice.
Okay. Are you saying the Prophet because he married, that means every Muslim has to marry underage children?
That is not what I said. No.
Yeah, that's not at all.
So exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
But you can't say it is bad. You cannot say it is bad.
I'm saying for me, but that's at the time it doesn't even matter what religion you are. People marry young children anyway, so it's not.
Sure. But you cannot. But you as a Muslim cannot say it is bad.
No, no. For me, it's bad. In my situation,
Okay.
it's bad.
Is it bad to marry more than one
because
wife?
because also in the Quran, it's not bad. In the Quran, it's allowed as
It's
well.
not bad.
It's bad.
Why is it not bad?
Oh, so it's he
Sure,
just
but why
said
is
it.
not
He
bad?
said it's not bad because it's allowed. Thank you for
It's
proving
allowed.
our point.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
said for me it's bad.
No,
Why?
marrying multiple wives. Marrying multiple wives. Is it bad?
It's allowed. It's not bad or
Okay,
good. It
but
can be
is
bad. It
marrying
can be good.
sure, but God tells you marry 2 and 3 and 4. He's giving you an order. Yes, he's giving you an order. He's giving you an order. As long as just a second. Let me finish what I'm saying. He's giving you an order to do it, and if you feel you're not going to be just, then don't do it. But the origin is to do it. But the origin is to do it. The original command is to do it, unless you don't fulfill the criteria. But the command is to do it as long as you do. So it is a good thing. So you agree it's a good thing?
It's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad
So
thing.
why is marrying children not a good thing?
It's not inherently a bad thing. It's not inherently a bad thing.
So just to be clear, Aaron just said it's not bad to marry children.
I said.
Oh boy, I'm going to write that one down.
I believe it's bad. No, look, I believe it's bad. But you're saying it's inherently.
It is not inherently bad to marry children. Well, that's I wish I didn't hear that so often from Muslims, but we've heard that quite a bit. Yeah, I think it's inherently bad to marry children.
No, but that's where you getting that from?
It causes harm to them.
Yes, it does. I agree with you completely.
So then things that cause harm, I would take as inherently bad. That's
exactly.
Easy.
And in the Quran, it says, so when you believe you've sinned, you as a believer believe you've sinned, doing a bad thing to another person, the scales of justice you'll inherently think it's bad.
Sounds like Muhammad needs the scales of justice then.
Yeah, but
that is not what it says.
Muhammad married his first wife was older than him, so it's not.
So what?
She was rich, and she was rich.
Yeah, his other wife was a child.
He married,
and his other wife was a child, and his other wife was a slave, and his other wife was a slave, and his other wife was a child.
So, to be fair, I think Aisha qualifies as a slave too. She had to wash like the protein stains out of his garments, so it's pretty much slave labor as far as I'm concerned.
All hadith stuff.
I'm sure. Aaron, listen, this has been a fun conversation. Next time...
Wait, one before he goes.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron, sure. Just a quick question and answer quickly. It is a very basic question.
Sure.
Do you know what escitalopram does?
Sorry, what? Is that
Do you know what escitalopram does?
Yeah.
What does it do?
Yes.
Yeah. What does it do?
Okay, see you.
Oh, he can go.
I got you. Thanks. Oh, this is fun. I don't even know what to write down this. As it claims to be a medical doctor, but seems
he's a neurologist who doesn't know what antidepressants are. So
yeah, This is wild time. Well, friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We're going to get Napoleon in here, and then we'll get Bo after Napoleon. Arwarja, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says happy belated birthday. 420 to our Lord and Master Doug, the Rock of all ages, and always stoned. Indeed, in this case, I missed it. I apologize. I was busy doing other stuff on the 20th. I need to put that into my actual calendar so we never miss the sacred holidays of Doug. And Astronova, thank you for the super chat. Says, can we please have another sure from Ems? It's a great line.
Yeah, sure.
We need to clip that for the soundboard. Late to the show, but always happy to watch the Brazen Bull at work. Well, thank you, Astronova. I think we've got two bulls in the house tonight, and we're having a lot of fun with it. And the Faria, thank you for the super chat. I think you've changed your name. Anyways, hope you're doing well. Incredulous to the idea of an illiterate man in a desert who had a powerful enough memory to remember and recite the entire Quran, but couldn't just learn to read. Mysterious ways. This is a point I've never heard. Actually, a really good point. This idea that this guy was completely illiterate. It's a miracle he made the Quran. But like, why is it? If you're gonna do a miracle, just learn to read. Like, give them the ability to read.
The first verses were commanding him to read.
Yeah, there's verses in the Quran.
Do you know the story? Do you know the story?
Mm-mm.
So when he used to every Ramadan he would go to like a cave and like hide in it and just pray to God and blah 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 blah. And then one day, on a specific night called Laylatul Qadr, what happened is that the Prophet suddenly sees a big figure, which is Gabriel, and he's terrified. He just starts jumping and screaming, and he starts sweating. And the figure goes up to him and says, hugs him really hard and says, "Read." And he says, "I don't know how to read." And then it says, "Read." "I don't know how to read." And then, "Read." "I don't know how to read." And then it starts reciting the Quran. And then he goes running into his wife's arms, telling her what happened. And then she tells him, "You're a prophet of God."
That's crazy stuff. Well, there you have it. I actually didn't know about that little bit of lore. John Thomas, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, question for Ems. Have you heard of Mufakasa, aka Thying? Is there evidence that this was done to Aisha?
There's nothing that mentions it was done to Aisha, but what this is essentially is that if you marry a child and she's unable to have sex with you for any reasons, maybe she's on her period, maybe she's too young, maybe she'll be ripped open if you do it, then the scholars tell you can do thying, putting your penis between her thighs and rubbing it, or between her breasts and doing the same thing, or using her hands, and instead of using her hose.
Shit. Field says, can we please have a whole stream where Ems read something soothing? I'd love to hear some Dr. Seuss, perfect for sleep. Listen, if Ems ever started doing audiobooks, people would be buying audiobooks from Ems, that's for sure.
Sure.
And Oren says, oh my god, I just saw the hashtag on screen, justice for Aisha. And of course, now we got flagged. Your live is not appropriate for viewers in all religions, reasons, body exposure, and sexualized behaviors. Great. Fantastic. The live content contains themes that some may find... Okay. Oh, fuck. They made me remove Ems. Ems, you did it. You gotta come back, though, buddy. Sorry, Ems. Come on back. Ems just got himself whacked by TikTok. Peace, Love, and Cake says, caller is a doctor in the same way Dr. Phil is a doctor. True. Dr. Phil is a huge fraud. Hey, welcome back. Fuck. It says I got a dip. It got a dip for like 5 minutes, okay? I got the warning again.
I'm gonna be back in maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
All right,
be
perfect.
on the lookout. Bye.
Thanks, buddy. I'll be on the lookout. We'll see what we can do here. Peace, Love, and Cake again says it's 2026 and we're debating where semen comes from. Humanity is fucked. Yes. Listen, if you don't know where semen comes from yet, fuck, I said the word, I'm gonna get restricted. If you don't know where baby batter comes from, I love the TikTok shop, by the way. Then yeah, you're gonna have some problems in society. Brian says, Jesus Christ, this guy is pretending to be a doctor. Get him for us, Ems. Sorry, I'm way behind. This kid definitely failing step number 1. Yeah, you know what? Listen, I've seen doctors from some countries. I don't know where he got his training at. Where it makes me question what kind of stuff happened at their educational institutions. It's like those diploma mills. And last super chat for now from Gentleman Viking. Good to see you, buddy. Says Allah wrote that Sarah for Benjamin Button and only Benjamin Button. Indeed, that is the case. Only for Benjamin Button. I haven't heard a Benjamin Button reference in a long time. Let's get Napoleon Simp in here. Get some conversation going. How do you, Napoleon?
Hey, I'm 22, by the way.
Cool. And what religion are you, and why are you a Christian?
What religion are you, and why am I Christian? That was kind of funny. Sorry, I'm a Christian, and
yeah,
why? Okay. Why I am a Christian? I mean, I was raised with it. Firstly, I mean, I guess there's a lot of other reasons why I'm a Christian, but I don't think they'll stand for debate, really, such as personal experience. But I'm gonna, I don't know the structure of the debate, but I'm hoping I can refer to the Bible here. And
sure.
I debated
I debated Ian from Atheist Experience. I asked him some arguments for the authorship of the Gospels, and he said even if they were written by the authors, you can't really prove Jesus' resurrection. And then I was just like, okay, well, I mean, sure, you can argue that, but also, I guess I don't see that as a good argument.
I don't know what the argument is. Listen, I could even grant you a resurrection and it still wouldn't make Christianity true. I'm not sure what argument you're trying to run here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was referred to you because you know a lot about the Bible.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how about you start with whatever argument you think is best, and we'll work through it.
Okay. So I'll start with the empty tomb and let's see. I have my notes here. The empty tomb, burial of Joseph Arimathea, criterion of embarrassment from woman. And then we have the accounts of Matthew and John, who are the first primary sources. There's debate for that, I will admit. I'm not going to say the appearance to Paul because I understand people can argue that it was a dream or something. Let's see.
Yeah, again, this doesn't do anything for me. Jesus resurrected. Why is Christianity true?
Because I think like we've never seen anyone be resurrected before.
Oh, it's not true. Dozens and dozens of people have been resurrected.
Okay, like who?
Ramses II, Aristeas, Nero, Calero, also Apollonius of Tyana, Romulus.
Okay. So
Melkart.
Okay, so Nero, he was resurrected. Like, I don't know the details of Nero. Can you educate me?
Yeah, it was believed that Nero resurrected. Now, I don't personally believe that Nero resurrected, but a lot of people in the ancient world did. In fact, it was popular enough that people were doing Nero resurrection imposters all the way into the end of the 1st century. The Roman government had to keep killing them.
Wait, so there's historical precedent for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Sibylline Oracles record it. The Bible records it. Other literature records it. I have no reason to believe that a resurrection happened with Jesus, but again, even if I granted you that resurrection happened with Jesus, I have no reason why I wouldn't grant all the other resurrections, and it still wouldn't make Christianity true. Christianity fails because it fundamentally contradicts the book that it comes from. It fundamentally contradicts the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible says that false prophets are going to come and like do like miracles and whatnot. So I'm not like Jesus resurrecting is nonsense for me.
Okay. Like, can I ask why it's nonsense for you?
Yeah, because it's expected. It's expected that like if you think that the Old Testament is your basis of authority for the messianic claims, then all you have to do is compare it to the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew Bible says that false prophets are going to come. They're going to entice you to worship the name of another God you've not known. That's Jesus. And lead you astray, lead you away from the laws that God gave you. That's Christianity. And that they're going to be able to do signs and wonders. And God says, I'm sending this prophet in order to test you, to see if you do indeed love me. So it seems to me like if Jesus was anything, he's just a false prophet that was predicted in Deuteronomy 13.
Okay. Can you say Deuteronomy 13? What, like the specific verse, real quick, please?
Yeah, it's like verses 1 through 6. I'll pull it up though.
Okay. Verses. You said. Wait, what was the?
Deuteronomy 13, starting at verse 1. If prophets or those who divined by dreams appear among you and show you omens and portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, so on and so forth.
Okay, so I know this is off topic, but I mean, I do want to learn. So, the Jews. I'm assuming this is might have been an argument for Jews arguing against Jesus, arguing that Jesus was a false prophet.
Yeah, he clearly was a false prophet. He said things that are demonstrably false, both about reality, about his second coming, and about the Hebrew Bible.
Okay. Well, okay. So
Deuteronomy 18 says, if a prophet comes from God, if in fact, all of their prophecies come true. That's how you test it. And Jesus' prophecies, well, it might be true that he could have resurrected and even did some miracles. He also said things that didn't come true. So that, to me, just demonstrates even more that he was a false prophet.
what were some of the things that didn't come true?
He said he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. Like his second coming was going to be in the lifetime of disciples. That never happened. He told his disciples that he wasn't going to go to a festival in John 7, and then he did go, so he just lied to his disciples. He claims out of his own mouth to have fulfilled a number of prophecies, but if you go back and read them, not only did he not fulfill them, not even prophecies. You can't fulfill non-prophecies. So the guy's just a fraud on every level.
Okay.
I can show you exactly what I'm talking about if you want to see the prophecies he claimed to fulfill that aren't prophecies.
Okay, sure. Can we start with the one in Psalms about the cross?
You're referring
be
to Psalm 22, and that's not even a prophecy.
so yeah. Why isn't that a prophecy?
Because a prophecy is a clear form of speech where you're revealing information from God for the future or the present, and you know when a prophecy is a prophecy. It's not just any random text. Like you can't just open the Bible and say, "Oh, that sounds interesting. That's a prophecy now."
I've heard different interpretations of prophecies from ancient times. I mean, I can't argue against it.
I mean, if that's the case, if I could just point at any text I want to and call it prophetic, shit, I've got dozens and dozens of prophecies that I fulfilled from the Bible. As long as I get to point to any text I want, all I just got to do is sound vaguely familiar to something that happened to me, right?
Okay.
I do indeed have a whole list of them, by the way. I'm actually not joking. I've been assembling a list of prophecies I fulfilled as long as I get to use the same hermeneutical principles as the New Testament.
I didn't hear you cut out. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I actually do have a list of prophecies that I've fulfilled as long as I get to follow the same hermeneutical principles as the New Testament authors.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So the other thing is Psalm 22 also, not only is it not a prophecy, it doesn't say anything about a crucifixion. It doesn't even say anything about piercing. The Hebrew word for pierce is dakar, doesn't show up in this passage. In fact, the text originally most likely said like a lion, which you would expect because lions are evoked in the passage already, as are other animals. And it matches the type of language that David is using. And we, like the majority of our Hebrew manuscripts, just say ka'ari, which means like a lion. Also shows up in Isaiah. Isaiah says the same thing. So I'm not inclined to believe that this is about a crucifixion.
Okay. Okay.
But I tell you what, you sound like a good sport, so I'll make the same deal that I make everybody else, just for fun, kind of spices things up. I'll Venmo you $100 for every prophecy you can find me that Jesus actually fulfilled.
I'm not gonna take your money.
Well, I'm more than happy to give it to you.
Fulfilled, he would do miracles, he would ride on a donkey to Bethlehem.
Yeah, pull up the list. I know all of them.
Okay.
You gonna start with Genesis 3:15 or with the Gospels?
Yeah, we can start at Genesis 3:15.
Oh boy. Okay. All right, show me the part that's about Jesus. and then I'll tell you why it's not.
God turns his attention to address evil power that is controlling the serpent. I'm on godquestions.org. I don't like them really.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to there either. If you're going to go to any apologetic website, do like apologeticspress.org or some nonsense. Got Questions is kind of a subpar apologetics website. It's on the screen. We can just read it together. How about that?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it says here, the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. So I'm reading this, and the initial onset that I'm getting here is that this is about snakes. This is an etiology about why snakes are unique among the animal kingdom in that they crawl on their bellies and live in the dirt.
Okay.
Right. So this seems to be about snakes and human beings, which in the ancient Near East was a pretty common trope. Snakes were like often the enemy of like the divinity of, or even the ability to live forever. Like in the Epic of Gilgamesh, a snake robs Gilgamesh of the plant of immortality. In another Mesopotamian tale, a snake tries to deceive an eagle, attempting to climb up to heaven to reach some level of immortality. A snake also robs Inanna of her sacred Hupulu tree. Snakes kind of like doing dastardly shit, pretty ubiquitous in ancient Near Eastern mythology.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to take your money, but I don't even think if I give you a prophecy, I could like argue for it, because I'm not a debater and I'm new to this, and like
That's fair.
I'm kind of fearful. Yeah. I was trying to prepare an argument for the case for the resurrection, but as you said, like you've mentioned other resurrections that have happened, but I wanted to touch on Nero again. Is it legend that he was resurrected?
Yeah, legend, and many people were convinced. In fact, the Parthians were so convinced that he existed that the commander of the army actually prepared the military for war. We're not told what happened, if they actually ended up fighting and losing, but says that the Nero imposter looked like him, sounded like him, could play the harp like him. First of all, Parthians love Nero, by the way, if you didn't know that. And was totally taken by him, was totally taken by this Nero imposter. And then they, eventually found out, as you would, that he wasn't real. But people believed it. And it's in the Bible. That's why Revelation 13, the mark of the beast, is a reference to Nero, the one who is healed of a mortal wound and is coming back to persecute the believers. The one whose name is equal to 666, that's Nero. His name equals 666 in Gematria. So, like, Revelation is just talking about the resurrected Nero.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess another thing I could like point to is that Jesus professed to the Abrahamic God, but yeah, I mean, you've already said he was a false prophet. I obviously disagree.
Well, what did he do that would merit a claim that he was a real prophet?
Merit that he was a real prophet? I mean,
because his predictions didn't come true.
Okay.
I can show you them if you want to see.
I mean, yeah, if you'd like to do that, that'd be good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll start in Matthew, but you'll find the same in most of these will be in Luke, but not all of them would be in Luke. But go to Matthew 10:23. I'll put them on the board so you don't have to search for it. 16:27 through 28, and verse 24:29 through 34. We'll see the dialogue that Jesus gives about his second coming. It says, when they persecute you, this is when he sends I think this is a parallel to like Mark chapter was Mark chapter 3 when he did this. Anyways, it's got a Mark in parallel as well. But it says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And the coming of the Son of Man is pretty clear reference to the second coming as it's described in the book of Daniel, chapter 7. The coming of the Son of Man is when he receives, he meets, he's in the clouds with Yahweh, and then he comes and receives a kingdom and sets up dominion on the earth. That's when the Son of Man comes. So he says this is going to happen before the disciples even finish going through all the towns of Judah. And then he doubles down in 16, says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But they're all dead, gone.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he repeats it in Matthew 24, same promise.
Okay.
He gives
Yeah.
you, Mhm. So
Yeah. No. I think I've kind of like put myself in a position I can't really argue against, and like obviously it's going to take me a while for like to do my own research on it. I didn't expect it was going to. I haven't had time to like look into the arguments you've made for it.
Okay.
Just because I didn't. So
Well,
I think yeah.
take some time to go around the apologetic websites, do some reading,
Yeah.
come back with what you learn. I'll warn you, I already know everything they're going to tell you, so it's not really all that relevant. But nevertheless, tell me what you learn, and I'll tell you why it didn't fix anything.
Yeah. No. Sorry. Sorry for taking your time out of your day.
No, listen, these are valuable learning experiences. I was once a young apologist doing some of the same stuff you're doing. It was reading the Bible that made me understand the error of my ways.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you.
All right, cheers, buddy. But maybe we'll get a new one. Maybe we get a new convert or deconvert. Get a new deconvert, I think is the right way to say that. Awesome. All right, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Tim, good to see you tonight, says, to believe is to hold a thing is true. To be convinced is to accept a thing is true. I can't hold anything until I accept it. Yes, it's funny like how people don't grasp this. Like believers, like they'll feign ignorance on like, what do you mean you can't just choose to believe it? Like, listen, I can't accept Jesus. I don't even believe in Jesus. And Prisoner says, oh, and by the way, happy Earth Day. Happy Earth Day to you, Prisoner. Actually, I learned about Earth Day late. I think I'm 2 days late, actually. But we're all caught up now. And Glitterlock says, I hope your anxiety is cured by Jesus soon, Justin. Sorry, friends. I maybe didn't speak clearly there. Don't worry, I don't suffer from any anxiety or demon attacks, by the way. And your mom smells funny. Says, why does God want Jesus to come in my heart? Well, because he wants to be deep inside. It's not good enough to be on the edges. And the real Pac-Man says, keep up the dopeness, bro. You are the Quan. Thank you, the real Pac-Man. I appreciate that. I don't know what it means to be the Quan, though. You might have to educate me on that particular piece of lingo. Fuck. As soon as I brought M's up, it says your live is not eligible for recommendation.
I'm gonna come back on my Flanders account.
They cooked you. Yeah, come on your other account. Fuck, M's got flagged hard. He's gonna have to like appeal something. JMS says, 1, relations exist only in a mental framework. 2, space, time, and matter are only explained rationally. 3, the universe is grounded in God's mind? What the fuck are you talking about? I think you're missing a whole like connection. Your conclusion doesn't follow from any of your premises. So relations are grounded in human minds, not a divine mind. And yes, space and time, matter. I think you're confusing, like relativity. Relativity doesn't say that, like the existence of these things are necessarily relative. Our interactions with them are roughly relative. I have no idea at JMS why you thought that this was going to be a logical syllogism proving God. Daniel says, thank you for your donation on 0 sleep. Well, Daniel, I appreciate that. Yes, the sleep, the deprivation is pretty real today, actually. And Slow TDI says, but have you considered nuh-uh? Checkmate. You know what? Every time they bring out the nuh-uh argument, I get a little, like my boots, I start shaking a little bit in my boots, even if I'm not wearing boots. Hank says, insufferable pedantry doesn't prove Jeebus is real. And it never will. It will never prove the Sky Fairy Jeebus. God Eating Penguin, good to see you. I invoked your presence earlier. Evil Trinity would be on one hell of a rock band name. Actually, the Unholy Trinity or the Evil Trinity. But the problem is that ties you into this nonsense of only having 3 band members. You got to be careful with that. If you get extras, it might not work out. So TDI says, I really don't think he gets it. They don't get it. They never do. I got 4 more super chats, friends, and then I'm going to get Bo in here. Mike Bowen, good to see you, says, I saw Jesus off acid, but I don't think it's real because my brain works. Yeah, listen, if you're doing some substances, you can see a lot of shit. The problem is they go away when you stop using. And Meg, think about super chat, says, how does he know his experience means God and not demons or something, especially since it was a demon he saw? Fair. If he's seeing things already like demons, there's no reason to believe that the God vision was actually God. It very well could have been another fucking demon.
He did say that he used Jesus' name to cast it out.
Fair, but a demon could respond to that, correct?
Why would you respond to something that doesn't exist?
No, I mean, if a demon's just fucking with them.
Fair enough.
Right? You don't care. Like, if Jesus doesn't exist, the demons don't give a fuck about Jesus or his name. Peace, Love, and Cake says, Christian, look, the Bible survived the tornado. Oh, the power of God. Also, Christian, wait, we don't have any original manuscripts of God's word. Isn't that crazy? That God will preserve the Bible in like fires and tornadoes, but he won't preserve the original manuscripts at all. And it's going to be hopelessly lost to history. John Coleman says, a longtime metalhead, I think Doug rocks. Fuck yeah. Praise Doug. Thank you, Justin, for another night teaching men how to fish. Absolutely, John. And Doug does rock, and I got your back, friend. All right, let me get Bo in here, and then we'll do Minions and then GT after that. Welcome in, Bo. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am over 18.
And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular one?
Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I noticed the title is...
Seems like you could just tell me if you believe in a particular God.
Why is that?
Because if you don't, I'm going to fucking kick you in 5 seconds.
Okay. I mean, is it that important?
Apparently it is to me. All right, move on to Minions. Imagine waiting in the guest box for an hour just to not tell us what you believe.
If he was in for an hour, he should have heard me say what I said.
Right?
They never listen.
They're incapable of listening, Ems. Welcome in, Minions. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Minions. Minions. Are you with us, Minions? Okay, well, I guess not. Bye! All right, we got GT in here. Welcome in, GT. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am. I'm 41. Yeah, I literally just started believing in God. I was, I kind of just never believed in anything my entire life.
No,
but
I'm sorry to hear that. Why did you become a Christian?
Yeah, I know. I'm not really a Christian. I just I studied quantum physics for about 7 years, and that made me start looking into a creator. And as far as religions go, I've never found any of them that tell us accurate story.
What about quantum physics leads to God? And is God like identical to quantum physics? Like, do you think God is like a quantum state?
And are you a physicist? Or did you just study it in like the sense of looking it up?
We are quantumly entangled with something that we don't know, but everything has order. So and if you look at caterpillars to butterflies, from larva to caterpillars to butterflies, and then look at infant amnesia. It will trip you out.
What the fuck are you talking about? What does anything have to do with God?
Yes, yes, it does.
You have to tie this
yeah.
together here, guy.
Basically, everything that it says in Scripture, minus the bullshit details.
Wait, you're not a Christian.
You're
not a Christian. You don't believe in Scripture.
Yeah, I believe in the truth. Some truth is undeniable.
Fuck's sake. I knew it. I asked him when he first started talking why he's a Christian. He said he wasn't. Now it turns out he believes in the Scripture.
I'm not a Christian.
No, he is a Christian and not a Christian at the same time.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. I'm never wrong about
quantum superposition. Quantum super Christian.
Well,
definitely a quantum Christian.
You want to assume hey, you can assume whatever you want. Your judgment doesn't change what I am, but okay.
Did Jesus die for your sins?
No. No one dies for anyone's sins.
How is the Bible?
That was a story. There was a story made up to cover up. No, the Bible was written by man.
Then how are you calling it Scripture?
Look, the whole Bible contains truth in the words. You just can't take everything.
Which parts are true?
So everything that I've studied about the words of Jesus, what he spoke, I can't find any false in it. Nothing he spoke was false.
I can show you one right here. No, we're not even hard. We already had it pulled up just like the last conversation.
Yeah, I just came in not long ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, it says the Son of Man is to come. That's Jesus, by the way. With his angels and the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he said his second coming, and the judgment is going to happen before all of those people standing there are dead, and they all dead.
Are you dead?
I wasn't standing there.
Okay. So you know all those people are dead?
Yeah. You have evidence that they're alive right now.
I guess.
Their deaths are literally recorded by the church fathers. Like I don't believe the stories are all true.
Recorded. Yeah, there's a lot recorded in the Bible as false.
Please tell me why you would think any one of these people are alive currently.
I'm just looking at data. I'm not making any speculations. So if you say that's a lie, then okay.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue about it.
What else did he say that we?
I just say from my personal observation, the kingdom of heaven is in us.
Oh boy, that's what Luke said.
So it is.
I'm not asking about that.
When you study the quantum world, it'll make sense.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't make sense. I stream at least once a week with a physicist with a PhD, and he doesn't agree at all. I think maybe.
I don't know about you, Justin, but this guy sounds like Blitz's colleague. So.
Yeah.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
I said you sound like Blitz's colleague. Yeah.
Repeat it again? I can't hear you.
He said you sound like Dr. Blitz's colleague.
Hmm?
He's making a joke. Yeah.
Oh. Was it supposed to be funny or?
So I thought it was funny. So because we all know who Dr. Blitz is, you don't. So let's go to John 13:18. This is another thing Jesus says that's just not true. It says when referring to his betrayal and who's going to do it, says, "I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen." That's a translation error. So it should say whomsted. I know whomsted I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. Well, that's a lie. There's no scripture that says that the one who lifted the heel against the Messiah is going to betray them. Can you find that for me? I'll make you the same offer I made the last guy. Find me this prophecy. I'll Venmo you $100 on the spot. Where in the Hebrew Bible is there a prophecy?
You talking about the one where Judas betrayed him? Is that what he's talking about? What scripture is this?
I can tell you exactly where it is. He quotes the scriptures, and that quote is, The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. Where can I find that prophecy that says Jesus or the Messiah is going to get betrayed by someone who lifts their heel against them?
That's where he was talking about Judas betraying him.
I'm aware.
What are you
but
trying to find? What do you want me to find for you?
The quote, he says to fulfill the scripture, and then he quotes the scripture from the Hebrew Bible. Do you know where this is located?
I think it's in Psalms.
You're right. You got like 149 of them to pick from. Psalm 41 to be precise. Want to read it? Is he googling it? I listen. That was a rhetorical.
I'm still looking for it.
It's a rhetorical question. I know it's Psalm 41. I know it's Psalm 41. Don't worry. I was just making things difficult for you. Don't worry. Psalm 41. First of all, is not a prophecy. It's a lamentation of King David, which is why the person speaking just admits that he's a sinner. So as for me, I said, "O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I've sinned against you." Okay, so the person speaking is a sinner. It's King David, obviously. He's talking about his enemies because he's under siege all the time. Then he says, "Even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me." Well, that's not a prophecy. That's just King David talking about somebody betraying him. Why would we think this is a prophecy about Jesus?
Game.
I think you were speaking while you were teacupped, but we couldn't. If you swipe away from the app, we can't hear what you're saying.
Psalms was written before Jesus came.
I know. Yeah. I'm asking why should we think it's a prophecy though?
Did you see the whole Psalms where it talks about what they were going to do to him during the crucifixion? Like everything was predicted.
No, it wasn't.
Like it was predicted.
Psalm 22.
Psalm
22. Psalm 22 is not a prediction or prophecy.
If you look at the details, it shows where he was going to be born.
No,
everything he was going to do.
That's not a single word in the Hebrew Bible says that. I mean, unless you can show me. Have you checked out the
Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah, I've read the Dead Sea Scrolls. It doesn't help. It makes it worse.
Yeah, that's where I saw it. But
I think he's a Bible.
You think so?
Do what?
Maybe. It's hard to tell sometimes.
He studied quantum physics and look at the quantum physics and infant amnesia and so and also this thing that doesn't exist in the Bible. Why would he be real? GT, you said so. You studied quantum physics university level?
No, I'm not a university level.
Okay, then why did you quantify it in years?
What?
Why did you quantify you looking up essentially quantum physics in 2 years?
I studied it for 7 years. Yeah, for like 7 years.
That would imply, just am I crazy or does that not apply like actual academic study?
That's what I would say. Yeah. So like when I talk about my like if I want to lump all of my Bible education, I would say I studied for 5 years because that's my 2 years of Bible college and then 3 years of seminary. There's no good reason to number the years if it's just you chilling at your home studying. You know what we're talking about, GT?
Sorry, I got a call. And it cut out. I couldn't hear you. All right. Well, you guys, I don't want to annoy you guys. I don't want to get argumentative. I was just,
I don't think you're being annoying. We talk to a lot of difficult people. You don't seem to be one of them just yet.
Yeah, I don't want to. It's a difficult conversation,
It sure is. Well, let's read one more verse together to kind of illustrate my position, just so you know where I'm coming from. There's a prophecy that.
Let me say one thing. I truly do not agree with the stories the Bible told, because I see the Bible as humans manipulating something to gain something out of it. There's a lot of false in the Bible. You know how being Adam was created first. When obviously, if you look at evolution, the mitochondrial Eve was 200,000 years ago, and then the Y chromosome of Adam was 150,000 years ago, which proves
That has
it's
nothing to
kind of
do with what
like
you're talking about.
it kind of does. If you it
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
but
correlates along with the Bible.
I don't even think the times of mitochondrial Eve and chromosome Y have anything to do with 150,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago, and it has nothing to do with that. Mitochondrial Eve is just the person who you can trace back everybody's mitochondria to.
Yeah, but the mitochondrial is where we get our free will, and that's where
Yeah, he's a
God
troll.
said He
Yeah, he's a
breathed
troll.
life
He's a
into
troll.
No,
Adam.
He's a troll.
Yeah.
no, fucking okay. I gotta put that one. Okay, fuck, my notes are crazy today. Mitochondria, give us free will. Listen, to be fair, Ems, he was fun as a troll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
That was a good troll.
He did
Fucking
sound like he was
mitochondria.
on shrooms, though.
He might have been. I know this much. I know that mitochondria can't be the thing that gives us free will, even if it is the powerhouse of the cell. That's all I know about that. But friends, let me grab just a couple super chats. I'm so glad that Ems came back and he didn't get rebanned immediately. Fantastic. This is exciting. It's a shame that guy was a troll, because I would have loved to talk a little bit of like science and biology with him, something that I think Ems could probably hang with much better than myself. But we're gonna do what we can.
He's probably studied it for like 10 plus years over me, so.
Fair. Reverend Nate says quantum superimposed Christian is cutting edge. Absolutely is. And you can never pin him down, because you don't know if his quantum state is upspin or downspin. He is spinning though, that's for sure. And BVP 666 says, were Joseph of Arimathea and Judas plot devices? Judas had no free will. Rock hard for dog. That is the case. Judas didn't have free will. We've covered this before. And the Gospel of Judas kind of points that out, that the Gospel of Judas, like Judas himself was doing what God kind of preordained him to do. Like that was the whole shtick. But yeah, Joseph of Arimathea, a lot of scholars, not all scholars, believe that he's kind of a plot device. Part of that is because the meaning of his name and the fact that we don't really have record of this individual. And we have a lot of records of people from the time period that were on the Sanhedrin. He doesn't appear to be one of them. Mr. V-Ball says, I didn't have quantum physics lead to butterflies on my bingo card, but here we are, these cafeteria Christianity, and then there's whatever that was. Yes, listen, when you go from quantum to butterflies to baby amnesia, there's some concerns in the dialogue. And only LC, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, good to see you, friend. I love when Ems comes up. This caller sounds like he's influenced by spirit science BS. Indeed, rock hard for Doug. And simply what for sharing. Thank you, only LC. I hope you're doing well, friend. All right, I've got more super chats. I'm going to wait though, because I want to get the next guest in here while the get-in is still good, friends. We've got maybe a one-to-one challenger in the guest box, aptly named Justin. How you doing, Justin?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Justin, are you at least
My
18?
phone's actually going to die, so I need 1 second to plug it in.
Take your time.
Sorry about that. So what was your question? Sorry. What did you just ask me?
Did he leave? Okay. Well, if he comes back, well, guess his phone died. He wasn't lying too, by the way. I saw his phone battery life in Video Ninja, and it clearly said that it was like on the edge of death. So it is what it is. He'll come back if he gets a power cord, and we'll get it done. I see some Donkus in the guest queue, but Donkus, it looks like you need to refresh your browser. It shows that you didn't get a good connection when you logged in. Can you just refresh it and come back in and see if that fixes it for you? We'll see if that take care of it. While he's doing that, Joe White, thank you for the super chat, says, "How do you exist without having seen The Good Place?" Love you, Justin. I'm sorry, friends. I'm so behind on like all things like pop culture. I don't have to tell you. I'm just I'm kind of a loser. You know what I mean? And Krishna says, "As for new body, what age will you look?" Listen, I don't know what age somebody peaks at, but if there's like a perfect like age to be at where your physical body is at its peak, I assume that's what you're at when you're in heaven. But I don't know. Ems, when does the human body kind of peak?
It says there is no specific age, but for example, like after, I believe it's like you're like in your mid-20s to late 20s. After that, your body starts like degrading, like your muscle mass. You start losing like a percentage of it every year, and your muscles they weaken, etc. But the thing is, in Islam, it says that in heaven everybody's going to be 33.
Fucking A. Okay. Well, there we go. Well, some Donkus came back, so let's get Donkus in here, and we'll get some conversation going. How you doing, Donkus? Donkus? Donkus' connection is fluttering. Okay. Well. Oh, they're back. Having a slow time connecting. We'll see if they can connect. Donkus and Justin came back. So one of the two of them will load up. And also we've got Joey B on the TikTok. If these two don't load, we'll grab Joey. Let's grab, see if, and he's gone again. Okay. Well, let's just grab Joey. It looks like his connection works, and then we'll try the other two on the YouTube queue in a minute, and we'll see if we can make any progress. I think Justin must have got a charger for his phone, so we should be good there. Joey, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Joey. Immediate teacup's a bad look. What a night. Joey, are you with us? Okay, well, I don't know what's going on with Joey, but I'll bring in Justin. What is happening with people's connections tonight? Joey, come on back if you get it figured out. All right. Welcome back, Justin. How's your battery now? You good?
Yeah, we're charging. We're good. Can you hear me?
Oh, hold on. Why is the audio not being delivered to me right now? 1 second. My Bluetooth setting changed or my output setting. Hold on. Changed. All right, say something now.
Hello? Hello?
What? How come I can't hear you? My Bluetooth earbuds temporarily disconnect. Let me double check my earbuds are still connected. Yeah, it changed. Oh, I know why. Give me 1 second. All right, say something for me now.
Hello?
Yeah, fantastic. Sorry about that, but I had a Bluetooth device disconnect and reconnect to my computer, and it caused a little bit of havoc. Yeah, I can hear you. Justin, welcome back. Your phone's plugged in and good to go now, I assume, right?
Yep, we're good now. Yep.
All right, awesome. So, Justin, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am 25, and I do believe in God.
Okay, which God is it?
What kind of God?
Mm-hmm.
The Christian God.
Okay. What do you think is a good argument for God existing, or even a piece of evidence, preferably the Christian God, since you're a Christian?
I guess I'm kind of curious on, I guess, why you think God is fiction.
Do you think that Zeus is fictional?
Do I think that Zeus is fictional?
Mhm.
Actually, not necessarily.
Do you think he's real?
I don't. I think people can ascribe names to beings, divine beings.
Do you think there's a guy that lives in the clouds that throws thunderbolts?
If they're spiritual, I guess if they're in the immaterial world, then when they manifest, then anything can happen.
So you do think there's a deity / demon
I
that
think they can
can
appear like that.
harness lightning and throw it with his hands?
I think they can appear like that.
Now, I'm not asking about the appearance. I'm asking, do you actually believe in the entity? Because according to Greek mythology, like he is, like I've seen.
Yeah, he's an actual. I mean, I actually don't really know.
Right. Okay.
So why don't you tell me? I guess.
Well,
what he is.
Well,
I don't really know, honestly.
My point is very clear. I would say that Jesus, this divine figure, Son of God, nonsense, is fiction because it matches all the other fictional writing that we have about deities and things like that. So if you don't believe in the Greek gods and the Roman gods and the gods of ancient Babylon or Egypt, and because they're just works of fiction, well, I'm just saying that it's the same thing. The Bible itself includes all kinds of stories that are indeed we would deem fictional by literally any standard, unless you just grew up being indoctrinated.
Yeah. So I guess one way I guess I could see looking at God is from a philosophical standpoint. I don't think that you can actually prove God by a scientific standpoint.
Okay.
Because science is the observation of the physical world.
It's not always physical. Like we use science to figure out quantum physics, but like technically speaking, quantum physics and the study of like quantum fields and things like that aren't necessarily physical. Like it's not matter the way we think of the word matter in our heads. So there are concepts we can use logic to figure out. Like, is there a squared circle? No, it's because it's logically contradictory, right? So, but anyways, it sounds like you've got an argument for a generic God rather than the Christian God. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Okay, so
I think first coming to the conclusion of there being, I guess, an unmoved mover in a sense, and then from there, coming to the conclusion of, okay, what does that unmoved mover look like? And then you can determine, is that the Christian God, the Muslim God, or some other.
Why would I think that there's a mover at all?
Well, you might not, and that's okay. But I think that it makes philosophical sense that there is a necessary being.
Why?
That caused everything.
Why?
Because I think everything that begins to exist has a cause. And so if we say that the universe has a beginning,
I don't think
then it has a cause. You don't think the universe has a beginning?
What's the evidence that it does?
I think modern day science kind of supports the idea that the universe came from a finite point.
What do you mean come from? The Big Bang Theory isn't necessarily the idea that something came from nothing. It's just the idea that the universe was once in a smaller, hot, dense state, and then it began to rapidly expand. It's not actually a statement about what happened prior to the Big Bang. And like, to be sure, most cosmologists today wouldn't suggest that it didn't exist prior to the Big Bang.
So I guess you think that the universe is a necessary thing that has always existed.
Actually, I don't disagree.
Just so I understand, I guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that kind of steel man of my position. Yeah, I would say that the universe itself is necessary based on what we know. I can't see a good reason to believe that the universe once didn't exist, and the data seems to suggest that it'll be here forever as well.
Okay. What do you, I guess, do with do you think that the universe is continually expanding?
By continually, I think to say right now it seems to be expanding. I don't think it's going to do it forever. In fact, It seems
Do you think
like
it will shrink again then, I guess?
I do, yeah. So I subscribe to the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, and I guarantee that like there is some data for this, even though it's not. I wouldn't say that it's a smoking gun. It's not something that I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. But there's definitely data that would support the model. But I would say even if the Big Bang, Big Crunch model turned out to be false, there are like a dozen other eternal cosmic models that very well could be true, or it might be true that the fields, like the quantum fields, are the things that produced matter, and the quantum fields giveth, and the quantum fields take away. But nevertheless, I don't see. Let's try to give you as much ground as possible and work through some of the stuff, because it sounds like you might be a little bit new at debating some of the like philosophical arguments from God. Am I correct in
necessarily? I guess I'm not necessarily trying to debate right now. I'm just curious on.
Right, but my notion is that it's just based on our limited interaction. It sounds you might be a little bit new in this field. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm not an expert in anything, but I guess what I went to school for, which is none of this stuff. But so by no means am I saying I'm an expert or anything like that.
Okay, so I could grant you all kinds of ground to give you a better position, and I still don't think it ends in God. So let's grant you that the universe had a beginning, and that there was a prime mover. I have no reason to believe that to be the case, but let's assume there was. What would be the argument or the evidence for like a sentient thinking agent being the prime mover versus just some naturalistic force?
I think when you look at the way that the world functions, and this is probably, I guess, the intelligent design argument, I think it points to having an intelligent designer. To say that, and then this gets into other arguments too, like morals and also objective truth as well.
Well, I mean, any of those three topics I'd be interested in talking about, but we kind of have to pick one.
I'm jumping all over the place, which is sorry about that.
So which one appeals to you the most? We can start there.
Well, I think that's like the thing is that it's like a cumulative case. You get what I'm saying?
We can accumulate all of them one at a time. You just got to figure out where you want to start at. So you want to start at intelligent design?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess I'm interested in hearing why you don't think that's a good argument. Sure, that's fine.
Sure. One, I think it's a bad argument because if something was like super smart and super powerful and could like figure out how to do like DNA and do the body and do like quantum fields, if it could figure all that out, it's just kind of weird to me that it couldn't figure out how to create a habitat for humans that wasn't like a complete disaster. So like 97% of the water on the planet is undrinkable. It's poisonous for us to drink. 3 million children die a year of starvation. Like thousands of children, even in the modern age, will die just from choking on food because of the way the windpipe and the food pipe are constructed. Like babies are just born right out of the gate sometimes with cancer. At certain points in history, upwards of 40% of all conceptions would end in either a miscarriage or the baby dying before it makes it to 6 months of age. All of this is really antithetical to an idea that there's like this super awesome, divine, intelligent being that made all this, unless we just assume that it's evil.
Okay. So if I was to, I'm just trying to understand your argument. If I was to, I guess, take that argument, I'm going to explain it back to you just so I can see if I understand it. So people who believe in intelligent design would say that, look at the way the Earth is tilted. If it's tilted at a different degree, then it would collapse or something like that along those lines, right?
That's not true.
I might be misquoting it, but those are the arguments I've heard. I'm not actually saying that I agree
it's something
that's like
similar.
Like this puddle is perfectly designed to fit into this hole. The
water you get what I'm saying when I say that. I'm not actually making that claim. I'm just saying that if people, that's what I've heard from people who have made that claim. and I'm probably actually misquoting them. Honestly, probably
I
two.
mean, you got the
You can
general
tell
idea.
Okay, yeah. But I wanted to make sure I'm understanding your argument, just so I can go back and research it and things like that.
Sure. So yeah, the biggest argument for me is that when we look at like the complexity of the universe, it doesn't match to me that this was something that was done by something intelligent. To me, it just looks like we've got a brief pocket where life was able to emerge amidst a greater amount of chaos. It looks like, if the universe is finely tuned for anything, it's like finely tuned for black holes, because it seems to be making them endlessly. So I'm not really sure why we would think that it's fine tuned for life.
Okay.
I mean, our sun gives us cancer, right? Like, it's not a great design.
Right, and you need it too, right? We need the sun, but yet the sun gives us skin cancer. That can't be like, you wouldn't, if you had children, you wouldn't like design a house that they needed to live in, but then the house would like, murder them eventually.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand that argument. I'm not going to say I have an argument against it, because I don't, but I think I understand it, so that's good.
Sure.
Okay, do we mind if we move on to something else?
I think that's fine. I mean, you're up here being polite, so I if you want to pivot
I'm not trying to
topics,
overtake the conversation or anything like that. I'm just,
well, I don't think you are.
genuinely just trying to understand the arguments. What was that?
I'm just saying that typically when people are up here and they're being kind and they're having a good faith discussion, I don't mind you kind of doing what you need to do to get the answers you need. When people are up here and being pricks, then I might steer the conversation a little bit more. But what's your next question?
Okay, so I'm interested in those verses that you were talking about earlier.
Sure.
One was in Matthew.
Okay.
If you could explain to me, I guess, what was your argument for that verse?
Yeah, sure thing. Let me put it on the board. And basically, in Matthew 16, in Matthew 24, and Matthew 10:23, it has Jesus basically predicting when his second coming and judgment is going to be. And just kind of failed. And I've been familiar with these passages since I was in high school. I went to Catholic school growing up, and this is like one of the first things I ever read in the Gospels, where I was like, wait a minute, seems to be a problem here.
What's your name, by the way?
Justin.
Oh, your name is Justin too?
I know, right? Fucking Justin squared up here.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to know your name.
That's right.
Deconstruction Zone.
It says in Matthew 10:23, this is when Jesus sends his disciples out to the villages to preach to them. And it says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And this is typically a reference to the second coming as it's described in Daniel 7 and elsewhere, which we'll get to. He doubles down in Matthew 16. It says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which, I mean, certainly we would agree that they're all dead now, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, physically, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can't be spiritual death because that happens after the judgment, not before the judgment.
I think I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Matthew 24 is a more direct, where his disciples are like, hey, when is this end coming? When's all this happening? And he gives them a whole chapter of signs to look for. And then he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be dark and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near, at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Which is just Jesus basically saying his second coming and all these signs are going to take place, within the lifetime of his hearers.
Okay. I actually am doing a study through Matthew currently.
Mm-hmm.
haven't got to Matthew 24 yet about the that part yet.
Yeah.
Do you think when he is, I guess, what do you think Jesus is saying when he says those things then? Do you think he's lying? I think that's what I got from what you were saying earlier.
Well, I mean, either he's lying or he doesn't know, or the story's just fiction, which, to be fair, I don't have any good reason to believe that he said these words, but.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess for the fig tree one, right? That kind of takes me back to the fig tree earlier in Matthew that Jesus talks about.
Yep. What about it?
Where he curses the fig tree.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Right, and so that in my studies is a picture of Israel being cursed. He says the kingdom of heaven is going to be ripped away from people like you and be given to people who produce true faith. And immediately after talks about faith the size of a mustard seed can move mountains.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I don't see what that has to do with the
connecting
promise.
it back to there. And so when I think of like him cursing Israel and judging Israel, it's talking about the 70 AD event where the temple is destroyed and the judgment of Israel comes upon those people. Do you think that possibly Jesus could be talking those same times? We could be talking about the 70 AD event when he is judging Israel?
I don't think so, because it says, when the sign of the Son of Man appears in heaven, it says, all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. So it seems like a global event, not a localized event, you know?
Yeah, so does he say, this is the 24 one, right?
Yeah, Matthew 24.
Chapter 24. And then he says later that people will see it that they see now.
Like, can you say that question again?
What's the next part of the verse?
Oh, the next part of this verse is going to be him explaining how it's going to happen like a thief in the night almost. It's going to happen suddenly and people aren't going to expect it. So if you go
Matthew 24, I would say that like no one will die until they see this part.
No. It says that the generation currently living will still be alive when all these signs happen. It says this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So if all of those things didn't take place, then we couldn't very well say that 70 AD was a fulfillment.
I mean, it says from the fig tree learn its lesson, right? So he's clearly referencing that. And I think most theologians say that event is that him judging the judgment of Israel was in 70 AD during the destruction of the second temple.
Scholars don't say that. This is the preterist talking point, and this is not.
I don't even know what preterist means. I'm going to be honest with you.
Sorry, preterism's a view that all of the prophecies in the Bible have come true. Like all of them are already done. There's no more prophecies left to come true. Like even Revelation has come true already. So that being said, though, my point here is pretty clear. Like the mention of the fig tree has nothing to do with the nation of Israel. I guarantee that I agree. If we go back and read the passages where Israel is being likened to a tree, that's fine. But he's not saying here that this has anything to do with the nation of Israel being judged. He's saying, look, there's a lesson to be learned with the fig tree. And that lesson is when the branches become tender, it puts forth leaves, and you know that summer is near. So he's saying, listen, the fig tree is a sign. It's an indicator for when summer comes. You can just look at the signs and know that summer is near. Then he says, so also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. So he's saying, just like you can look at a fig tree and know what's about to happen, or you know what season you're in, when you see these signs, just like the fig tree, you know what season you're in, which is why he then goes on to say that all of these signs will have been completed within that generation.
So you don't think that when he says fig tree, it's not talking about the earlier lesson that he taught about the fig tree?
No.
Okay, interesting. Okay. I guess why not?
Because there's no contextual reason for it. Because
I mean, because the fig tree is in chapter 21.
Well, if the fig tree
speaks, I guess.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, if the fig tree is representing Israel, then it fails even harder because it says from the fig tree. So we'll just replace fig tree with Israel, right? From Israel, learn its lesson. As soon as Israel's branches become tender, meaning they're about to produce fruit, you know that the summer is near. Right. So this to me would be a prediction of Israel actually producing the good fruit again. But in 70 AD, that just got wiped out.
Another summer, so the tender puts forth its leaves. Puts forth its leaves. It doesn't really talk about producing fruit, I guess, though. It just says puts forth its leaves.
True, yeah, and that's how you know that summer is near, right? When you see that it's becoming tender, it's just a visual indication that summer's around the corner. And when you see all these signs happening, that's your visual indicator that that Jesus is near, that you're in the right season.
Yeah, what this generation now passed to all these things have taken place. So what things is it talking about? Is it above?
Yeah, all the signs in this chapter are supposed to take place, and I didn't read all of them because you know you don't. I mean, you can just look at the prior paragraph and see that these things didn't come true, right?
I'm just gonna have to look into it more.
Fair enough.
I haven't actually studied chapter 24 yet, so
okay.
I was just curious on what your argument was. Look into it a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, not saying you're wrong. I just don't know. I don't want to talk about stuff I don't know about. So
that's a perfectly fair response to say I don't know. So accepted for sure.
Okay. Is there any other verses, I guess, that make it?
I mean, there's a lot.
You think Jesus says is untrue?
How deep do you want me to take you?
What other verses, I guess, would you say Jesus says are untrue?
I think.
What other verses would you say that Jesus says that you think is untrue?
So I think there's quite a few of them. I think one of my favorites is actually two of my favorites are actually in Matthew. And I'll give you a second to.
Hopefully the ones I've studied. We'll see, I guess. But
well, yeah, we'll find out. Let's go, before I do that, let's go to one that I think is maybe more powerful. Let's go to Luke chapter 4. In Luke chapter 4, this is a famous scene where Jesus reads from the scroll of Isaiah in the synagogue. So it says, the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." He rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all of the synagogue were fixed on him, and he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But what you need to do is go back to that original scripture and ask yourself what in here is actually being fulfilled. Because when you go to Isaiah 61, actually doesn't say anything about the Messiah. And what it does say actually contradicts what Jesus is saying. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I read Isaiah 61 as the prophet talking about himself, which the prophet does on occasions in this book. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me and has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed." That's literally what the prophet Isaiah was supposed to be doing. To bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, which he does. The whole 2/3 of Isaiah is talking about how the captives are now free from Babylon. And it says, "And release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, and to give them garland instead of ashes, oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, to display his glory." I will end on verse 4. "They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations." Because the original context of this prophecy is about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity, because they destroyed all these cities. And so there's actually nothing in this chapter about a Messiah, and certainly Jesus didn't fulfill any of this because Jesus didn't bring anybody. He didn't restore the Israelites to any of their land. He didn't rebuild anything. In fact, shortly after Jesus died, they got their asses kicked even worse. So it just seems like Jesus, whoever wrote Luke chapter 4 is kind of.
I mean, I think Jesus kind of makes it clear that he's not coming for a physical kingdom. And so I think I'd agree with you in the sense that, of course, Jesus didn't come and restore the Israelites in the sense that the nation of Israel is restored or anything like that.
Well, that is the problem, though. That's what they would have been expecting, even in the Gospel of Luke.
That is the problem, though, is that the Israelites, the Jewish people, did expect that about the Messiah.
And why would they expect that?
Why would they expect that? Because, I mean, I think it says that in the text.
Yeah, it says it. Yeah, in the Hebrew Bible, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think I relate to the Jewish people misunderstanding who Jesus was.
How did they misunderstand it? They were
misunderstand it?
They were right about him.
They thought it was going to happen all at the same time, all the stuff.
That's what the Bible says.
The judgment of God, and it doesn't actually ever say that it's all going to happen all at once.
But it kind of does. But also, it tells you what's going to happen when the Messiah comes, and he just didn't do any of it, right? So if
he did do some of it,
like what?
The suffering servant.
That's not about Messiah at all. It's about the righteous remnant of Israel.
The Isaiah. I mean, Isaiah is clearly about, in my opinion, about Jesus.
Why would you think that?
Why?
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's clear. I'm not exactly sure, but I mean, all of what chapters? I can't think of what the chapters are exactly. But you got the Isaiah 60, I think, is where it starts. The suffering servant.
So the suffering servant, there's 4 suffering servant interludes in Deutero-Isaiah, and I don't think any of them are about Jesus. And the reason why I believe this to be the case is because whoever wrote Deutero-Isaiah, that's chapters 40 to 55, whoever wrote this section of text tells you who the servant is. He just tells you like right out of his mouth, right? So on 9 different occasions.
Then who is the servant?
It's the remnant of Israel, which is what it says in the other prophets too, that God's sending the Israelites into Babylonian captivity as punishment. Both the wicked and the righteous are going to go into captivity, and it's going to refine them like a refiner's fire, so that when they come back, it'll only be the righteous remnant that's left. This is why they call it the righteous remnant. And leading up to chapter 53, the prophet tells you 9 different times who the servant is. So when you get to 53, you don't actually have to guess. Like he already told you, right? It says, you Israel, this is chapter 41, by the way. It says, but you Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corner, saying to you, you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off. So right at the beginning of the section, the author is telling us, the servant is Israel. It's time to get out of Babylon. You're going to get redeemed. And then he does something that I think is important, that if you're reading the Bible too quick, you might miss. In verse 43:10, he says, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I've chosen. So he says this plurality of people, the witnesses, those plurality of peoples are my servant. So this language, like using he, him pronouns for the servant, it's not because it's talking about an individual. It's because it's talking about a collection of people that are being personified as a servant.
Okay, so I actually think I agree that Israel is the servant as well. But then I think like Matthew makes the theological claim that Jesus is the true Israel, or the fulfillment of Israel. Like in Matthew, that's why he goes to Exodus.
And what does it mean to be the true Israel? Because like according to the Hebrew Bible, the true Israel is somebody that follows God's laws, like follows the commandments and intends to actually love God and never depart from the commands. But like the New
You don't
Testament
think Jesus
doctrine,
did that?
well, that's where you get sticky. I don't think Jesus was against the laws of Moses. Jesus seems to be quite fond of them. It's everybody after Jesus that seems to hate them, which creates a really weird tension in that if you're just reading the New Testament, you can't even
tell.
tell.
The question is, did Jesus follow that?
Follow what? The laws?
Follow the laws of God, yeah.
Yeah, as far as we can tell, the only law I know that seems like he broke is Deuteronomy 4:1-2. It also shows up later in Deuteronomy where it says, "Do not add to anything to this book or to these laws or take anything away from them." In fact, let me grab it so we can see it together. Make sure I didn't butcher the memory of the verse. But in Deuteronomy 4, he says it again in chapter 12. It says, "Give heed to the statutes and ordinances that I am teaching you to observe, so that you may live, to enter and occupy the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. You must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I'm giving you charge." So my understanding is that when Jesus comes in and changes them or gives different commands of them, either he's breaking this law, or when he's giving you these new laws, he's basically just saying, actually, this is my interpretation of them.
Yeah, I'd say he's giving the proper interpretation. That's why he says, I'm fulfilling. I'm not going to take away anything from the scriptures, not a dot, not an iota. And says that all the is that he's just fulfilling scriptures, which I think is just a Hebrew idiomatic expression for basically saying this is the proper interpretation.
Okay. Well, Matthew 5 is written in Greek, and I want to give you an olive branch here because I agree with one thing you said there, but I think you may not have communicated it as effectively as you wanted to. Let me bring up the verse. So this is Jesus doubling down on the law of Moses. He says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill." The word fulfill here, plurao, it seems to indicate that Jesus is using this in the sense of bringing it into a more meaningful completion or bringing the law to a more meaningful interpretation, but not getting rid of the law. Like the law is not going anywhere, according to Jesus, which is why verse 19 says that whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, so on and so forth. Yeah. So now the problem with this view of Jesus is that everybody else in the New Testament just disagrees. Paul disagrees, the author of Hebrews disagrees, the author of Luke and Acts disagree, the author of Mark disagrees. So we've got a huge contradiction in the New Testament whether or not you should be following these laws of Moses.
Okay, but we're talking about Jesus right now. Sure,
we are talking about Jesus. I actually forget why we ended up on this talking point, though. Maybe you can refresh my memory.
Because we were talking about Jesus as the true Israel. And so, if the suffering servant is going to be Israel, then Jesus is that suffering servant because he is the true Israel. And I think Matthew makes that claim.
Matthew doesn't really make that claim. I can understand why you would think that, but there's nothing in Matthew that says Jesus is the true Israel. But also,
no, it doesn't say it explicitly. That's for sure. Yeah, you have to take it from I guess you have to infer it from the text.
Right. Well, Matthew does seem to be suggesting that he is a better Moses for sure. But
Moses
again,
and a better Israel. I mean, why does Matthew specifically write that Jesus goes to Israel and then exits?
I can tell you why.
Sorry, I said that wrong. Why he goes to Exodus and then he exits Exodus, right? Okay, just like the Israelites did.
I agree. So the reason why that seems to be there is one, I think he's painting Jesus to be similar to Moses because he's going to make the connection with Deuteronomy 18 where it says there's one that's going to be coming after Moses, come after me, the prophet. Yeah, so
I'm going to give him I'm going to speak my words, and I'm going to something like that. Yeah. Where it says that there's going to come one after me who's going to give them new words or new laws, basically, something like that.
Right, yeah, you got it. So I find no meaning, if Matthew is trying to suggest that Jesus is the new Israel, this is just kind of like a meaningless concept to me. The Hebrew Bible doesn't say anything about Israel being replaced with a singular human being. It's just like a theology that you kind of have to invent. because Jesus didn't actually do anything. So, and to be sure, the quotation from Matthew, you're quoting Matthew 22, I'm sorry, Matthew 2, like verse 15 and 16, which comes from Hosea 11. And I think the bigger problem here is that that's not a prophecy either. So like Matthew's talking about these passages as though they're like meaningful prophecies when they're actually not. That part of Hosea 11 is actually historical, not prophetic. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. Okay, well, there should be a prophecy theoretically somewhere that says that, you know, God's Messiah / son is going to come out of Egypt. But when you go to Hosea 11, it doesn't actually say that.
No, it doesn't. I think you're right. I actually agree with you that it doesn't actually say that anywhere in there. So I think from what I have read, is that Matthew, they say that Matthew is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'll look more into this, is that he's doing a Jewish technique or something like that, where you have to go back into that text and infer a lesson from it or something like that.
They're basically trying to get secret messages out of the text.
I don't know if I would say it's secret messages, but messages where you're forced to go back into the text, wrestle with what the text means, and then to figure out what the meaning of the text is. You know, to meditate on God's word is to continually go over text over and over and over again and wrestle with the meaning of it.
Sure, but my point
Midrash, is that what it's called?
Midrash is one way to refer to it, yes.
Okay. So you don't agree with that? You don't think he's doing that? Or you just think it's crap?
Oh, no. I think Matthew and the other gospel authors are doing a little bit of Midrash. I just think it's nonsense. And the reason why is because like it was a Jewish practice. You could see it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They had these collections of what we call a pesherim. Pesherim is plural for pesher, which just means like instruction. And the reality is, when you look at it, they're just going into the Old Testament and they're just reinterpreting it to be about their time period when it actually had nothing to do with their time period. And those secondary interpretations all failed as well. I have no reason to believe.
Both, I guess. Why couldn't it be?
Why would it be?
Both?
Because
I see what you mean. Because there's verses where they say it's prophecy when it already happened, and so it's like a double. So it's saying historical event, and it's also, the Bible at least is saying that it's also happening at that time. Jesus does that a lot. And so I guess why couldn't it be?
Because the midrashic interpretation contradicts the plain meaning of the text and all of the other prophecies, right? So it would be interesting if Jesus did fulfill the prophecies literally, and then also we had this really cool midrashic interpretation that reinforced the idea, but we don't have anything like that. What we've got is a guy who fulfilled 0 prophecies, and then the New Testament authors are like, yeah, but you know, if we squint hard enough, we can find secret meanings by saying that these words don't actually mean what they say.
Okay. So you think? So I guess your claim is that none of the prophecies that say are fulfilled in Scripture are not actually fulfilled at a literal level.
Oh, not even one? No.
Okay. And then even the ones where they say that it's fulfilled if you look hard enough, or have your eyes opened enough, or whatever they would say, or if you have ears to hear, eyes to see, then those also don't work as well.
Yeah, because they could be applied to anybody. Like if I use the same interpretive model that the New Testament authors are using, well, that means I'm the Messiah, right? So if I just go
what you're basically saying is that they're just going around and finding willy-nilly connection everywhere they want just to prove their point.
Nailed it.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your argument. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily saying I agree. I'm just trying to process it. Okay.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay. that's fine. I'm gonna look into it a little bit more.
Well,
maybe we'll have a conversation later, I guess.
give it a
Hopefully.
peek. Let me know. Let me know what you think, and maybe we'll have a future conversation. I would say also, Justin, be open to information that's going to be difficult to swallow. There was a long time ago, Justin, when I was another Justin doing quasi apologetics on the internet. It was in the Stone Age because I'm super old, and I was a Christian for a long time. I was in ministry, and I left because the evidence just kept getting stacked in favor of the opposing viewpoints. So I'm not saying that's going to happen to you. I'm just saying be open to it. If you're honest with yourself about wanting to learn what is true, sometimes you have to be open to painful truths.
Yeah, I agree. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Well, at least I think I'm fine with it. I don't think we know ourselves as much as we think we do, but
that might be the case. But if you find stuff that troubles you, come back and talk with us. We'll make sure you're okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. What is your motivation?
Oh, I love truth. So my motivation first, if I love truth. Second, I actually really love the study of this religion and religions in general. And number 3, Christian nationalism's a fucking problem.
Okay. Okay, so you love truth. You do like the religion. Why do you like the religion? Just like nostalgia reasons, or?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, because I've always been in love with history. Like as far as I could recall, I loved history and ancient languages and religions. So even before I was like a real Christian, like I thought it was supremely interesting. The idea of getting to study something like this in history has always been interesting to me.
Okay. And then how do you define Christian nationalism, I guess?
Christian nationalism essentially just is a movement where they think that the nation's government and laws should enshrine specifically Christian principles. And there are differing levels of Christian nationalism, but I think the current type of Christian nationalism really borders on like Christo-fascism, and that to me seems problematic.
Okay. Would you say all forms of Christian nationalism are bad?
I wouldn't say bad. Like if you still allow for religious freedom, I mean, it'll work itself out in the end. But I think the problem is
Are there people who are not allowing religious freedom?
Yeah, the current Christian nationalist movement wants to enshrine like laws that would require people to participate in the religion, or at least aspects of it, and live by laws that are specifically only laws because like the Bible would say so. And so like Christian nationalism isn't just you do what you want to and we'll do what we want to. It's like, no. Like God has standards and you have to live by them as well.
I guess I have a hard time with some of that because you could say you could ascribe all moral laws back to the Bible in some way. And you could almost say that any do not murder, for example.
But that's not
if someone advocates for not having murder in a society, is that being a Christian nationalist?
But that's not specifically a Christian teaching. You'll find that in every society.
So if you can find in every society, then it all of a sudden becomes not a Christian nationalist ideal.
Well, yeah. Like, do you think? I mean, obviously, if you go to India,
it specifically only has to be those things that are only found within the Bible.
Yes, because these laws existed in other countries that had nothing to do with the Bible, and in most countries prior to the existence of this religion, they had those rules too. Like we have laws.
What laws then?
We have laws that predate the biblical laws by a long shot that talk about some of the same stuff.
Okay, so then what laws are you thinking when? What laws are you thinking?
Like nonsensical laws, like the Sabbath laws, or not letting women vote, or not letting women get divorced.
I'm genuinely asking this because I guess I might be in a different circle than you or something, because I do not see people advocating for that.
I know that's the problem.
You could probably point to the extremes, but
there's a lot of them actually. And if you look at some of the people that are in government right now, they are specifically advocating for this type of Christian nationalism, where like women won't even get the right to vote again.
Who is that?
Hold on. The pastor of the church where J.D. Vance goes has this view. Hold on.
But that's not a politician, though.
J.D. Vance is a politician.
Yeah, but you said that people in government currently hold that view. Just because J.D. Vance goes to that church does not mean that he holds that view.
If he thought that the view was problematic, he probably would have left by now. And Pete Hegseth as well. Pete Hegseth has literally reposted stuff on the internet, videos of pastors making similar claims. The current read Project 2025. This is all about Christian nationalism.
Okay, I will. That's fine.
I get it. If you're not in politics, you might not notice it, but I promise you, it's all there.
I'm sure. I mean, like, I can point to specific examples of other sides doing crazy stuff too, and it's easy to look at it as if that's the majority. I don't know if that's necessarily the majority of people's beliefs.
No.
Okay.
It's definitely not the majority.
Okay, so then I guess why is it such a big concern?
Because it's in the government. That's the problem, right? Just because it's not the majority doesn't mean it can't be forced upon you. In fact, there's a lot of people in the government that we might say is a minority, like the people who wanted to outlaw abortion. It certainly is a minority position among most politicians and also even among the base. But you bet your ass there's people pushing for it right now.
And you'd say wanting to outlaw abortion is a Christian nationalist idea?
Yeah. The only people that are pushing this are essentially people that are religious. And it's funny because like the book, the Christian Bible, doesn't really even support this. If you read the Bible from front to back, it seems to be kind of okay with this notion that like not infants, but like zygotes, unborn, don't actually have the same value as born human beings.
Yeah, I'm sure that would probably be a topic for another time. I guess, how does it follow that? I mean, you have secular pro-lifers, and
not many.
Are those Christian nationalists? Are those people Christian nationalists then, even though they're atheists?
No, this is where you.
So where are they getting that idea?
Need nuance. Like there are people that are going to base their religious beliefs or their governmental standards or their laws. They're going to base it on what they feel or what they believe, and then there's some that are going to base it solely on the Bible. So if you look at like Amy Cohen Barrett and any of the other Christians that are pro-Christian nationalism, they're going to say, well, the reason why it needs outlawed is because of X, Y, and Z about the Bible or God saying it's horrible. But I'm sure there are people that are not Christians that actually don't like abortion as well. I'm just saying that the predominant view for people that are they're against the pro-choice position is because of the Bible.
I guess, how do you determine if it's only how do you determine what laws are Christian nationalists then?
Because they tell you. Like the people that are suggesting we live by certain laws are telling you why they think we should live by them. And they're just openly telling you it's because the Bible said so. The Bible says so. So if their justification for these laws is because the Bible tells you, well, then.
So if you could find someone who is pro-life before the Bible, then it would be automatically not Christian nationalist for someone.
I would say if there is a non-Christian who was against abortion, then I would say, yeah, this is not a person who is specifically acting out of Christian nationalist interests. But that doesn't mean that the Christian nationalists aren't, because the Christian nationalists are acting out of their desire for Christian nationalism.
The problem you have is people using their religion to enforce laws.
I mean, that's one of the many problems. Yeah. And
you wouldn't define religion as a worldview?
No, religion is a worldview.
Okay. So isn't that what everyone's doing then?
Yeah, but the difference is a worldview based around a fictional entity is not one I have to care about, especially in a country where everyone is allowed to pick a different religious worldview, right? So if I tell you like there's a law that I think would be beneficial, it's going to be rooted in science, facts, logic, not a sky fairy.
I mean, I think people would say that what they think is logical, and so the question is, how do you know if it is or not?
Well, because we could just look at the claims of the situation and determine that the God doesn't exist.
I would agree. Well, I wouldn't agree with that part.
But listen, Justin, you've been up here in good faith. I don't think many people in my audience care to talk politics. That's one of the reasons why I avoid it and I stick to religion.
But, I've already taken up too much time, so that's no problem. I saw some more arguments from you, and I'll look into them, and hopefully we can have a conversation that's further.
Yeah, sure thing. Come on back sometime.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. You have a good day.
Cheers, man. All right. You know, it's funny. I remember being a young Republican myself and people saying things about Republicans in general and kind of being dismissive of it because I was like, well, I haven't seen that, right? That's not true in my experience. But when you start looking around at other people's experiences, it actually is quite true, even if it's not part of your experience. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, good to see you tonight, friends. Its quantum-powered caterpillars sound like a Doctor Who monster. And a really good fucking story, actually, I would imagine. That sounds like a really good villain. Yeah. Yeah, Quanta, that was a wild one. And Rachel says, the only Lord I recognize is Vader. Well, the Dark Lord, obviously. And Ashandari, I hope I pronounced that right, says, if you like to watch TV shows, I don't, check out Mr. In Between, the top 5 shows ever. Even someone who lives under a proverbial rock should appreciate it. Well, that might be true. It's not that I dislike watching TV programs. It's just that when you have to set your schedule, like what do you put on your schedule? And the reality is my schedule is kind of dominated by other things that I need to get done for, various reasons. And, watching movies is not really high on my list, but they are fun. Totigus, my friend, good to see you tonight. Says, getting figgy with it. Nah. That's a classic right there. I'm old enough to know that one. Will Smith, before he started smacking people on stage. And Totigus again says, Fig Tree, Fig Newton, Isaac Newton, Gravity, Flat Earth Proven. Fuck, you got me. Okay. No! I'm a flirt now. That was sound and valid. I don't know. I can't fight against that one. And Ken the Skeptic says, you need to add M's, sure, and listen to your soundboard. I know. Actually, I do still have more sounds that I've been meaning to clip, especially from Praise I Am. We'll be getting those on the soundboard for sure. And T Cove, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. Also, speaking of Doug, look who's in the house. Rock hard for Doug with us is Big W to the caller who named Justin, who was honest and confident enough to admit when they didn't know something, but will research. Love people who are thoughtful. Go figure, he's also adjusted. Indeed, that is the case. Thank you, Rockhard. Also, are you and Adele going live tonight? Let me know. If you're going to go live tonight, I'll send a raid over to y'all's stream. And former Prophet Nathan says the Secretary of Defense has a Crusader cross tattooed on his chest. True. Yeah, that guy is Looney Tunes. And Mary says, look, caller, I live in Oklahoma. When I hear my niece's school is forcing not only biblical education, but injecting forced prayer, that's a problem. I agree. We need a separation between the church and the government, for sure. Peace, Love, and Cake says Christian nationalism really has nothing to do with Christianity. It's about power, control, and privilege. Peace, Love, and Cake, I mean, you might be right there that a lot of people are using it as a means of control, not really because they're adherents, but I would say like the vast majority of them already believe that it's true. That's what I would say. But anyways, let's try some Donkus. It looks like the connection might be a little more stable, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome back, Donkus. Donkus, do you have a microphone selected? Because I can't hear anything you're saying. you're on a phone, I assume. Hold on, you're talking again. I think the problem is that the other set of headphones that were connected to my computer, which somebody else was using, have left the room and is no longer working. So give me a second. And let me just disconnect those headphones. They keep fucking up the stream. Just going to change my output device to my earbuds rather than splitting the audio in multiple directions, and we'll call it a day there. All right, try it now. Let me see if I can hear you. Oh, no one can hear you now. Let me refresh your microphone. I don't know if you actually have one plugged in. All right, try it now.
Can you hear me just fine?
We're good now.
Yeah, all right. How's it going, man?
Welcome back, Donkus. Donkus, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I am currently moving, and I wanted to take a break and talk to one of my favorite YouTubers ever.
Well, we're doing some debates. Are you here to debate?
I was here to actually ask you a question. So I have extremely small YouTube channel. It's actually called Some Donkus, not trying to do plugs or anything like that. But I am 32. I am an atheist. And I wanted to make a video on like a bunch of different religions. And I wanted to pick out like the most crazy, messed up, like whatever stories from like some of the like most dominant religions on the planet and like some of the obscure, you know what I mean? And I wanted to make a video or a video series of sorts because I have like a commentary comedy channel. I was like, man, I could find some crazy shit and talk about that and like make it dark and light enough to where people are like, I did not know that about the Bible or whatever it may be. And I was wondering if you could point me in some of the right directions. I have terrible ADHD dingus, so I start with one and I just go everywhere. So, you know.
Fair enough. Do you have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet?
I don't, but I do see it on the screen here.
Yeah. That'd be the best way. I've got all kinds of them documented. In fact, the first tab of the cheat sheet is full of the worst bits of the Bible. And I think that'd probably give you most of what you're really looking for. I've also got scientific errors, contradictions, and other stuff, failed prophecies.
Okay. Because I want to start with like Job and the whole story with David, Bathsheba.
Lost your audio again.
70,000 people.
Somebody lost your audio. Hold on. Oh, never mind.
I can hear him.
Hold one second. These headphones keep switching on and off. 1 second.
Oh no!
This is a problem. All right, I should be able to hear it now.
All good?
Yep.
Nice. But yeah, I have the Job story written down.
Yeah. There's a lot of great stories in the Bible, and I hate to cut you loose, but this is just a debate show, and I do a Q&A like a couple times a month. I actually just did one this last Sunday. If you really want to just get in and talk about a bunch of verses that you might find helpful, I guess you can come to the Q&A.
And when was that again?
My last Q&A was Sunday. I'll be doing another one sometime this month, either next Sunday or the Sunday after that.
Sweet. Okay, I'll join that. Oh, and by the way, if you've been wondering who the person that says Bob Saget in your streams and all that jazz, that's me.
Oh, is there a story behind the Bob Saget?
So there's an old YouTube like legendary channel. It's called Tourette's Guy.
Oh.
And he goes, "Oh, Bob Saget!" Like when he rages out, and it is stuck with me for years, to where it's just part of my vocabulary these days. And
I know the guy. I didn't realize that was his line. Okay, now I know. I appreciate the explanation. And hey, thanks for watching the channel. I'm sorry we're just doing debates tonight, but
no, you're cool.
When we do the Q&A, pop on up. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. I'll give you all the ammunition.
So, thanks, dude. I appreciate you, man.
Sure thing. Cheers, buddy.
Good night.
Yeah, that guy was comically nice.
He was very nice. We've got a lot of nice people in the community, I think, though. Let's bring in God's Sword. With a name like that, it's gonna be good.
I know this guy.
Oh, you've talked to God's Sword before?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, should be fun. God's Sword, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, on both counts. Yeah.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
Only true God, the Christian God, triune in nature, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Interesting. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
The fact that everybody else copies off of the Christian God, and not only that, we have 2,000 years plus of evidence, history, and governments ran by Christian societies.
Yeah, this is
So,
who I think it
from
is.
that standpoint, I've been looking for an atheist society that's been able to survive more than 20 years or 40 years successfully. But I haven't found one that hasn't been subjugating
Which is
its
it though,
people.
20 or 40?
Can you tell
That's a
me
big
where
gap.
your atheist society is?
Sure, 20 or 40 years, which one do you want? Why 20 or 40 years? Why that specific number?
You could just do the Conway Hall Ethical Society. It's been around since 1793. You didn't look very hard, did you?
I find that most atheist governments, they lead towards G-side, famine,
that's what religious governments do.
But America has been going for 250 years without doing that with a Christian basis and foundation.
America, literally, that is a lie.
When did America stop since 1786?
America has been colonializing the world since its inception. Well, really since World War I and II, to be fair. I heard the word famine.
1776 in America. Because I saw famine within Chairman Mao's society, which is atheistic.
What the
that
fuck
was
is
just in the
famine?
60s.
What do famines have to do with this? Are you concussed?
I'm talking
Also,
about
we did have the Dust
government
Bowls.
is that hasn't extinguished itself due to famine.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Everyone gets extinguished in a famine. When people starve to death, they die no matter what they believe.
And the famine of America was when?
There's a bunch of them. Which one do you want to go to?
Just pick a year.
Dust Bowl. What about it?
That was the famine. How many people were unalived?
I have no idea. I know that 3 million children are going to die of starvation just this year, though.
All right, that's an interesting point. I mean,
so
you're
how
about
about we actually talk about the point that you brought up
society.
first, because it's not a really good point. So your point is that Christianity is true because it's been copied. It's meaningless. All that will ever prove is that people wanted to copy it. So do you have a better argument? Because if you don't, I can give you lots of arguments for why Christianity is demonstrably not true.
It seems you can't get past the first argument because you can't show us an atheist society that exists. That
Actually,
hasn't extinguished itself.
I gave you one. It's been around
Are
since
you okay?
1790.
Where is it?
Were you not listening?
You said some counselor society, bro, but you're not showing me a country.
I didn't say country. It's a society.
Right, I'm looking for a country with a government.
Why do we need a government?
Oh, so you're just parasites on father or parent governments. You're a parasite.
What in the fuck are you talking about? You brought up societies. You said societies like a humanist society. That's different from a government. You want a government? Do you not know that China is a non-religious government?
Yeah, that's why I said if they're not having these extreme problems with their labor force, we're about to treat them like dogs. That's why I put that inside the thing. But Sweden is going towards Christianity due to the Muslim influx, and Iceland and Denmark have extremely high unaliving numbers. So it shows again that
nobody cares.
Failing, right?
We don't have atheistic governments. We have secular governments. Secular governments are governments that are ran without the religious influence. But we don't have any atheist governments, right? What we do have specifically are lots of different theocratic governments. We've got Islamic governments. We've got Christian, like pretend Christian governments out there. I mean, listen, how do you account for the fact that the Christian governments of the world have killed millions of people? And endorsed slavery, by the way. I'm not asking about Islam. I'm asking about Christian.
You're kind of gish galloping now. You asked
me
a question.
You're gish galloping. You're gish galloping. I only asked you one question. I said, how do you account for the millions of people killed by Christian governments?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Many people have been unalived by the government due to either defense strategies or military strategies over the years. It's by all governments.
Didn't say military strategy. I said by the Christian, the specifically Christian governments, like the Roman Empire, or in Geneva, or even in Orthodoxy.
So even the Bolshevik revolution alone, and since somebody said China, if you add the two of those together, the Christian governments will never be able to add up to the amount of people that were unalived under atheist or extreme secular governance.
And you still be wrong. I don't know if you knew this, but the Nazis were religious too. They had their own church. You're not good at this, Sword.
Right, but he aligned with Muslims, didn't he?
He unalived like anybody.
He aligned with the Muslims? Right.
No, he didn't.
So he was aligned with the Ottoman Empire, bro.
No, he was not.
It was an Ottoman.
It was a Christian denomination. This guy can't be real. There's no way he's this dumb.
Justin, did he say that the Ottoman Empire with...
Hold on, Quanta. I can only listen to one person at a time. What are you saying, Ems?
Did he say Ottoman Empire with the Nazis?
That's what he's trying to say, yeah.
Realize that the Ottoman Empire was working alongside with Nazis.
Oh, really? The Ottoman Empire that dissolved in World War I. So they were time travelers.
That is true. Actually. I forgot about that shit.
But one second. The guy who took over after him decided to align with those people. And because of that led to the total decimation of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're definitely wrong.
No. That happened in World War I. You're confusing dates.
The Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire didn't exist in World War II. It was Turkey, and Turkey was not aligned.
Are you Muslim, by the way?
Used to be. Why?
Yeah, okay, I can tell.
How could you tell?
Because you're trying to cover up the Muslims working alongside the ends.
Are you stupid?
And having their main religion turn to Islam for quite a little while.
Yeah, this guy's not bright at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're saying, but you haven't been able to show me.
The Ottoman Empire hasn't existed since 1980.
It seems to me that your atheist leaders are not smart enough to provide you with a government that we could see something better, a refuge, a safe haven for all atheists to go to because of the Christian nationalism that's about to take over. Well, why is that?
Christian nationalism certainly isn't going to be taking over. Just it's just basically whimpering and crying on the way out. So no one's actually worried that Christian nationalism is going to take hold for any long duration of time. It'll fail miserably, just like the way it did every other time they tried to do it. So again, I don't know if you know this. You can't just like take an entire group of people and go steal somebody else's land and create your own society. That's what Christians tried to do. Atheists have enough like morals that we're not going to go like genocide somebody else's land because we want to start an atheist society. So this is all really bad though, Godsword. So what we've got so far is not a single argument for why Christianity is true. These are generalized like society complaints. You're complaining about your lack of understanding about history and just somehow connecting it to Christianity. If you could like bring it in so we're not like fucking herding cats over here and provide a real argument for Christianity, I think we could probably get somewhere.
Well, I think it shows again, right? You're deflecting from the fact that you have no governance to provide as a better basis or a foundation.
Where am I supposed to set up a government? God, sir, where am I setting up the government? Where am I setting up the government?
In a hive mind of atheism,
where am I going to set it up?
Only seen fit.
Where am I going to set it up?
So far, they're only setting up with.
Hey, I know you're concussed. Answer my question. Where am I going to set up a new government?
Well, you should be able to find land. Are you saying then there's IQ?
Where am I going to find the land?
So low IQ that they can't.
Where am I going to find the land?
Places in Africa.
Where am I? So you want me to go? You want me to go buy African land and start a society there myself just because I'm an atheist? No, that wouldn't be a good start. That's ridiculous. The land is owned by obviously whatever country it's in.
You're saying no country will be good enough because
No, what
even
I'm
South
saying is
Africa
you can't go
created
steal
their
people's
the white South
lands.
Afrikaners.
That's what Christians
But no,
did.
the white
Christians stole
Afrikaners,
people's lands and then, in fact, enslaved them. And the Bible endorses such slavery. The reason why slavery was a problem is because the Bible endorsed it full sail. So, like, listen, this nonsense about you not liking what atheists are up to is the dumbest, most nonsensical argument ever. Do you want like a? I didn't cut you off because I got cooked. I don't give a fuck about Antifa.
Wait, Antifa members are.
I don't know if you know this.
Nation.
That's not true, and I'm not.
Land.
That's not true, and I'm not a member of it. No,
Yeah,
it's not. I'm not Antifa. All right, you're not going to get me to get up here on a fucking live stream and defend Antifa. I don't belong to Antifa. I don't care what you think about them. So this is not difficult. So again, you don't actually. So again, you don't actually have an argument for why Christianity is true. What it seems to be is that you've just got arguments that you don't like atheists. And that's adorable that you don't like atheists. But what I'm asking for is an actual argument for why Christianity would be true. I don't really need an argument for why you don't like atheists. Like if I gave you an argument for not liking Christians, it wouldn't mean anything to me. That's why I don't run a live stream saying that God isn't real, because look at what the Christians did. That's stupid. That's not an argument for why God is either real or not real. An argument for why God is real or not real is not based on what necessarily the followers think or believe. It's based on like some sort of argument from history or even metaphysics. You don't have an argument. You haven't given one yet.
It's tenure of governance and legality, and you have.
We don't have a government. There's no atheist government, and that's not even an argument. That's a complaint.
Because you were so low IQ.
I clearly did. I really did catch the argument, and everybody here caught it. It wasn't a real argument. Your argument is I don't like atheists.
So now you're mad that I'm
Nobody's mad. You're the one crying here.
So right. So my argument was tenure of governance.
We don't have a government.
Governance.
And we don't have one.
Right, you have nothing as an atheist.
I know. Why would you expect me to have my own government?
So you're a fantasy boy.
Why would you expect me to have my own government?
Unicorns and rainbows.
Why would you expect me to have my own government? Are you going to answer a question or just going to be an idiot? Why would you expect me to form my own government?
God is fiction. Well, you're saying that God is fiction. But
so listen, I'm trying to explain to you that none of this is related. And now you're asking me dumb questions, and then you won't actually engage when I try to follow up on them. You're the one saying that your position is somehow strengthened by the fact that I don't have an atheist government. When I press on that, try to get you to answer why I should have my own government, you won't actually engage, which means this conversation is basically pointless since you refuse to engage in the talking points that you start. So if you're going to say dumb talking points, you have to at least engage in some back and forth about that dumb talking point. Now, that being said, I don't care about atheist governments. In fact, look, there could never be an atheist government. I still don't give a fuck. Christianity will never be true. But you could be a Jew and Christianity is still not true. You can be a Hindu and Christianity is still not true. God not existing. Your position is for the Christian religion, which is what you're arguing for right now. You're saying Christianity specifically is true because we have Christian governments and there's no atheist government. That's not an argument. That's not how that works. So would you like to hear a couple reasons why I know
Christianity is not an argument?
Would you like to hear a couple arguments for why I know Christianity is not true? And maybe we can start there.
1 second, bro. I don't want to gish gallop.
You are gish galloping. You spent the entire conversation so far being literally concussed and just wandering around dizzy, uttering nonsense periodically, and then not actually engaging in follow-up questions. So I ask you, I guess for the probably was like the last time, which is, do you want me to provide you with an argument for why I know that Christianity is not true?
This is the problem. You couldn't even
So he's not gonna do it. He'll never answer because he literally thinks that Hitler was partnered with the Ottoman Empire. This is embarrassing. This guy does get the vote, by the way. This is a pretty right. It is Mario World. If you think that me being atheist requires me to have my own personal government, it's crazy as well that you literally think that you're just going to get up here and talk and yap, and I'm not going to like control you. I'm not going to like corral you back into some sort of real conversation. Nobody can hear you. Your microphone's way louder, man. I guarantee you. In fact, I can turn it up even louder. I'll just turn it up even louder. So A
Well, you have
5-year-old
been
is
turning
what
into a
you're doing
5-year-old
right
your whole
now,
life, bro.
refusing to
So
engage
when
in
I started
conversation,
responding to you, you started speaking over me.
refusing to engage in question and answer. Listen, if I went on somebody else's live stream and I wouldn't answer questions and I talked endlessly, they would be within their right to talk back over me or to mute me or do whatever they needed to do to get a word out. But no, you're just a fucking piece of shit and you can leave if you're not capable of having a real conversation. Nobody's got time for that. Nobody's got time for a person who's not willing to answer questions or engage in the talking points that they themselves brought up. So you can go cry somewhere else. No one cares. You didn't have an argument for why your God is real. I specifically have arguments for why your God's not real. And you refused to engage in them. You just kept crying about the fact that I personally don't run my own government, which is, to be fair, not fucking something I ever want to do. I'm not interested in becoming my own government. But you're welcome to go buy your island somewhere and go live on your island. But oh well, let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest in here. Ryan Broguer. I will never pronounce that correctly. I apologize. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's huge. Is there any book recommendations that focus on Jesus' fulfilled prophecies? Not really. There's only 2 books that I would point to. One of them is the Encyclopedia of Biblical Errancy, and the other is going to be Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy. Let me make sure I give you that one right, Susie. Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy book. I believe that's the name of it. Yeah. Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy by it looks like Robert J. Miller. Those are the books I would recommend on this particular topic. I can't say they're going to be as thorough as the one that I'm writing. Mine's going to be 600 pages or so. I'll be going into the Greek and Hebrew text and historical interpretations and demonstrating why he didn't fulfill a single fucking prophecy. But other than those 2 books, I'm not keenly aware of any others, even if there are some. What's that, buddy?
Your mic's still a little loud.
Oh, sorry. Let me turn that back down. Sorry. That's on me. I just turned it up because he wouldn't shut up. Should be a little bit better now, right? Yeah, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That went exactly as I expected it to.
Yeah, I've never met this guy, but apparently, if I had to guess, this is how all of his guest appearances go.
I'm pretty sure he's in Flat Earth Spaces a lot, and yeah, every time he comes up, it's basically that.
Of course, he's a flat earther. Okay, well, it is what it is. Codicus, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says 5th Circuit is the 9th Circuit for conservatives. Welcome back to the classroom. 10 Commandments. Oh, fuck, I know. Listen, I wouldn't be so upset with the 10 Commandments being in classrooms if they forced them to read all of the commandments of Moses. Don't give us just these 10 bullshit commandments. Make the kids read all of them. We'll fucking deconstruct them. Space Lord says, sure, some random liberal person can say crazy stuff. I can just quote the crazy stuff conservative leaders say. That's the difference now. That is true. And listen, none of this is actually relevant to the argument on whether or not God exists. It doesn't matter if God or if people believe things or they say crazy things. That's not really a demonstration of whether or not the God exists. And Chodigus says, God's sword seems rather dull. Might want to buy some whetstones. That is the case. That motherfucker has never sharpened his sword a day in his life. He was not about to read the Bible. And Chodigus says, callers should read the Treaty of Tripoli. Yeah. It literally stated that this is not a Christian country.
No. The Treaty of Tripoli, I believe that's for World War One, when they I believe at least that's when they divided the Ottoman Empire and signed the peace treaty for World War One. I think so, at least.
I think the Treaty of Tripoli was in 1790 something when was. Yeah.
Is it? I thought that
treaty,
was the one for World War One.
The one after World War One was the Treaty of Versailles, right? Isn't it the Treaty of Versailles?
I'm messing it up now.
Make sure I get it correct here.
It looks like we're echoing to the guest to the chat.
Oh, interesting. Who's echoing, me or the TikTok guests? Ems?
Us.
Just Ems.
And me.
Oh, okay. 1 second. What about now? Is it better? Probably better.
Testing 1, 2.
And yes, you were right. It was the Tripoli has to do with the U.S. For some reason, I thought it was about the Ottoman Empire and World War I. But yeah.
Yeah, we should be good now. Sorry, I think when I was fucking around with my volume, I accidentally clicked a button in there I shouldn't have. Some Docket says, thanks for having me up. I'll come in on one of the Q&A Sundays. Appreciate your help. Bob Saget! See, now I know what that means. I appreciate for you letting me know what that means. But yeah, we'll do another Q&A soon, and we'll get it going, friend. Daniel, I see you're hooked up. I'm going to grab you next, my friend. And Space Lord says, my former church denomination offers pre-recorded sermons for churches. Those sermons said that Donald J. Trump was chosen by God to be president. They are HQ'd in Ohio, too. Fuck. Trying to think which Ohio headquarters would say that. Well, the Church of Christ is headquartered in Cleveland. I'm trying to think what other churches would be headquartered here in Ohio. We do have some loonies, though, for sure, here in Ohio, church-wise. And God-eating penguin says Sword clearly doesn't know anything about the Crusades, forced conversion in Africa, the Byzantine Empire, and especially anything about the Ottomans. That's the case. This guy is a goon. He has nothing. He heard some bullshit talking point on the internet and had been running with it without giving it one thought on the implications of his argument. It's not even a real argument. He's just complaining about atheists. Chris, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, behold, I looked and saw a Deflectosaurus. A straw man sat upon them, and cognitive dissonance followed with it. The Book of Doug 666. That's a good verse. Actually, I appreciate that. I'm going to get just two more super chats. From Gentleman Vikingen says, I am Antifa, and so are many flavors of theists. I agree, but my understanding was Antifa was not an atheist organization. It was just an organization to fight against fascism. And Chodicus says 1797 Treaty of Tripoli. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is late 1700s. Sometimes my memory will work. It happens. I'm not good with the historical, like World War historical nonsense. I just recognize that one because it's a common talking point for the separation of religion and government. It kind of comes up a bit. But anyways, let's get Daniel in here, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. Daniel, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
It looks 17 to me.
Yeah, I'd say so, but I can't hear Daniel's mic. Can you guys hear him?
No.
I hear it now. Oh, no, I thought I did. Well, the video works great. Daniel, do you have a mic hooked up? My connection to you shows that you've just got one built-in microphone. Are you sure it's plugged in tight? Maybe unplug it and plug it back in. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you can probably hear me. I'm sure you can hear me, but no one can hear you. I love Coke too. Well, this is unfortunate. I thought he was ready. His video's up here. His video's working. Typically, if someone comes in and their video is already turned on, usually they're ready. It just happens to be the case that this isn't the case with him. Daniel, maybe refresh your browser connection and try again. Just hit a refresh on your browser and make sure that your microphone actually works. When you log into the Video Ninja room, it lets you test your microphone and camera to make sure they work. So just select your microphone and test it and then hit go. Oh, well, he's reading that. Or while he's doing that. Chodicus, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says Church of Christ in Cleveland must feel awkward when they need to get their carpet steamed. Wait. Hold on. I might not get the joke, Chodicus. Am I stupid here? What's the joke? Did anyone catch the joke here? I don't know what carpet has to do with the Church of Christ. Yeah, I don't understand the carpet steaming joke either. I'm sorry. Jennifer, good to see you, friend. Says the point of Antifa is not an organization. Oh, true. Actually, Jennifer, this is actually a really good point. I mean, the point But part of the point of the Antifa is it's not actually an organization. It's literally against fascism. Book Club says Justin is unaware of the Cleveland steamer. Gotcha. Yeah, I actually do know about the Cleveland steamer. I did not make that connection with the carpet steaming. Fair point. That if I was more on the ball, I probably would have found that to be funny, but I'm sorry I missed it. Welcome back, Daniel. Let's see if this works now. Also, please don't smoke on stream. It's against the terms of service.
Ooh, sorry about that. Am I audible to all?
Yeah, good now.
Excellent. Sorry about the smoking, sir. Won't happen again.
No worries. Daniel, I could be wrong, but I think you are at least 18. Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, which God?
I believe I kind of after I deconstructed, I went through a period where, and I'm still in a phase of a certain level of deconstruction, and like I'm deconstructing away from dogmatic doctrine and dogmatic theology. I was primarily brought up as in a fundamentalist Christian environment from the time of my high school years, 45 years of age now. Walked down the aisle, walked down the church aisle at about 16 or 17, and did the whole altar call thing. And then in my college years after seminary, I started to say, hey, listen, this Christian stuff, I really need to take a deeper look at it, because there's a lot of things in the Christian Bible and the Hebrew Bible that just don't seem to line up with me or each other. And there's a lot of indiscrepancies there.
So what do you believe currently?
I believe in a non-maximally powerful God that may or may not be in existence anymore. Maybe they created the world and left, or maybe that being could no longer sustain its life essence or force. And then part of me wants to say that perhaps if we don't give any, like some gods are just asking for a little bit of devotion. I studied quite a bit many of the world's religions, and there are some gods that are asking for your whole life, your soul, your spirit, everything. Jesus asked. I felt really. It was really appalling to me when I started to read the scriptures in the New Testament carefully, where Jesus says, "Those who don't hate their father and mother and brother more than me have no part with me." And I was like, "Come on, that doesn't sound right."
Right. Well, I'm not a Christian, so I agree with you. So what I'm trying to figure out is what do you currently believe? You just believe in some kind of generic singular deity?
I believe there could be more than one deity. I think that's possible. Okay. I'm open to all the possibilities.
So that's fine. Let's start at the beginning then. What would be a good argument or piece of evidence for any God existing?
Well, I think the good evidence, maybe the best we can start with, no matter how meager it is that we have Planck's Compton and the Planck time to think about, that we don't have anything before Planck time.
Well,
and in that time,
okay.
Today is your lucky day. Quanta, I think, could speak on this topic pretty intelligently. He's doing his PhD right now in physics.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Go for it, buddy.
So the Planck time isn't like the first moment of time. That's just the point in time or rather that's a scale of time at which quantum gravity becomes relevant, and we don't have a model for quantum gravity. So we just don't have the laws of physics to describe what happens on time scales smaller than that. It's not to say that that's like a first moment of time or anything. That's just a limitation of our current physics.
Yeah. Man, you're a physics guy, huh?
I am.
I'd love to.
I'm doing my
just-
PhD on nuclear particle physics, specifically on the future electron ion collider and the current relativistic heavy ion collider.
Oh my goodness! I'd love to just giggle at your ears for a little while because I think I may have solved the split photon light experiment.
So that would be interesting, given that it's not a problem. It was solved 100 years ago.
How was it solved?
Like we have a model that describes the outcome of that experiment. It's quantum mechanics. Like we know that quantum mechanics is a system that works and it gives accurate predictions to the outcomes of experiments. It's not really a problem, only in that it's an unintuitive model, but that's
Right.
more of an issue with us than the theory.
Right. Anyway, back to God. I think that we're still kind of in physics. We're still arguing with this, still up in the air as supposed like did the universe come from nothing or something? Was there something before or nothing before? And since we're still asking this question, it's like it would seem to me that the ultimate one of the questions that comes to mind is the prime mover. And of course, that's defeated ultimately by, who ultimately moved or created the prime mover. But then...
So I don't know of any model of physics that describes the universe as coming from nothing. Like, even in the models of cosmology with a finite past, the universe didn't pop into existence from nothing. That's not really a model that's taken seriously.
How could it? Nothing doesn't exist.
Well, for instance, it's very possible that the universe always existed. So there was no creation point.
Right.
So you don't need a prime mover. It's just always existed.
Right. But could it be possible that the universe never existed and it needed a prime mover to create it? Is that a possibility in your mind?
When you say never existed, you mean that there was a point, like a state of affairs where the universe didn't exist?
Yes. Is that a possibility?
I don't think that that's coherent. I don't think it makes sense to describe a state of affairs where the universe does not exist.
Do any physicists today...
Even in models with a finite past, there's no point at which the universe doesn't exist.
Do any respected physicists today believe that there was a time when the universe didn't exist?
What do you mean by that? He's a physicist.
Well,
not that I know of. There's probably there might be one out there or something that I don't know about, but like I'm talking about like consensus,
right?
Not like fringe theories.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you don't know the consensus. That I was just clarifying question. Not trying to disrespect you, sir. But
no.
Hopefully you didn't take any offense.
But I don't know of any. I don't know of any, to answer your question.
Yeah. I think another maybe compelling question or something that would be raised in the belief, like what's a good reason to believe in God, or what's any compelling evidence, perhaps would be in that why such a myriad of life? I mean, what if I took the pantheism route and said the universe is God? Would you automatically try and deflect that argument as well, or would you succumb to pantheism?
It doesn't meet the definition of God.
Right.
So pantheism to me is just kind of a fool's errand because you're hoping somebody will change their own definition of God, which I think is kind of silly. Like my reading of most pantheism is that they're basically just atheists that aren't ready to admit it yet.
Yeah, that's where I thought you'd go with that. And but I understand why I had to bring it up as a point of subject.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. In your worldview, it sounds like the God that you're trying to hold on to, it needs to be responsible for something that you don't have an explanation for. Am I understanding this correctly?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit like a God of the Gaps type of argument, but I don't know exactly which gap you're trying to fit them in.
I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, to answer your question correctly, I would say like in any, and I think everyone is doing this, you use as a indirectly or directly, knowingly or unknowingly uses a God of the gap theory, is trying to put God in a gap, in a hole. What is a gap? It's a hole. They're trying to put God in fill it like a God. The God of the gaps is like a pothole. They're trying to just fill potholes or water cups, pitchers with soda pop or water or something like that to fill in where they don't have any evidence that is solid to stand on. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's what I'm asking you is what is the thing that you think God is needed for?
If I had to answer it like Paul answered it, please correct, just stop me as I'm speaking if this doesn't hold water. But Paul, when he was addressing Ephesus, he said, this God that I speak to you is the God that's inscribed on this insignia right here on this monument, the God in whom we live, move, and have our being. So I think God is necessary for us to live, move, and have our being.
But
I
why?
think God might be the ultimate ground of our being.
You know what I mean? Like why are we inserting God into the equation? Like what's he doing for us?
I don't know. Sometimes I think he's doing next to nothing for us, to be honest with you. And
Yeah.
I've lost all. Totally. I mean, hey, listen. I get your doubt. I'm all with atheists. I wish I could be an atheist. I really do. I've tried to get there. I really have. I admire atheists. I'm really envious of atheists in big ways, because where I've lost my belief is different from and deconstructed and detached from my belief is in a different way than you guys have, than atheists have. I've detached from my belief in that I believe God might exist. I just don't believe he's good. I don't believe he's good enough to feed the children that are starving. He could turn the rivers and mountains into soda pop and mashed potatoes. Of course, they'd be fed for a day, but at the end of by nightfall, those potato mountains and mashed potato mountains would be all dirty, and the soda pop rivers would be all dirty and mucky.
Right, but why? Why does it make more sense to believe in an evil God than just that, life is a product of a chaotic universe?
How can chaos produce ordered life? How can chaos produce us, which is we're so orderly, even though we produce war and chaos?
Well,
yet we have an ordered society.
I have a good analogy for this.
Go ahead.
So, for example, this sort of goes back to entropy and how it's a law of physics that the entropy of a system will tend to increase or stay the same. And a good example of how you can get extremely complex ordered structures from a system evolving from a low entropy state to a high entropy state is just mixing milk into coffee. So when the milk and the coffee are separate, that is what we would call a low entropy state. Once you start pouring them in and you start swirling them, you see like these really cool intricate patterns of turbulence. It's almost like a little fractal. And then eventually it all blends together and averages out to a high entropy state. So that's essentially, what life is. We're living in the turbulent state between a low entropy and high entropy state.
Yeah. I don't know where to go from there, from that statement. I mean, I would say, like, I'd like to give you more evidence and proof. I used to anagram a lot, And like I have this big thing with anagramming, like the anagram for hope is hope of peace eternally. The anagram for gold is God, our loving dad. And these things, and there's so many more anagrams that I could share with you that I've found in the English language. And it's kind of like, and you really can't do it with any other language. Although I hear some languages do reveal certain aspects of God's nature in the very quality of their essence, and how they are their syntax, and how their grammatical structure is, and that kind of thing. But English does it so much more better with anagramming. So,
well, I don't see the connection between anagrams and God. I'm not sure what this is doing for us.
Well, how could English come around way after our belief, way after any kind of writings about God? After all thousands and thousands of years go by, and we believe there's God myths and legends going on around about a whole bunch of gods, and then all of a sudden English comes around, and someone can come around and say, God, our loving dad, or gold, God, our loving dad.
I don't see the problem. What about mold, Marduk, our loving deity?
Maybe one of the god's names is Marduk. I think that's a cool name. Personally, I wouldn't mind if God went by Marduk. How do you know she doesn't?
Well, Marduk is a male deity, but my point is anyone can take a word and just invent like an acrostic. That's not really
right.
a thing. But
we
Daniel,
can move on.
My friend, you're really a nice guy, but I don't know if you actually have a legitimate argument for God. We do appreciate you sharing with us.
Can you two give me any advice on how to deconstruct further and swing around to the atheist side of things?
I could, yeah. I can tell you. So when I left Christianity, I was like you. I still believed in a God for a while, and before I came to atheism, I think the thing that made the most sense for me is recognizing that God's not really a necessary entity. We can explain the universe and evolution and mankind and the whole thing without a God. And so if Occam's razor holds true, then there's really no good reason to add God into the equation. Like the general idea is like if you have a philosophy or a theory that already explains things, you don't need to needlessly multiply entities adding to the explanation when it was adequate in the first place. So the God concept seems to just be like an unnecessary addition for people that really just might be kind of afraid of dying.
Right. And that's the biggest fear that I have of dying. Like I wish, like there's a big part of me that says, and it somehow innately inside me, if I could just kill that part inside me that says I'm afraid to die, and I'm afraid because I'm afraid like that I won't leave a legacy behind, and I won't be there even if I do leave a legacy behind, like that I won't be somewhere behind or ahead to see that legacy endure.
I get that. Yeah, there's this is an age-old problem for me. One of the things that helped me to deal with it is wrestling with some of the texts in history that address the problem. I talk about the Epic of Gilgamesh a lot for many reasons because it relates to the Bible, but also yeah. And one of the outcomes from the book is basically having to at the end of all of your searches for immortality, having to go back to where you came from and just live a human life knowing that you're not going to live forever, and actually, enjoying what's around you. And we've got other similar, there's a really interesting book that talks about the same concept that was written by Samuel Johnson. He's kind of a like a 17th or actually 18th century English philosopher. This is a kind of a tale as old as time. People like really struggling with the fact that eventually the movie comes to an end. And the only thing I could tell you is like, well, I think not everybody, most people are in fact afraid of death. I don't know if I'm afraid of it. It just kind of pisses me off a little bit that it has to happen. But yeah, I mean, it's an angering thing. Like, well, why? Why the fuck does it have to end, right? But the reality is, I think like once we deal with that for a while, eventually like we do get over it and we can focus on actually enjoying the time that we have left rather than, I would say, ruminating on the fact that it'll eventually end,
Right, yeah. Because you get caught up in all that rumination, you miss the enjoyment of whether or not this is a creation, and no matter what our minds, whether we're fundamentalist Christians, liberal Christians, atheists, agnostic, we get caught up in the idea so much of our own demise, no matter how close we are to it, or how far we are from it, that we forget to enjoy the life that is presented to us each day.
Right. Maybe do another thing. There's a really short volume written by one of the famous Stoics, Seneca. He wrote a small treatise on the brevity of life, the briefness of life. I found it to be helpful. In fact, I didn't even finish the whole thing. I'm like halfway through it, and to me, it was extremely helpful. I'm still It's like a bathroom reader. But
there's a story. There's a story that I heard of about. I think it's in. I'm not sure if it's in the Brothers Karamazov. I think it may be.
That's another good book. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was about a story of an old man who stole a loaf of bread, and the village was going to kill him. They were going to hang him or cut off his head or something for stealing this loaf of bread. And they brought him before the village, put him up on stage or put him up on the hanging guild. And he said to everyone, he said, if you kill me, not only will I die, but all of you will die too. And all of the stars and the sun and the moon and the rest of the universe and cosmos will die with me.
Interesting. I haven't read that book in a fortnight, so I don't remember that precise quote. But
it might not be in that book, but that story compelled me so much, and it still does, because death is such a finality, and I think that's why people look at legends and myths. That's why the God belief endures so relentlessly.
Yeah, we agree for sure.
It's a freeing. It's not just a freeing. It's a freeing to be brainwashed. And I still believe, and even I know that.
Yeah.
My brain needs some serious scrubbing. If you think you can prove that 99.99% certain, if you're so certain that God doesn't exist, I wish I was that certain, because I don't need that. I don't need him in my life.
It takes time to get there. I would say this. There's a link in my profile for a Discord server called Deconstruction Junction. Join up. There's a lot of people in there that are currently deconstructing and working through some of these particular topics. And there's a lot of like-minded, intelligent people on the server that definitely you would be interested in interacting with. I highly recommend it. But I think, for the purposes of this live stream, we have to move on to more debates before we run out of time tonight. But I'd love to hear from you again on the server.
Sure.
All right. Cheers, friend. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's hard. The fear of death is a real thing. Welcome in, Sarah.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going well. We're having quite a night. But
you always have quite a night.
Been something. I've got two guests waiting to get in. Luke has been waiting the longest. The Dot Father was next in line, but Luke, your reception looks really bad. I keep seeing you transitioning between yellow and red bars. If you could link up to some Wi-Fi, that would be super helpful. I'll give you a minute. I'll read a couple super chats, see if you can get some Wi-Fi, because I don't know if your connection is going to be stable enough to bring you in. Chodicus says Cleveland. For the Cleveland steamer. Yeah. I didn't. It took me a minute to catch the joke, but it was a good joke, buddy. Hank says kids always smoke after you call, not before. Indeed. Listen, not everyone has TikTok, so they might not know the rules. And he came in through YouTube. But yes, if you're going to be on screen, friends, you cannot be doing any type of smoking activity.
Better not to do it ever. So
true. Yeah. You don't need that in your life, I promise. Dustframe says a priest, an imam, and a rabbit. Oh, I fucking love this joke. Walk into a bar. The rabbit looks at the other two and says, I think someone made a typo. Fucking. This might be one of my favorite word jokes of all time.
Wait.
Oh, there's more?
Can you explain it? Is it just like a rabbit and rabbi?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it. That's the joke.
Okay.
It's very subtle. I have a problem, Ems. Is Sarah going to retrieve a joke?
I have a rabbit.
Checks. Hey, checkers.
Oops, don't be mad. Oh, okay, you're mad. She's mad.
Not ready for camera. Not ready for camera.
Well, there she is. There's the rabbit in the joke. Hi, baby.
What a beauty. Not a typo, a real rabbit.
That's right. Real
The
rabbit.
skater 16, I think Luke came back. 1631 says, I'm just curious, do atheists believe that evolution and the fact that the earth is millions of years old proves the Christian God doesn't exist? No. It proves that the Bible's wrong, like what it says about the earth, obviously. It's wrong about creation, sure. But that alone doesn't necessarily disprove the Christian God. That's not even an argument that I usually make. I think it's one stone that needs turned over, because if the Bible says things are demonstrably false, it seems problematic for the worldview. And Carnage, thank you for the additional super chat. It says Smash Mary Unalive Dessert Edition. Oh shit. Okay. Tiramisu, key lime pie, cookie dough ice cream. Okay. Now, a lot of people know that I love tiramisu. However, I'm not going to marry tiramisu only because cookie dough ice cream is on the list. I'm marrying hands down ice cream products across the board. Then obviously going to, this is a tough one. I'm actually going to smash tiramisu. It's got rum and coffee in it. I mean, you have to, and that's the unfortunate thing is I love key lime pie, which means I have to unalive key lime pie, and that's unfortunate. It's heartbreaking indeed, actually, that I would have to unalive key lime pie, but that's tough choices. Tough choices. That one was difficult. I think that might be the most difficult one I've got from Carnage. Let's get Luke in here and see if the reception holds out, and then we'll get the Dot Father after Luke. How you doing, Luke?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Luke, are you at least 18?
Yes, 22.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Sure. Which God?
So I believe in the Christian God.
Sure. What would be a good piece of evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
All right. So I'm a critical thinker.
I bet.
So I just like to, and I don't really believe in coincidences. Maybe, but as far as I don't believe in coincidences.
Why?
So, okay. So being that I believe in the Christian God, and the Christian God, I'd say, is truth, that he is good, and that, what he I believe that he doesn't lie, right?
Well, he definitely does lie in the Bible for sure, but why would we think that he's good?
That's a hard one. Like, I don't even know if that, because I actually was previously in a live, and I tried to explain that to them, and then they started like, okay, so Jesus says in the Bible that that there's only he doesn't claim to be good, right?
He says only the Father's good. Yes, when the ruler says good teacher, he says, "Why do you call me good? Only one is good, the Father." But why would we assume that the Father is good?
Yeah, okay, so that's a hard one. I don't even know if I want to use that as my argument, but when I think about good, right? Like, I'm just assuming, like, just basing off of that he says that the Father is good. what I see good as is all the attributes of good. So because we like nobody
like
what? Truthful, fair, kind.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is it fair?
Attributes.
Let's imagine that you've got a group of people that are really disobedient. They're not following your commands and your laws and whatnot. Would it be fair to have like punish them by having the pregnant women ripped open and their babies' heads smashed against stones?
What passage talks about that?
Hosea, in fact, talks about it. In Hosea 13:16, God talks about the punishment he's going to bring upon the Sumerians by way of the Assyrian Empire. It says, Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. It's a tough one, huh?
Oh, okay. All right. So, and again, this is one that I really don't want to dive in, but like just let's say, okay, so we know in the God of the Bible says that for not following him, right, is death, and that for the people that reject God, that they go into an eternity in hell without him, eternal separation without him. So if these people following God and God, like, is trying to do right by them, and then
Do right by
different
who?
Well, the people that are following him, right? Let's just
The
say God
babies?
is not these people, like these women or these groups that you just meant, like in that passage. If they are teaching other people to reject God, and the punishment for that is that these people that people rejecting God is internal separation from God, right? Is an eternity in hell. Let's just say if that was real, and the logic of the story is that, if you don't follow God, you spend an eternity without him in hell, which is you would rather, and it says
Wait.
it was better brutally.
Are you arguing that what is good and just is that if I lead someone away from God, I should be ripped open?
No, that's not okay. I'm not saying that I don't know how to say. I think
what is it that I could do that you think it would be a good and just punishment for me to be ripped open?
I wouldn't. Okay, so that's why it's a hard one.
It's your God, though. Like, it's your God that's doing this. And so this is the God that you are worshiping, and this is the God that you are calling good. So you do need to understand why your God is doing this, and are you sure that this God is good?
Okay. That's okay. That one is a hard one because it's brutal, and I'm not a person. I'm like, how we have wars, and the things that they do in wars are brutal, but they like, you can look at a specific war, like, unless you don't think any war is good, and there should be no, like, defeat of, I don't know, like, let's say the Hitler thing, right? Hitler was doing evil things, right? He and that
So isn't it interesting that you are appalled by this, as are we? And you are having to try and figure out, well, now, what could these women have done to deserve being ripped open? And I don't think you have an answer, because these women did not commit genocide, right? They haven't done something terrible. They are just being ripped open. And your God is allowing this or commanding this to happen. And so I think you have to face the fact that your God is doing something that you personally find morally abhorrent.
All right. Okay. So that is just one for me too, because people. I just want to use there's a different argument that that's gonna be my own, just that, and I think it'll be a solid argument. That the other saying God is good, that's hard because there's a bunch of opinions and whatnot, and that's why we don't agree on, there's not a one standard for, people have different opinions and stuff like that, so that's not really that's I won't be able to I don't think that's what you meant. I could if I had time to dive into it, and if maybe we had the same moral values, we could come to, but I don't know. I had a different argument. Is it okay if it's not an argument, it's a question. It's more like a question.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So do you have Google Earth?
Yep.
Okay. I just logically think about, okay, so the Bible says that God created Earth, right? And all, he created creation. And so okay, so he created all creation. And then also Jesus says that God, he says that he's the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the last, the Greek letters, right? And
We know. Yep, we know.
Alpha and Omega. So if we were to look into nature, right, and see something that was designed into nature, right, that says, wouldn't that logically, shouldn't you logically be like, that's interesting, that's that's something worth looking into and open my mind up to. So
I don't know what you're referring to right now. What does nature have to do with Alpha and Omega?
Okay, so if you look, so in Genesis, God made the garden and he placed the man in there, and there was 4 rivers and all, and it's there was one of the rivers, right? And explains it in Genesis. One of the rivers is, and it's the last river, it explains. It puts emphasis on saying that the Euphrates River is the last. It explains the Euphrates River, right? That's in Genesis, right? The beginning of this fiction
Yeah,
story,
we're
right?
just waiting for you to connect it to God somehow.
So, if you, and I know because to Christian, media, right? What they're talking about right now is that they're talking about end times, right? That's what the Christians are talking about. They're just talking about end times.
Are you wanting us to look up the Euphrates River on Google Earth to see if it's dried up?
Yeah, this sounds like Revelation 16 nonsense.
No, not dried up. If you look up Euphrates River, look at next to the river, just look up Euphrates River. There's an omega symbol. It's not man-made. It's made by nature, right? It was there,
Euphrates River?
Yeah, there's an omega symbol.
That's not an omega, my man. You know what omega looks like?
Euphrates River might not be the proper, the one that I looked up to show me exactly the omega symbol, or it's not the exact omega symbol, but it reminds you of it, right? So H is the Hadida Lake. And let me just look it up real quick to make sure I'm saying it.
So the evidence for God is that there's a part of a river that kind of looks like an omega symbol, and that proves that your God is real?
No, I'm just saying it's something interesting and worth thinking about. Hold up, what is it? One that will show you exactly what I'm trying to have you see is Hadita Dam Lake, Iraq. So Hadita.
Oh, talk about the river or the lake?
I'm talking not the river, just the symbol,
The Euphrates River doesn't look anything like an omega.
No, okay, so that's not Google Earth. Like, you don't have Google Earth?
Google Earth is not going to give you a different shape of the river.
Okay. Look up Euphrates River. Is that? Oh, you did look that up.
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, there's one that Euphrates.
This is worldatlas.com.
Maybe it's an omega if you have really bad handwriting.
Yeah. You did look it up?
It's on the screen.
No, so that's not a good one. Okay.
Are you suggesting there's like a part of the river that looks like an omega somewhere? Like because it's a squiggly river, if you look close enough, or you're just saying one of the squiggles looks like an omega?
Yes, I think that's what he's saying.
That's what.
This
is bad.
Yeah.
That happens
really
in
bad.
a lot of rivers. It's just a result of physics.
Yeah, this is not what you're looking for. Hey, Luke, buddy, you're a really nice guy, but this is not gonna this argument's not a good look for you, my man.
Okay, so do you see? Hold up.
Yes, I see somebody.
That?
Yeah, I see somebody drawing a squiggly mark around one section of the river. Yeah.
Actually, an image. If that's what I was trying to say, if you go on Google Earth, right, and you look up the Hadida Lake, like that's what I'm saying. Look up Hadida Lake. You see this image that I'm trying to show you.
Luke, that particular shape is just a really common shape in the way that rivers erode. Like this is how erosion works. This is not magic. This is not proving your specific God in any way.
It's also temporary because eventually those two parts close to each other will connect, and it'll leave like sort of a crescent lake next to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, this would be a lot more convincing if it was an alpha symbol.
I was just saying, it's interesting. It's interesting because Jesus says he is the Alpha and Omega, and that was thousands of years before pictures of.
I don't think it is interesting.
No. Listen, I can go into any random river or something in the universe. Look, there's rivers. If you look right, there's a J shape in it. Does that mean that Justin is God? Like, what? This is not an argument for God. There's no shape you can't find in nature. Nature is nothing but shapes. Luke, buddy, I gotta move on to another guest. I think this argument might be our last one, but I appreciate you coming up, and thanks for being patient in the guest box, buddy.
Sir, thank you.
Cheers. Well, he was nice.
Well, that was an adventure.
I want to know who poisoned his mind with that nonsense.
Some people in the chat were saying that he was talking to Thinker and Matt Dillahunty earlier tonight.
Oh boy, he didn't learn much, huh?
I know.
Okay, well,
friends,
I'm going to grab
argument from Paradolia.
Yeah, that is. I'm going to grab the Dot Father, and then I'm going to grab B Rightness, and then those will be our last two guests for the night.
I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you for letting me pop on for a little bit, Justin.
Sarah, it's great to see you. Also, friends, go to the Leaving Faith YouTube channel if you want to see our Bible study together. And also, you can listen on the podcast platforms for the Evangelical Bible Study. You don't have to watch the video if you don't want to. Either one of them, you'll get the content, though. So make sure you're checking it out. And at a minimum, make sure you're following Leaving Faith's channel. Sarah, thanks for popping in.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. W Checkers. It was good to see Checkers tonight. The Dot Father. Welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Well, I have an argument for a deity.
Yeah, but do you believe in one?
I believe there's some there.
Sure. What's the name? What's the identification of this deity?
Well, there are no civilizations that are purely atheist
So
that
what?
has originated on Earth.
No, we don't care. It's not relevant. I want the actual argument.
Yeah, this is the argument.
Oh, this is not an argument for God at all.
For God?
Yeah.
Didn't we just hear this argument?
Yep, just did.
No. I'm trying to. You guys let me talk.
Do you not know about the Buddhists?
Oh yeah, of course. I know about mostly all
they're
deities.
atheists.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's but they kind of derived from the Hindus. So they have they weren't Hindus?
Well, Hindus have deities. The Buddhists do not. Well, typically the Buddhists do not. There's a couple flavors of Buddhism that have some sort of generic deity, but most of them don't.
So what was Buddha?
Buddha was a teacher.
What was his when he left his kingdom? What did they worship?
They didn't worship God. They didn't believe in God.
They were originated in India?
Nope. China. Oh boy.
What okay, China now or like after China took over Nepal?
China now.
Let's go back before they took over Nepal.
I'm not concerned with Nepal, I'm concerned with China.
Excuse me?
I think you're confused. Buddhists primarily live in China. The origin
I'm saying like Siddhartha.
Listen,
before he became.
Yes, I know that Buddha.
Lord.
Yes, I know that Buddha didn't originate in China. It originated from like the Nepalese area. But I'm saying that Buddhists in general primarily populate the Asian territories, not as much India. India basically does mostly Hinduism, but they've got Buddhists as well. It's also not relevant. My point is there are atheist societies or atheist religions or practices that have existed for a long time.
Well, let's go back to where Buddha, like the actual where Siddhartha originated. I want to go back to like the history of that and everything.
Why? It's
he
not
came
an argument
from
for
something.
God.
I'm trying to bring it full circle.
Oh boy. Okay.
So, bringing it full circle, there are no civilizations that are purely atheist. On this planet, even indigenous, they all, seeked out some type of deity. Because this channel is, you say God is fiction, right?
I think you're confused. Is China a society?
Society, civilization, whatever may have you, whether it's a tribe, a tribal, down to hunters and gatherers, groups of people, just social groups.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes, and there have been atheists all throughout history. None of this has anything to do with whether or not God exists. Do you want to try a real argument?
You guys got to let me bring it full circle. I'm trying to.
Let me tell you,
bring it full circle.
Talking about what people believe historically will never be an argument for God. Do you have one that's relevant to God existing, or just to what people believe?
A specific one? A specific God? Is that what you're asking me?
Any God. Just because people believe something historically, people believing something historically doesn't do anything for whether or not a God exists. So we need you to like actually give an argument for why we should believe that God exists other than other people believed it.
Your prompt is God is fiction, prove me wrong, right?
Yeah. Can you prove me wrong?
So, huh?
Can you prove me wrong?
I'm trying to. You got to let me, you're kind of cutting me off before I get to the meat and the potatoes.
I didn't see any meat or potatoes coming. I'm hearing an argument coming that we've already heard tonight that doesn't do anything because telling me what people believed or don't believe, or what governments did or didn't do, has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists.
I was going to talk about governments. That wasn't
It literally was
going to
what
be
you
my
brought up.
argument.
Okay.
Huh?
All right, just go ahead and give me the argument. I'll even write it down. I'll put it on the notepad. We'll even write it down, and then we'll get right through it. We're not going to
Okay.
waste any time on it. All right,
Well,
premise number
and
one.
there are, you know, there's something in humans that naturally seeks out deities. So where there's smoke, there's fire.
Nope.
You know what I mean? And that warrants some type of investigation.
Sure, we
For
agree that
instance,
investigations are good, but we don't agree that there's something in humans that seeks out deities.
there has to be. Where there's
There
smoke,
isn't.
there's fire.
That's not how
There
that
has to
works. That's
be.
not even what that saying means.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, there's evidence that leads to natural conclusions because there's like only one thing that it could be, but this is not that case. People believing in
What
things has nothing to do with
what
whether or
would
not
that
that thing
be?
exists. People believed that the earth was flat for thousands of years, and it turns out it wasn't flat. People believing things is not evidence that it's true.
It warranted some type of investigation, correct?
Yeah, and the investigation turned out that there's no good reason to believe in a God.
Right. Well, like the great attractor in space. The
The
great
what?
attractor. The great attractor in
You
space.
mean
The
gravity?
thing that's
That's
pulling
just
the great
that's just
attractor in
a
space that's pulling the Milky Way. We can't see what's on the
just
other side of the Milky Way,
it's
but
probably
there's
a collection of
something.
galaxies.
Huh?
It's probably just a collection of galaxies.
Right, but
Yeah,
we don't know what
Google
it
says
is,
that the
but there's
Great
something
Attractor is
there.
a massive gravitational anomaly, approximately 200 million light years away, that acts as the central gravitational point of the Lanaake supercluster, pulling the Milky Way and thousands of other galaxies towards it. Okay, so there's a gigantic mass. What about it?
Right, but scientists don't know what it is. There's something there.
No,
We can
we have
only
a really good idea. It's probably just a cluster of galaxies. It's just that we can't see it because the Milky Way is blocking our view.
Right, there's no definite answer though. You know what I mean? We
Right,
can
because the
only
Milky Way is blocking our view, but we have no reason to think that it isn't just a cluster of galaxies.
It's the gravity god.
No, that's no my point. I'm trying to bring it full circle to structure to give you a structure you know of how my mind is structured and how I'm thinking of God. You know what I mean?
But we can
As far
infer that it's a cluster of galaxies because we can see other clusters of galaxies out in the universe doing the same thing. So it's not a good analogy because we haven't even seen one god yet.
right.
It sounds like
Oh, of
a
course,
god of the
of course.
gravitational gaps or something.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we can't tell, I'm trying to give an example of there's some there. You know what I mean? Like
What's there?
There's something there that's pulling it. And
Yeah,
if
what is there?
every human for example, if every human on
Oh,
earth,
wow.
every civilization on earth, most civilizations, let's take out the Buddhists but the majority of civilizations on earth have some type of deity.
Yeah, but no one
You
cares.
get what I'm saying?
Again, it's irrelevant what people
I
believe.
mean, look,
The question is whether or not it's true.
It's not. I mean, it's not irrelevant.
a lot of
because
people
because
have
irrelevant.
dreams.
it's not
A lot of
irrelevant
people have
because
dreams
if
where their
there
teeth fall
are
out. Does that?
if the majority of civilizations on Earth have
What were you saying there, Quantum?
I was saying a lot of people from across different cultures have dreams where their teeth fall out. Does that mean that that's actually something representing reality? Or is it just like a quirk of human psychology?
Yeah, I could be wrong. I don't think this guy's going to give us an argument for God. He's just going to be going back to the same nonsense of popular opinion says so it must be true. Just because somebody believes something doesn't mean it's true. So we'll give him another chance to recenter, and then we'll move on if he doesn't have anything. Hey, Dot Father, you want to try again?
Does he know he can unmute?
I sent him an invite to unmute. Okay. Well, it's fine. We'll move on. Well, let's be honest, he's not going to bring anything. If that's the best he had, he's not going to bring anything to the table that's going to be helpful. We'll move on to Be Rightness from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep on moving. In fact,
But did we ever bring it full circle?
You know what? I didn't see a single circle at all. Maybe running in circles, but I did not see anyone make a full circle. That's for sure. Welcome in, Cyber.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
I can't complain.
Hope you're doing well, buddy. I'm gonna grab our last guest for the night. Chill and hang out with us for a minute.
Can do.
Be Rightness, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am definitely of 18. I hope so, because I look like a grown man. Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Glad to have you. Are you a believer in a particular God or a generic God or what?
Yes, I and definitely sort of, I have been leaning towards the Jesus, yes, so the Christian Bible. But more or less, I was actually going to ask, I wanted to quickly ask, you said before, my main thing is about words. If we say, do you believe that there's good and evil in the world? Is that something that's real?
I think it depends on what you think good and evil is. Do I think that good and evil are like entities or substances or something that exists like metaphysically in the world? No, like good and evil is just how we describe particular actions.
Okay. So would you say something like loving your parents is good, or is it just a figment of sort of our imagination?
I think loving your parents we would describe as good. Yeah. Unless your parents like really shitty and dangerous.
Yeah. And so, and another way on opposite scale of that would be like hurting children would be evil, right?
I would say that hurting children is bad. I would conclude though that the biblical God doesn't agree with that. He fucks up children all the time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But would you say unintentionally for just evil? I'm saying, would you believe that there is evil in the world?
Well, I think evil is just like a more extreme form of the word bad. So when we're saying that, like when I say that something's evil, I'm just saying it's really, really bad.
Okay. So that balance, where does that balance come from? That's my question. Between good and evil, where does that concept come from? If we understand that as a human race, and we can all communicate that very clearly and have that perspective, and scale it. That's another thing too. Scaling it to what scale are we using it?
I don't know what you mean by what scale, but the reason why we have ideas of right and wrong is because like we are humans with preferences. And so like I prefer to not get like stabbed, and it's not easy or not difficult for me to see that if I want to live in a society where nobody's stabbing me, I should encourage the society to not let anyone get stabbed. So like moral systems just develop typically out of, survival instincts for the individual and for the group.
So society is built on good morals. Is that, I guess, we can agree on?
I mean, society are basically built on morals. I think we might disagree on which ones are good and which ones aren't good. Like for most of history, people would have said that slavery was good or amoral, but today we would say that slavery is not good. So it kind of depends on who you're talking to.
Okay, but the word good, doesn't the word good come from God? The meaning of God?
Nope.
No.
Where does the word good come from then?
Our word good, I believe, comes from German. I can just tell you real quick.
But isn't it a reference to God, like being in a godly manner?
Nah. The word good originates from Old English, and also Proto-Germanic, meaning fitting and suitable.
Yeah, by who? By what standard? What scale? Who's in charge of this scale of what is good and what is not?
There is no
it's
scale.
Subjective.
Yeah.
So subjective. So you can make it this subjective. I guess you're just generalizing. You can make a subjective view of what is good. I can make a subjective. My neighbor can do the same. My other neighbor can do the same.
Yep,
So
you
who is
nailed it.
actually in?
You did it.
But who is actually right then? Where do we have a scale?
There is no scale.
There is no scale?
No.
How about good morals? Where does the word morals come from?
The word morals, like the etymologies, are irrelevant. The question that we need to ask is, do morals exist at all? Are they subjective or are they objective? They're clearly subjective.
Do morals exist?
Yeah.
Do morals exist?
No, not in the way you think they do.
Not in the way I think I do. I don't understand. Can you explain that? Sorry.
Morals don't exist. Like, you can't point to a moral. You can't put a moral in a bucket. They don't have independent ontology. Morals are just systems that human beings develop so that we can live in society together.
Yeah, but the word moral does exist, right?
The word moral was invented by the human brain.
Well, let me ask you a question,
But
guest.
we do use that, right? We do use that the word moral, right? So if you say someone's got good morals, that means we're referring to something, right?
Means we're referring to their behavior, their inclinations. It's not something that they possess. It's not like a property of anything.
Yeah, but the word does exist, right? So the word moral does exist.
But yeah, the word pen exists too.
Yeah, but it works.
The word unicorns exist. That doesn't mean unicorns exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a description of a specific animal, right? So it exists in a way where it defines something. So words are defined by something.
The word ether exists and ether doesn't exist.
The word ether exists.
Yeah, that's the theoretical substance that was supposed to be, people thought was going to be pervading all of outer space as a medium for transfer, and it turned out there wasn't any.
Okay. All right.
But be righteous. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you believe that morals are objective?
I don't think so. I think morals, because if you look at like I said, if we scale things if we define things, because the greatest gift I think that humans have is language, right? Which sets us animals, us compared to any other animal on the planet, is the fact that we can actually communicate. So we're using our vocal word, our voice, and we can hear and interpret that and relay that. Without our speech and understanding together, we cannot. We step out.
Other animals are able to communicate.
Yes, but not to a finite, a complex like us. Like, for instance, I've got two dogs, and if they were left out in the wild, they wouldn't survive. I can understand. I have to call them back at a certain time.
That's because they were domesticated. If they were wild dogs, they'd live in the wild.
Yes. Okay. Yes, but they'll live in the wild. But their interpretation is basically to survive, right, and find food and reproduce. But they don't understand mechanics. They don't understand physics. They don't understand physiology. That is
actually, crows understand the principle that water can be displaced if you put a solid into it,
and they make their own tools.
Law of physics.
Yeah, that is impressive. But can a crow build a car?
Why would we expect it to?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Can a human
My
being?
point is that it's not a binary thing.
Right. Can human beings like snap the neck of a giraffe by biting on it?
No, that's
yeah, but lions can.
The point is that in biology, there's always going to be a strongest animal. There's going to be a smartest animal. All these categories, there's always going to be one that's on top.
Yeah. But
we just happen to be the smartest.
Was to be that the words that we use, right, and the way we communicate with each other, like I said, going back to the first word, saying good and evil, we use that as a scale, not because we just made it up. We have those words because it came from a source, or we believe that it comes from a source.
What's the scale?
Which is God and evil. So the word evil, if you put the D in front of it, it bemes devil, right? That's where the word is referenced to. Right?
No, you didn't.
It comes from the word of God. If you minus one out.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, this is bad.
I'm kind of playing Skyrim while doing this. Can you say that again?
The word evil would come from the word devil, right?
No.
It doesn't?
No. Have you bothered looking any of this up?
just coincidentally, all you have to do is literally put the letter D in there. And
Yeah,
becomes
the
devil.
word evil originates from Old English. It doesn't say anything about the devil. In fact, the devil, if I remember correctly, doesn't even come from English or Proto-Germanic. That's a Greek word. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Greek word, which is
Greek or
translated to English.
Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
But now I
Typed
know
in the
what to
wrong.
add to my etymology: good and evil.
Yeah, the word devil originates from the Greek word diabolos, meaning accuser.
Yeah, which is the devil.
Yeah,
but it's not evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the word. That's the perception of the word.
Listen, I love bananagrams as much as the next guy, but this can't be your best argument.
No, I'm just trying to get to the basis of why people believe things and what we, what do you believe? You don't believe in any gods at all,
No.
by any chance, at all?
Why would we?
Do you worship? Do you unwillingly sort of reference other gods in day to day?
Do we mention like the names of God sometimes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, and hold on to, I don't know if you noticed, but be righteous. I'd asked you a question earlier and you kind of weaseled your way away from it. Do you hold to objective morals?
I try to, yes. I try to, yes.
Right. And do you believe that God is like the giver of those moral laws?
I believe so, yes.
So why is this God okay with slavery?
Why are you referencing that? I don't understand where you.
Yeah, why does he command slavery? Would you say that slavery is good or bad?
I wouldn't say that's good. No, I believe every man should
Why
be
does he
free.
command it?
So God commanded that. Did Jesus commanded slavery?
Is Jesus God?
In the flesh, he was. Yes.
Then yeah, that means Jesus commanded it. I can show you.
Sure.
All right, let's start with want to do Leviticus 25, Cyber? That's probably where we want to start.
Yeah, we go with Leviticus 25.
Yeah, so if you go down to verse 44, he talks about how you can make slaves of people of other nations. It says, as for the male and female slaves you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I interpret that as in slaves, as in like, obviously, like everyone runs a bit. Like if you run a business and then you have workers for yourself, you're not technically calling them a slave. Do you
own your workers and bequeath them to your children when you die?
No, but I am the boss, which is authority over them, if that makes sense.
Well,
then I don't own them, but I am their
that's
boss in some way.
That's not the same as owning them. It says they may be your property.
Well, and quick question, be righteous. Do you know what's going on in this chapter?
And your property would. Sorry, what was that?
Do you know what's going on in this chapter?
No, I don't know.
So what we're getting is the sabbatical year and the year of Jubilee. Essentially, every 40 years, if you're a hired or bound laborer, you get to go free on the year of Jubilee. And right above this, up in the late 20s, we get a set of passages for the Israelites where it says, hey, if you're struggling, sell your property. If you've sold your property and you're still struggling, take out a loan. If you've taken out that loan and you're still struggling, then you can sell yourself as what's called a sahir, as a hired or bound laborer. So a worker, you can become a worker.
Yes. Yeah.
That's hired and bound. You're required to do this. But you are not to be treated as the Eveds are treated, because I brought you out of Egypt. But as for the Aveds, whom you may have, these are to come from the nations around you. So this isn't just a work relationship. We've kind of covered that in verse 39 with the Sahirs. So this isn't what this is talking about. This is talking about chattel slavery. These are people that may be owned as property. And you may pass them on to your children for them to own as a property, le olam, forever, perpetually.
Yeah, interesting.
So was this a good law that God gave?
Well, it does kind of make sense. If you, I mean, everything you described there sort of makes sense, as in where if you're struggling with your property, if you're struggling in financial, like, I mean, you can sort of, you start selling everything down. Like
only if you're an Israelite.
Well, wasn't he, the message was originally for the Israelites? No?
The Sahir is only for the Israelites, not for the Goyim, the people of the other nations. It doesn't apply to them. They are slaves forever, leolam.
And this was pre-Jesus, right? Before Jesus.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't fix it.
Yeah, well, Jesus is God, right?
He grafted the Gentiles into the same laws, wasn't it the same thing?
He didn't graft all the Gentiles. He only grafted the Gentiles that had believed in Jesus, and that's what Paul says. That didn't actually fix the problem. The problem is that you're still allowed to have slaves. To be sure, you can have Israelite slaves as well in Exodus 21, so I'm not sure this is going to be a successful argument against it.
Look, I don't know about that technical sort of thing. I'll have to sort of do some more research.
The issue is, though, you keep trying to say, like, we have these words and they have to come from somebody, and you believe that somebody is God. But we have a case where in this text, he quite literally allows and commands slavery. And this isn't the first passage. It gets more horrific than this. This is the lighter of them, I think. But if this is where your moral compass comes from, and you think this is objective, I just want an explanation.
Well, yeah, look, I can't explain it, to be honest. I'll be honest, I can't explain that. Yeah. But the thing is, the issue I have is okay, if there's no ruler and no gods, I mean, what are we supposed to believe in? What you guys explain to me? You give me are we also supposed to just do our own thing and just live, selfishness?
No. We've got to collaborate with each other, right? So, for example, like most non-theistic moral systems start with like basic principles.
Yeah, but the word you keep saying the word moral, but the word moral actually refers to the Bible.
It does not. No.
Do you know what the word? Well, the word moral means. It's more Ra's. Ra is the sun god.
Ra does not appear in the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament. The word moral is an Old English word. It just means proper behavior. That's it. It comes from the French originally, if I remember.
Right. Okay. So the word Ra doesn't come from the word sun god, as in Jesus, the Son of God.
The word God is the word Ra is an Egyptian word, and it has nothing to do with Jesus.
Yeah, where do you, just curiosity, you keep trying to like take these words that come from other languages, not Egyptian, not Hebrew, and you keep trying to say, well, this is where these come from. Where did you learn this?
Where did I learn this? I kind of just ask the questions, where do these words come from? So the study of etymology, really.
Are you asking like ChatGPT this, or like what's your source?
I don't use ChatGPT or AI or anything like that. To be honest, I don't use any of that stuff.
So what's your source?
Well, I do use Google, obviously, and yeah, basically, I just
Google's not a source, though. Google's a search engine. It
Correct.
takes you to sources, but it itself is not a source.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My friend,
So-
I don't know where you've
so-
been gathering some of your information from, but it sounds like maybe you're not being really critical with your sources. So like, the word moral is just a word that exists. It doesn't show up in the Bible. It's not really part of the biblical corpus. So I'm not really sure how like tying it to the Bible makes sense. The reality is, in neither your worldview nor our worldview do objective morals actually exist. Like, I know you probably think that you have objective morals, but you really don't. You've got divine command theory. So God just tells you what is moral and what's not moral. And that doesn't make it objective. That just means it's subjective, but it's based on somebody else's mind. It's based on God's mind, right? So in neither one of our worldviews do we actually have like objective morals. And so the question is, why would we follow the morals of this subjective God versus our own morals, especially when we seem to have moved past the morals of this particular God? We don't stone women for not being virgins anymore. We don't really own slaves. We don't murder people typically don't murder people for following the wrong religion.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, like I said, that's, I think, like when you were asking how I got to the words morals, well, you were saying in the Bible that Ra is an Egyptian god, right? Yep.
Ra's the sun deity. Mm-hmm.
The sun deity. Okay. So if Ra is the sun deity and God in the Bible had his children, and say for instance, if you might have children, I have children, whatever, and you give them your name, what would God call the chosen people, or the people who
he called them Israel?
He calls them Israels, right?
Yeah,
or
Israel just means contends with God. Yeah.
Yeah. So Israels, I don't know if you can read that sort of backwards, right?
It's forward for me. I see is Ra light, but that's not how it's spelled. You misspelled it.
Yeah, well, not Israelites, but Israels, right? El is the God, word for God, right? Ancient word for God. Right?
Yes, El means God. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ra in the middle is what, the sun god?
Nope, wrong again.
So what does Ra mean?
Ra doesn't mean anything in that particular word. So
it's just a random word just popped in the middle of the word.
It's not a random word. It's not a word at all. So Hebrew has 3 consonant roots typically. So you're dividing it into 2 different consonants each, and that's not really how that works.
And what does the is mean in that?
Is usually refers to a male figure or a male sort of masculine sort of, I guess, reference to an object. So if you're saying is, or Isa is a female, is a male, right?
Ish.
Yeah, well, is the same thing. It's
no, you need an H on the end of it. You need an H on the end of it, my dude.
So
like
ish and isha are different words, but they're different than is. Is and ish in Hebrew are very different words. And so the reason why you've got the yis at the beginning of it is because it's a third masculine singular verb. He contends or he wrestles.
Yeah. From is or ish you're talking about?
Neither. There's no ish isn't helping you here.
Do you know how Jacob got the name Yisrael?
As in, no, I don't know actually. No.
Oh, it's telling. So he wrestled with God.
Well, explain to me why
God
would
cheated.
Why the word Israel? Why would that be specific?
Because he wrestled with God.
Yeah, and he was
and he was winning, so God had to cheat.
Okay, but why would he give him that name? Why didn't he give him his name?
Because he wrestled with God. Because he wrestled with him.
I'm saying the word.
Also,
why couldn't it be called rock? Why couldn't it be called tree? Why couldn't it be something else? Why Israels?
It's Israel,
You realize-
Israel, and it's because it means he wrestles or wrestled with God. That's what it means. I got to refocus my camera. The name Israel really means he wrestled with God.
Yeah, but
So this is very simple. Give me a second. I'm going to draw. We're going to make this as easy as humanly possible. I'm going to draw this out on a piece of paper, and maybe we can nip this one in the bud. This is not something that anyone should be wasting time on. Okay. Just for clarification, Cyber grew up Jewish. He knows some Hebrew. I went to school and I learned Hebrew myself. This is not a difficult word. Okay. So the word that we're contending with is going to be here. This is Shirah. Follow?
Yep.
Okay. Now what happens is you can put a yod at the beginning of it.
What is it called? Did you say Shira or Shira?
Shirah.
So R-A in it, right? You're saying R-A?
So I'll put English.
Yes.
It's going to be pronounced a bit like this. Shirah.
Yep.
Sorry for people on the vertical stream. It's going to be backwards.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, Shira. Yeah.
And remember, it reads from right to left. We're going right to left here. Okay. So when you add a yod at the beginning of it to mean he wrestled or he contend, that's how you make it third masculine singular. What's going to happen is you basically got your word conjugated, but they're going to add L. That's going to be the object, right? So when you add
God.
What now?
Did you say God? L means God, refers to God, doesn't it?
Yeah. So in Hebrew, it would look something like this. Yisrael, but the problem is in Hebrew, these super weak letters drop off. And so then you end up with a word that looks like this. Yisrael. Look basically like that. And then you could add vowels in there when you're done. You can add all the vowel pointers to it. So that's all that's happening. They're taking the word shirah, they're making it a third masculine singular verb, and they're saying he wrestled with God or contended with God, which is how Jacob got his name changed to Israel. That's all that means. There's not. So the actual words in here, if you're going to divide it, would just be divided here and here. You've only got two words. You've got Yishar or Yishra and then L. Just two words.
So the word Ra in Israel in Hebrew doesn't mean God or sun God.
No, the word Ra in Hebrew literally means bad.
Bad.
Yeah, it's one of the few two-letter roots in Hebrew, and it just means bad. It can be translated as evil too.
So why would they put that those words together then, as you just explained?
Because they didn't. The word Ra doesn't show up in this word. The word Ra does not appear in Israel. The word is Shirah, which means wrestled. Shirah and Ra are different words. Shirah is a verb.
Okay.
What you're doing is you're like
sorry, my cat's trying to destroy my camera setup again.
Taking different languages, and because of how they linguistically sound, and it sounds good, you're just presupposing that this is what these must mean, but it's not the case at all.
But
it's not how language works.
But isn't the pronunciation of words like when we spell something, right? Even though, like for instance, like the words plum, right? You can spell it P-L-U-M, right? You can also spell it P-L-U-M-B, right? Why is there a silent B?
There's only so many sounds the human mouth can make, so you're gonna inevitably get some overlaps just by coincidence.
Just by coincidence? So
yeah, there's not there's only, again, so many different sounds that you can make, so of course you're gonna have overlap.
Also, English adopted words from other languages. right? So we've got words in English that sound similar or even look similar because they're from different languages. There's a lot of mixing.
The Hebrews didn't adopt any languages from the language before that?
Yeah, but you would have no idea which ones. Those of us that studied the language would, and they're not going to line up with English.
Would Aramaic be one of those?
Aramaic came later.
After Hebrew?
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
And
Also, even if the etymology of these words, even if the etymology of these words is what you say it is, I still don't really see that as a reason to believe anything about this.
Nah.
Because,
like, who cares where the root of the word comes from? You know, it means what it means today.
Well,
like, sure, the history is interesting, but like, it's not exactly relevant when making an argument.
Yeah, well, like I said, we were talking about the word morals.
You know, like
for
example, the word Adam.
Morah, yeah, sorry.
For example, the word atom means indivisible. However, when we use the word atom today, we're referring to particles that actually are divisible. So, like, the root of the word is now irrelevant. Like, the origin of this word doesn't actually play a role in how we use it today. So, it's just not relevant for the argument.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is, listen, these languages don't mean the same thing in their original context as they mean in English. Like, you can't take an ancient word, like, oh, I see a syllable that sounds similar to an English word, and just say, boom, you've got like a hidden gem there. That's not really how that works.
And a good example of this too, if we take the word sun, S-U-N, in Hebrew, it's going to be samesh. In Greek, it's going to be helios. And then in English, it's going to be sun. They sound nothing alike. They mean the same thing. They sound nothing alike.
But the ancient Egyptian language will be Ra, correct? The word sun god.
That's the name of the sun god. They might have actually a different name for it. Let's see.
And couldn't the Hebrews adopted that previously before that?
No, they didn't. The Hebrew word for sun is shemesh, which is adopted from Akkadian, which was shamash.
But even if it did, why would that matter?
Well, like I said, we're talking about morals. The word morals.
What does morals have to do with the word for sun?
Well, Ra.
It doesn't matter
So
where the word morals come from. We can talk about morals regardless of its history.
The word Ra does not appear in the word morals. Morals is a French word. You can't take a word and just dice it up into any other word from any other language and say that it's a conglomerate. That's not how words work. Like, when they devised the word moral, they weren't like, let me find some other words we can smush together and create a new word.
Yeah, but isn't the sounds, like you said, we're all borrowing sounds eventually. Like, English came from Germanic language took a little bit of everywhere else. The Hebrews took a little bit of words from everywhere else. But when it's translated to English, when we pronounce words, right, to English, to what we can understand, right, the sound of the word, right, has to mean something, just the way we pronounce it.
It wouldn't.
Because when you write stuff down, write words down, and
that's not how words work.
Pronounce it, it's different things, right?
It's not how words work. The word community has like a definitive meaning. The word com has a meaning. That doesn't mean that the word community has anything to do with the word com.
The word com at the start of that doesn't have the word with the community.
The word com is an abbreviated form for communication. That doesn't mean that the word community is referring to communication.
Well, isn't it community? So people communicating together in a unity. Doesn't the word community mean together?
Yeah, I'm talking about the word com. Com is shorthand typically for communication. Maybe I didn't give you a better. Let me give you a better example. Let's see. Let's talk about the word shower. The word shower, we know what this means. It happens to be that the beginning of the word is show. It doesn't mean that the word shower has anything to do with showing anybody anything. You can't just pick out random words that happen to appear inside of other words and conclude that somehow this is like a meaning in it.
Can we just like substitute the word moral for like blabadoo and just continue on with the argument?
Yeah.
Yes. Sure. Blobadoo from now on for moral.
Yeah, but listen, hey, be rightness. It's late. I got to get to bed. And I don't think this particular argument is going to have any legs. But come back sometime. I don't know. Are you in the UK?
No, in Australia.
Oh yeah, that's why you're completely opposite time zone for you. It's like morning for you, huh?
Yes. What time are you guys down there?
Shit, it's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's almost 11 where I'm at.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Where I'm nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah.
But we appreciate you stopping in. It certainly was interesting. I can't say this is an argument I've heard before, so at least you brought something new.
Well, actually, I was trying to throw you off from the last few conversations as well, to be honest. So.
Well, yeah, they were goofy. Don't worry about it.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, guys.
Sure thing. Cheers, buddy. Take care.
Thank you. See ya.
I got to.
And when you said,
mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, when you said argument, you meant like R, like what a pirate says. GU, like a user interface on a computer.
Yeah.
And meant like you're meaning it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Precisely. I did. Yeah. Oh boy. What a wild time. All right, friends. I'm gonna read some super chats and I'm gonna get my ass in bed. Devo, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, speaking of God's member, okay, all right. A recommendation for art history nerds is the sexuality of, I'm about to get banned, of Christ in Renaissance art, Leo Steinberg. Thanks, Justin, and hi, Ems. Well, thank you for the recommendation, Devo. I've never heard of this one, actually. Let me look that up and hope that it'll return something that's safe for work. Let's see. I can never spell Renaissance. All right. Yeah, I see the book on Amazon. I'll definitely add it to the wish list. Oh fuck, the ebook is only $3. Might have to go that route. Good suggestion. Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says Phil Bros are tourists who collect terminology like souvenirs and never attempt to connect their telemarketing dialogue trees to Jesus. That's 100% the case. Yes. The Phil Bros, they haven't studied anything. They're picking up bad arguments and repeating them. They're basically doing the same shit Christians are doing with the Bible, but they're doing it with philosophy arguments. Just kind of trying to glean shit, but they're not doing it very well. Not a robot, I swear. Good to see you. It says it's garbled text in AI image speaking in tongues. Fair. When AI loses its mind and starts giving you nonsense, would we just say that that's the AI doing like God speak? Like he's speaking in tongues now? He's been possessed by the Holy Spirit? Atheist Gamer says, if you're shouting out game channels, I use a couple of followers. Oh, I could use a couple of followers too, but I'm on Twitch with the same name. I think you mentioned that once, Atheist Gamer. Friends, if you're on Twitch and you're watching right now, check out Atheist Gamer 6 and drop him a follow. Also, Joshua, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And also for your super chat. Says God defeats himself with his own words, and it happens every single time. Nothing defeats God like God in this book. And Adam Carmona says God is going to punish these Philbros for not arguing from his word and simply relying on their own minds. They're heretical and boring. Boring as shit. Listen, I understand why people get bored with these nonsense arguments. They're silly. They're really bad copes for not having any actual evidence or proof. And
What's going to happen is they're going to be the afterlife is going to come. They're going to find themselves like the temperature's suddenly going to be rising, and they're going to be like, Peter, what's happening? I thought I was saved. And Peter's going to be like, you ran tag. That's denying Christ. You refuse to defend him. He doesn't know who you are.
True. 1 Peter 3:15 doesn't say give a defense for some generic nameless God. Give a defense for the actual hope that is inside of you, for Jesus. Daniel, good to see you. It says, I suspect most Philbros don't study philosophy, but instead they parrot niche philosophy adjacent apologetics. That is the case. And, I kind of get it. My first foray into, I would call it God apologetics, believe it or not, was when I was in Bible college. And we didn't even do, when I was in my philosophy class at Bible college, we didn't do any of this precept tag nonsense, they would have laughed us out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
But it did get me interested in some of the arguments that could have been in favor of God. And I read some of the early ones, like from Aristotle and whatnot, and I thought they were stupid. And Plato too. I was like, oh, these are dumb. I didn't buy those arguments back then, even as a Christian theist. They don't really work. They're not like fucking Plato claims that magnets are divine because there's an invisible force causing magnets to work. Like the guy, he didn't know shit. Yeah, exactly. You thought they were divine too.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to rewrite a lot of my thesis now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drop that on you. There's still time to edit.
Oh, I have to do so much rewriting now. Oh.
But hey, Quant, we can't tell Blitz.
No, it would destroy him. Oh.
Yeah. What causes locked-in syndrome? And Ems is no longer with us, so I don't really know, but I can tell you. Let's see. It's a rare neurological disorder where a person is fully conscious and cognitively intact, but experiences near total paralysis, often leaving only vertical eye movement and blinking for communication. It's primarily caused by severe brainstem damage. That makes sense. Or a stroke or hemorrhage or trauma, which disrupts voluntary motor tracks. That makes sense. Yeah. Be a hell of a thing to experience. Oh, really? I wonder if Chubby Emu has talked about this. I'll check on it. Shag the says, I will never leave when Ems is cooking. Shag the. Well, listen, I don't blame you. I do enjoy watching Ems. It's a shame that not all the audience do. When we get a long Muslim caller, a lot of people check out because they want to hear Christian cooking. But I love doing debates with Ems and doing the Muslim apologetic route. The Rogue, thank you for your donation, as well as JM, thank you for your donation, friend. And Space Lord, good to see you again, says inappropriate themes equals the caller's religions. Ew. Yeah. Listen, if you've seen what's in these holy books, like you can never accuse Hollywood of being inappropriate. Joe White says, but I only won in TikTok? I don't know. I don't know what that means, Joe. What it means to be I only won in TikTok. You might have to clarify on that one. And Godwin, good to see you tonight, says, it's too bad these Muslims and Christians don't have a God to believe in that tells them certain behaviors are wrong. Isn't it wild? It's almost like their God could have said, don't own slaves, don't abuse women, don't harm children. And then he just fucking forgot to do it. House 70, thank you for the additional super chat, says, if an empty tomb is proof that Jesus resurrected from it, then a plain cardboard box is proof that it contained the crown jewels. See how it works? That's 100% the case. Listen, you can't say that anything being empty is proof of a miracle. It's literally only proof that it's empty. That's it. We don't even know what the fuck was in there to begin with. We don't even know where the tomb was. Bryce Rooney says, Bueller, Fry, vocal fry, talking about Napoleon. Yeah, that makes sense. Napoleon had a little bit of that. Although I get the same problem, actually. Nice guy, surprisingly humble, needs to work on his voice if he wants to debate. We've heard some good and some bad voices over the course of time on these live streams, and I don't know if let's see. I don't remember what his voice sounds like now, but he couldn't have been the worst. I do miss some classics, like maybe Hadassah or I Am classics. Ashandery says, no offense, I was about to ask you to go get checked out because your eyes looked strange. Turns out it's just sleep deprivation. Get coffee on me. Thank you, I appreciate that. No, it's just a little bit of sleep deprivation. In fact, after the stream, I'll be going to bed. It'll be corrected tomorrow. But tomorrow, friends, make sure you stop by tomorrow night. We're doing our Mythicist live stream with Christ Before Jesus, where I'm actually going to be taking the Mythicist position and arguing with Jaron in favor of it. Even though that's not really my position, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And Wannabe Christian says, jizya for cooking the Muslim. I pray for him. Wait, hold on. I know what jizya means. Give me a second. Let's see. I have to look at this one. Oh, it's the tax that's levied on non-Muslims. Gotcha. Thank you for giving me the tax money for that Muslim that had to get cooked. I appreciate that. And Jay says, maybe God's sick of people making him look dumb. You know what? That might be the case. That's why God stopped sending people on his behalf. Like, these fuckers are failing miserably. We're done here, right? And Gentleman Viking says, a priest, an imam, and a rabbi go to give blood. The nurse asks their types. The priest says A negative. The imam says B positive. And the rabbit, I think we did it again. We got another one. I think I'm type O. Fucking amazing.
Amazing.
I've never heard this follow up to the typo joke, and I approve like a million %. That was well done and phenomenal. I appreciate that. Gentleman Viking,
I approve. With
another one. Oh no, it's a duplicate for the same joke. Listen, it was good once, it'll be good twice. And also, Bird Keeper Mikey, good to see you tonight. Says, I don't know if you had a hiatus or I did, but haven't seen the stream in a few nights. Hope all is well with you and Sarah. I don't know what happened there. Sarah's doing well. But I promise you she's not here, my friend. I did spell it right. H or not H. Rockhard Brug. There's no H in Sarah's name. And despite what you might believe, we're neither dating nor married. I do happen to be dating somebody, but it's not Sarah. I'll forgive you though. Don't worry. I can understand the confusion. Midlife Crisis, man. Thank you for the super chat. It says, absolutely love hearing Sarah's voice again here. She brings such a complimentary energy. Agreed. She has a great energy. To the Phil Bros, if dog revealed himself to you, why are there so many conflicting interpretations? This is a fair question. So it's weird that the God of this book, the universe, and so on, like, just never took care to make sure that people adequately were handling the message. Like, what a nonsensical thing to do all this work only to have it fall apart. And Bird Keeper Mikey coming in again says, oh, extra one, I thought about you today. Well, thank you. Extra one, sorry, not about me. Oh, extra one I thought about today. Have you ever used the fact that Japan is majority atheist agnostic and has a great moral system mostly? I do use that one. We didn't really get time to with our current goofball guests that were in here. But yes, we definitely do that one. It's funny too, because when they were religious, when they practiced the imperial cult, they were crazy violent. Like, it was really bad. Mm-hmm. So they're a really good test case for going from religious to non-religious. Although some of them are still religious. Let me see what the population is, or what the demographics is. Let's see, amount. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Right now, it's about only less than 1% of the population is Christian. A lot of them practice Buddhism or Shintoism. They believe in higher powers rather than a single monotheistic God. Less than 1 in 5 Japanese people believe in a personal God. So almost all of them believe in either no God or just no God with a little bit of spirit life. Krishna, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, so hello again. I forgot to say earlier, welcome to Huntsville. Well, shit. I'm not in Huntsville yet, but I'm going to be in Huntsville for Rocket City Reason Conference. Software engineer here. Looking forward to seeing you here. Well, thank you, Krishna. If you're going to be at Rocket City Reason, I'll meet you down there. It'll be fun. There'll be a lot of creators down at Rocket City Reason. And Midlife Crisis Man coming in again says there are also no civilizations that are purely intelligent. I don't know what it means to be purely intelligent. That's definitely going to be one of those things where, like, it feels like it's going to be on a spectrum. Like, even dolphins are intelligent, right? Are they intelligent as humans? No, but they are intelligent. And Joshua Everett says, if you take out the N and put it on the end, Santa is Satan. That's a fair point. Does that mean Santa is Krampus or Santa is Satan? Like, it's just a nonsensical idea just to be doing like bananagrams. It doesn't make any sense. Bananagrams, argument for God is crazy. In fact, let me write that down. I'm going to say in the clips, I got to say, gives the bananagrams argument for God. Would that be banana grandma argumentum? I'm not sure how we would Latinize that, but I feel like
I
it's gonna
like
be
that.
something along that line. And Midlife coming in again, thank you. It says, the more I listen, the more Christians sound like desperate conspiracy theorists. They really are. Like, you gotta remember, when the religion falls apart, you don't have much left. The only thing you have left is this type of weird hoping nonsense. And the skaters, thank you for the super chat, says Hosea 13:16, God isn't commanding that the women get hurt. He's warning what's going to happen to Israel in a prophecy if it keeps rebelling against him. And you'd be really fucking wrong. We can just read it. He literally says he's causing it to happen. You people never bothered to read the text. I'll never understand. Not in a million fucking years. I will never understand why Christians will make definitive claims about a text having not read fucking any of it. It'll never not surprise me. But Hosea 13, I guess today is the day you get educated. It's specifically a punishment that God brings on them, and he brags about it. It says, and now they keep on sinning and make a cast image for themselves, idols of silver, made according to their understanding of all of them, the work of artisans, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. Yet I have been the Lord your God ever since the land of Egypt. You know no God but me, and besides me there is no Savior. It was I who fed you in the wilderness, in the land of drought. When I fed them, they were satisfied. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I will become a lion to them. Like a leopard, I will lurk beside the way. I will fall upon them. Like a bear robbed of her cubs. I will tear open the covering of their heart. I will devour them like a lion, as a wild animal would mangle them. I will destroy you, O Israel. Who can help you? This is a fucking maniacal, murderous, maniac God that's saying, I will fuck you up. That's what he's saying. And if you had bothered to read this text, you would have known it too. But now you just look like a dummy on the internet because you didn't bother to read the text before you paid me to correct you publicly. David, thank you for the super chat, says, is Quant and Blitz the same guy? That's not the case. Quant is indeed a separate person.
I really like Magic the Gathering, and I don't know how to use an oscilloscope.
Oh fuck! Blitz can't use the oscope.
I don't know. He's a theorist. No theorist knows how to use an oscilloscope.
Fair.
Wait, Quant,
I'll bring that up.
Did you say you don't play Magic the Gathering?
I do not.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh shit.
I don't think we can be friends anymore.
No.
We'll have to do a group therapy on this one because I don't play Magic.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. We're gonna need group counseling, I think, to resolve some of these issues. The Rogue says P1 clones are copied from the DNA donor. I mean that's how that works typically. Premise 2, Eve was created from the donation of Adam. I mean, sure, from the rib. Premise number 3, Eve was a clone. See, Adam was a female, is the conclusion. I don't know if that works, because it doesn't say that she was cloned. It just says that God took the form of the rib and made it into a woman. It's not very clear that there was DNA cloning happening.
And there are some different, if you go and read what the rabbis say about that there's different views on how this happens. Some of the sages said there was a man on the front and Eve was on the back and God split them in two. So the different sages have different views on Adam and Eve.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the story, while we would probably all agree is utter nonsense, it's never going to be a commentary on actual biology, but this comment might have been kind of tongue-in-cheek, which I approve of. I don't mind a good tongue-in-cheek comment. And last super chat from Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you tonight, friend. Says, release the quantum butterflies. Listen, quantum fucking butterflies is crazy. I'll never understand people who do the quantum woo stuff.
I wish
Yeah.
I could.
The caterpillars.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
man.
quantum caterpillars would rock if they existed.
I mean,
What'd you say?
look, all caterpillars are made out of atoms, and atoms are quantum objects, so technically...
Shit, am I a quantum robot now?
I mean, I'm not going to say you aren't.
Oh, there we go.
Do we
I
have
love
quantum cocoons then? Like, is that what the universe is? Is just a quantum cocoon?
You know what? I'm going to say it now. Absolutely. I don't know what that means, but yes.
I don't know either. I'm just trying to make sense of things.
Quantum cocoons, wild. Hey, listen, friends, that is the end of our live stream. Jason, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Guys, before we end, make sure you're following Cyber and Quanta, although I can't believe you wouldn't be at this point. What's that, Cyber?
I was gonna say, every time we get ready to raid him, it never happened. Could we raid Lobes the Absurdist? Good friend of mine.
Are they live?
I believe he is live right now.
Let me check. Oh, on TikTok?
Yes.
Not on YouTube?
Not on YouTube.
All right, we'll split them. We're going to send the YouTube over to Mezzo's live, and then we're going to send, let's see, the TikTok crew over to Lobes the Absurdist. Give me a second. I'll grab the page for Lobes. Actually, I know Lobes as well, so let me pop them up on the screen. Lobes is live right now.
I think that's insane.
All right.
Or sadistic.
Bada bing,
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I think, well, Lucifer was...
There we go. Friends, we're going to go over on TikTok and raid Lobes the Absurdist. If you're watching on YouTube, let's all go raid Mezzo. It's Mezzo, MEZZO_WS. Tell him that Cyber and Quanta and Justin sent you over there. Same for Lobes. Lobes is running I'm an Atheist, What's Your Best Evidence for God? I think you'll enjoy it. Lobes a smart fella. He's been in the community for a bit as well, so I think you're going to like the content. We're going to be live doing a special session tomorrow with Jaron from Christ Before Jesus and debating from the position of mythicism. And then Friday we'll be back at it at our normal our normal bullshit. I had a question though about future topics. Give me a second. I don't know if I've written this down. Is this needlessly aggressive if we run a topic of the Jews were right to execute Jesus?
Christians should be saying thank you. But I don't think so. I don't know how TikTok would view it, but yeah, I'd say run it.
Okay. It should be fun. People are asking for Lobes handle. It's really easy. It's just Lobes, LOBES, the Absurdist, on TikTok. I don't believe he's on YouTube yet. If you're on YouTube, run over to Mezzo's live stream, MEZZO_WS, to find his channel. Tell him Cyber, Quanta, and Justin sent you. And friends, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes, shares, support, staying late with me. It's 1 a.m. I really appreciate that, friends. And we'll see you again real soon.
Later.
Later.